Chapter 66 Chapter 66 A dangerous performance. With the curvy beauty slung over his shoulder, Ethan Hayes dashed back toward the royal prison, not even bothering to ask whether she agreed to be carried like this. He did want to ask honestly, but the heavy scent of alcohol coming off her body made it clear, even if he did, it'd be a waste of breath. No doubt about it, so late at night, and out here drunk and causing trouble. This had to be Vanessa, the sultry witch from the Black Bulls. Judging by the direction she came from, she'd likely just finished playing booze bandit in the royal palace. Unlucky for her, she ran into the one guy on patrol who actually took his job seriously. This should do the trick, Ethan muttered to himself, speeding up his pace. The cold rush of air from his wind magic stirred Vanessa from her alcohol-soaked slumber. She shivered and slowly opened her eyes. Ugh! Blinking her thick lashes, she stared in a daze at the sky above. Wait, why was she up in the air? Another gulp of liquor surged through her bloodstream. Her drunkenness hit a new high, and the bottle in her hand slipped out and crashed to the ground. You know, listen here, I'm crazy strong now, you know. You don't believe me? Let's settle it right now. Yuno stood there, staring at a dazed and twitching Asta, now lying flat on the ground, foaming at the mouth. The fallen bottle glistened nearby. Yuno's mouth twitched. Yet. Let's talk tomorrow. I'm taking a shower. Whoosh! Like a meteor streaking across the night sky, Ethan soared through the air with his wind magic. His mind was clear, not really thinking much. But his body? His body had other ideas. Vanessa was a full-bodied, curvaceous woman. And carrying her like this? Let's just say, certain parts of him were reacting. Worse still, he had to go act out some fake raunchy drama for a certain prisoner. The thought made his blood rush. Everything ready? Ethan asked the warden as soon as he returned to the prison, still carrying Vanessa over his shoulder. He'd timed it, he'd been gone less than 7 minutes. If everyone was in place, there'd be no time for raids to grow suspicious. All set, sir. Been waiting for your command, hee. The prison guard chuckled. He hadn't expected the young squad captain to have such unique tastes. Public role play? With witnesses? A full audience? At least 50 or 60 men lined up outside the cell. Wild. Just plain wild. The youth these days, terrifying. He muttered to himself. Still carrying Vanessa, Ethan arrived ahead of raids on the first floor of the prison. The corridors were packed. Even if there weren't 100 spectators, 50 to 60 was a sure bet. Captain! Sir, the soldiers called out in greeting, though their eyes kept drifting to the woman he was carrying. She was stunning. And that outfit, witchy robes with thigh-high stockings? Total knockout. All right, listen up, Ethan barked. Line up in a straight queue. I want you all to yell out the dirtiest things you've ever said in a brothel. Whoever performs best gets a promotion. Got it? No time for details, he just had to trust the warden had prepped the crowd properly. The cell doors swung open. No choice now. Ethan slipped Vanessa into one of the front cells, hidden behind a curtain of white cloth. As he walked in, his mind struggled to reconcile what he was seeing. Could Catherine really have sold them out? He still couldn't believe it. But seeing that long line of rowdy guards and hearing their vulgar jokes? Doubt gave way to dread. Move it already, geez. Why the rush, hey? You can't even last 3 seconds, brother. Ha! That was amazing. One more time. Crude banter pierced the air, ringing in Raid's ears like a blade scraping stone. Ethan Hayes, actually pulled something like this? Sorry, Ethan whispered inside the cell, gently laying Vanessa on a table. Her long legs hung limply off the edge. Of course, he wasn't really going to do anything. But to sell the act? It had to look real. Creok, creok. The wooden table groaned beneath them. Outside the cell, Raids had finally arrived. Just a curtain separated him and Ethan now. Through the shadows on the curtain, the outline was unmistakable, one person laying down, the other in a rocking, rhythmic motion. The silhouettes were convincing. If you didn't know any better, you'd swear it was Catherine and Ethan together in there. They were even putting on a show, making it extra dramatic, just for the audience. Thump, thump. Ethan worked the table like a stage, playing to the illusion as hard as he could. The misaligned shadows gave the perfect impression of something lewd. And it was getting to him. Vanessa, lying below him, made his throat tighten. The whole setup was painfully tempting. That so close, yet not quite sensation made his heart thump in his chest. Several times, he almost caved. But reason won out. Even if he wanted to, not with so many people watching. Catherine. Raids hissed through clenched teeth. Vanessa, still tipsy, let out a drunken moan in response. The sound drained the color from Raid's face. His legs gave out. He stumbled backward in despair. How's that for a show? The warden chuckled nearby. Captain Hayes said if you confess everything and plead guilty, he might let you have a go with that wench too. He's had his fun with her a dozen times already, haha. The words slammed into Raids like a sledgehammer. And just like that, the last shred of his mental defenses shattered. In a daze, he allowed the guards to escort him back to his cell. Phew, think that worked. Ethan muttered as the sounds of retreating footsteps faded. His sensing magic confirmed Raids hadn't stuck around for long, barely 3 or 4 minutes. Hopefully, that was enough to break him. You good? Pretty comfortable. Came a soft voice. Ethan responded without thinking, yeah, me too. Then it hit him. He looked down. Vanessa's cheeks were flushed, but her eyes were wide awake and crystal clear. His hands were gripping her thighs. Their bodies were lined up in just the wrong position. And the pose? Let's just say, it left nothing to the imagination. Chapter 67, Chapter 67. The fox leaves its den blushing deeply. Vanessa immediately yanked her ankle out of Ethan's hands and rolled off the shamefully long table. Don't be fooled by how tipsy she looked. Besides being a woman, she was also a magic knight, a proud member of the Black Bull Squad. Drinking didn't dull her awareness of her surroundings. When Ethan first approached her, she'd already sensed him and was only pretending to be drunk, curious about what he planned to do. She never expected him to bring her here, and do that in front of so many people. Even if he had no bad intentions, this was way too much. Ahem, hey, don't misunderstand. I'm not that kind of guy. Ethan said seriously. Wasn't she supposed to be drunk? How did she go from blacked out to completely fine like some undercover agent from 007? This was awkward. I know, Vanessa replied calmly, fixing her clothes. Otherwise, I would have already. She had suspected Ethan might try something at first, but in the end, the guy just kept rocking the table. She honestly felt like she was dealing with an idiot. A beautiful woman like her right there, and he chooses to play with the table instead? Was he still a kid? Well, here's the deal. Ethan knew if he didn't explain himself, he wouldn't be walking out of that cell anytime soon. Besides, the plan was done, no need to hide anything now. So that's what it was. And here I thought you were just another perv. Vanessa rolled her eyes at him. A kid not even 20, who could come up with such a twisted plan involving, staged group activities to trick someone. Should she call him ruthless? Or just clever and adaptable? All right, Vanessa, my lovely lady, Ethan chuckled nervously, I'll bring you 2 bottles of top quality wine to apologize another day. But for now I've got somewhere to be. He rubbed his nose sheepishly and dashed away. He'd enjoyed playing the part a little too much, no way he wanted to stick around and risk getting slapped. The smile on his face faded quickly as he turned calm and cold. With steady steps, Ethan walked toward the first level of the prison. "Well, Raids, what did you think? Quite the show, hey? If you want, I can set up a session for you too," Ethan said as he arrived at Raid's cell, holding a small metal box and speaking in a devilish tone. Even though Raids didn't respond, Ethan could tell from his face he'd gotten through. "Catherine has already confessed. Whether you do or not doesn't matter anymore," Ethan said quietly. "I just think it's a shame. You're holding on to this secret so tightly, but it might just get you killed for it." "What do you mean?" Raids frowned. "Your boss wants to save you but he can't. Think about it. If you were in his shoes, what would you do? If I were him, what would I do? Only the dead take secrets to the grave. Licht might be planning to kill him." "Hat. I think you already know the answer," Ethan said, a cold smile curling on his lips. "So how about a bet? Catherine already spilled everything. Whether you talk or not won't change much. But if Licht really cares about you and tries to rescue you, even if he fails, I'll let you go, no questions asked. But if he sends someone to kill you?" Raids sneered. "And you'd just let me go? What if the Wizard King holds you accountable?" "That's my problem, not yours," Ethan smirked. "Here, just to prove my sincerity, your grimoire." He opened the metal box to reveal a grimoire with only a single page. The owner wasn't dead, so the grimoire couldn't be destroyed, but it could be sealed. Raids took the grimoire with disbelief still lingering in his eyes. His thoughts raced, should he take the chance and break out now? But seeing Ethan's amused yet watchful expression, he pushed that idea down. Even if Ethan wasn't here, breaking out of the prison alone was nearly impossible. At best, this would give him a slim fighting chance if something happened. "Since you've accepted it, that means our bet is on," Ethan said. "If I'm right, Licht will send someone to kill you in the next few days. Your grimoire is in your hands when the time comes. Will you die for him, or live to ask him why? That choice is yours." With that, Ethan turned and walked away, hands behind his back, leaving Raids alone with his grimoire, his face a storm of conflicting thoughts and emotions. Time passed. Sunrises and sunsets came and went. 3 days flew by. Given Raid's recovery, memory viewing was scheduled for tomorrow. If his memories were exposed, everything Licht and the Eye of the Midnight Sun had planned would collapse. That was something Van Jans no, Licht would never allow. Sigh. Van Jans had tried everything over the past few days, but the prison's security grew tighter each day. If they missed their window or triggered an alarm, there would be no second chance. Compared to trying to break him out alive, killing him inside was much easier. "Langris, go to the prison again today," Van Jans said grimly. "Put this in his food. Make sure you see him eat it." "Yes, sir," Langris replied in a daze, taking the small pouch of poison. Poison. Not the most elegant plan, but definitely the most effective. Langris had the keys and could move freely within the prison. Even if something went wrong, they could always frame Raids. After all, it wouldn't be strange for a terrorist to carry suicide tools. Most importantly, dead men tell no tales. Meanwhile, Ethan was removing the guards around the prison, and had asked the Wizard King and the other squad captains to not intervene, no matter what they saw or heard. From a high platform overlooking the capital, the Wizard King, Yami, and Ethan stood together. "Watch closely," Ethan said with a cold smirk. "The fox is about to leave its den." Chapter 68, Chapter 68, Chaos in the Capital. Open the door. "I'm Langris from the Golden Dawn. I have some questions for the prisoner." At the outermost layer of the magic prison, Langris swaggered inside, acting as if he owned the place. Seeing him, even the Wizard King and the others looked grim. Because before this, Ethan Hayes had already explained to everyone what would likely happen, and the first point he mentioned was that Langris would definitely show up at the magic prison today. Could it really be Van Jans? "Are you crazy? No way. He's just going to the prison," it doesn't prove anything. Besides, he has the keys to the prison. The Wizard King himself approved that. He's authorized to interrogate raids. What's strange about that? Everyone talked among themselves. Although Ethan's predictions were accurate so far, Langris' actions didn't seem unusual. If they tried to condemn him just for this, it would be hard for anyone to accept. Ethan didn't say anything. He just smiled faintly. Just watch. Everything next would unfold exactly as he predicted. Boom. 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 As the magic barriers opened, Langris put away the keys and carried a tray of food into the prison. But today felt a little different. Normally, there would be a lot of guards in the magic prison. But today, 2/3 of them were missing. Maybe it's a shift change. Langris shrugged it off and moved forward without thinking too much. His mission was simple: personally watch raids eat the poisoned food. Everything else was irrelevant. Clang! He placed the food by the iron door, but didn't immediately leave. Instead, he stared at Raid's back. Turning around, Raids casually picked up the tray, not sparing Langris even a glance. In his mind, Raids kept thinking about what Ethan had told him. According to Ethan, Licht would send someone to kill him within the next few days. But up to today, he hadn't heard any noise outside. Well, the only odd thing today was the lack of guards. Maybe they had all gone up to the first floor to have fun with Catherine. Raids didn't know whether she was dead or alive. But even if she was alive, after so many days, she was probably hanging on by a thread. Sniffing the food, Raids picked up his chopsticks. Even though this was prison, his meals were pretty luxurious: fish, meat, and even wine at every meal. His neighbor had complained countless times, saying Raids was always flaunting his food. Thinking about it, Raids set his chopsticks down. As long as he made it past today, Ethan would keep his promise and set him free. Might as well give this meal to his neighbor who had kept him company these past days. "Hey, Crody, you can have this meal." "Really?" Crody, the prisoner in the next cell, was overjoyed and quickly took the food. He hadn't tasted meat in ages. But Langris was startled. He tried to stop it, but Crody had already stuffed a piece of beef into his mouth. "You fool! That food wasn't meant for you!" Langris shouted, hurriedly opening the cell door. Raids frowned, feeling something was off. Since when did prison meals need to be personally eaten under supervision? Wait, something's wrong. Frowning deeper, Raids noticed Crody's reaction. After just a little physical contact, Crody's face turned pale and the next second, he collapsed to the ground, foaming at the mouth. "It's poisoned." Their eyes met. It was obvious the poison wasn't meant for Crody. It was meant for him. By sheer accident, he had dodged death. Just as Ethan had said, Licht wanted him dead and had sent someone to kill him. Necromancy magic deathly orb. Without hesitation, Raids opened his grimoire. Seeing the magic form, Langris froze. A grimoire? Where did he get a grimoire? Boom! A loud crash, the iron bars of the cell shattered. Caught off guard, Langris was knocked to the ground. But Raids didn't stop stepping out of the cell, he sprinted toward the wide-open prison gates. Why? Why? Why do they want to kill me? Running at full speed, Raids screamed aloud. He couldn't believe it. Licht, who used to value him so highly, actually wanted him dead. No. This can't be true. It must be Ethan's trick. I must hear it from Licht himself. Swoosh! It wasn't far, only about 100 meters. With no soldiers blocking his way, Raids burst out of the gates and into the streets, finally seeing the sunlight again. Everyone watching from the high platform, including the Wizard King, was stunned. Once again Ethan was right. Raids had escaped. Where's Langris? Why didn't he stop him? Several squad captains got restless, ready to move in and capture Raids. But the Wizard King stopped them. Did you forget Ethan's words? No matter what we hear, no matter what happens, act like nothing's wrong. As he spoke, raids had already reached the outer layer of the magic prison, leaping into the city streets. Civilians screamed in horror at the sight of a sickly, wildeed man suddenly appearing among them. But hidden troops, already arranged by Ethan, closed in from all sides. Boom! Boom! Explosions echoed throughout the royal capital. There weren't many soldiers seriously chasing raids. If raids had been calmer, he might have noticed that they were only trying to contain, not capture him. But lost in his panic, he had no time to think. With Ethan subtly allowing it, raids alone stirred up chaos in the capital, making it seem like an entire squad was wreaking havoc. The roars of magic shook the skies. Meanwhile, inside the Golden Dawn headquarters, Van Jans, who was under 24-hour surveillance, received the news, "Captain. Bad news. Raids, the prisoner caught earlier, has escaped. The Capitol Guard is chasing him right now." Van Jans's face changed dramatically. Escaped? Didn't he arrange for Langris to take care of it? Did Langris mess up? Useless fool. If Raids was caught again, there would be no chance to silence him. The entire plan would be exposed. Even if Van Jans's own identity stayed hidden, it would take forever to craft another perfect opportunity. Quick! Take me there! I can't let him escape. Chapter 69, Chapter 69, The unveiling of the traitor. At this moment atop the high platform, everyone was gazing into the distance, where Raids was wreaking havoc across the city. At the same time, they received a piece of news that made their hearts sink. Vang Ins had disappeared from the monitoring team's site and left the Golden Dawn. I know, it's hard to believe. A friend you've fought side by side with, shared life and death missions for 10 or 20 years, turns out to be a spy, a traitor. But that's the truth. From the very start until now, every step, I've called it correctly. I've been reasoning according to his criminal logic. Of course, you can still deceive yourselves, saying it's all a coincidence. It's up to you how you want to think about it. Ethan Hayes' voice rang out, his gaze fixed on the distance. This was the outcome he had anticipated. Langris' failure meant that Vang Ins had lost his last chance to control the situation. In order to keep his secret from being exposed, he would have no choice but to take action himself. Of course, accidents happen during a fight afterward, he could claim he simply couldn't hold back. But all of this was already factored into Ethan's plan. Wizard King, it won't be long before Vang Ins shows up. If I'm right, he's coming to silence witnesses. When that happens, it's up to you. Ethan reminded him. A traitor was a traitor, but Vang Ins was still strong. He was the captain of the strongest Magic Knight squad, the Golden Dawn. His magical power was at least 3rd domain level, something Ethan couldn't match right now, much less rescue someone from him. But the Wizard King could. Not only was he at the 0 domain, but with his time magic, he was the perfect person to carry out a rescue mission. Upon hearing this, the Wizard King didn't answer, his face extremely solemn as he watched events unfold. His heart was in turmoil. As a friend, someone who had watched Vang Ins grow up, he didn't want to see Vang Ins standing across from him. But as the Wizard King, he had to face it. Only by rooting out this instability could the Clover Kingdom find peace again. The other captains were thinking similarly, all wearing heavy expressions. He's coming, someone shouted. In the distance, Van Jans's figure appeared, making everyone curse under their breath. The Wizard King's figure disappeared from the platform the very next second. Ethan wasn't worried at all. If there was anyone in the Clover Kingdom who was truly impartial, it was the Wizard King. For the kingdom's peace and prosperity, he would even sacrifice his own life without hesitation. That was Julius. That was the Wizard King. In midair, flying toward Raids, Vang Ins opened his grimoire. Massive magical power erupted, causing the heavens and earth to lose their color. World Tree magic descent of the World Tree. A colossal magical tree, swirling with storm clouds, descended from the sky with overwhelming force. Raids, sensing the mortal danger, didn't hesitate. Necromancy Magic Number 0, Michel Kaiser. He summoned his strongest undead puppet, a towering, mask-wearing giant. The puppet stretched out both arms, using 2 different types of magic to block the falling world tree. This earned Raid's precious seconds to flee. His heart sank. Raid snapped out of his earlier bloodthirsty mood. TCH. World Tree Magic. Captain of the Golden Dawn. This was an opponent he couldn't possibly handle. He needed to escape the capital and question Licht directly. "You're not getting away." Vang Ins controlled the magical tree, causing vines to spread. Even though magic types could counter each other, when the difference in magical power was this vast, attribute advantages meant nothing. Raids, whose magic barely reached the 5th domain and focused mainly on summoning, had no chance against Vang Ins. In just a few breaths, the situation turned dire. Even Michel Kaiser, his strongest puppet, was crushed to pieces by the world tree's vines. Raids himself was soon bound up tightly like a dumpling, unable to move. Sharpened vines lunged at him. Vengeance's eyes gleamed coldly. All he needed was to kill Raids, and his secret would be safe. As for explaining his presence here, he could easily claim he was protecting the capital during the chaos. After all, Raids was a fugitive from prison. Killing him was perfectly justifiable. As long as Raids died, everything could be spun accordingly. The vines closed in on Raid's throat. Just as they were about to pierce through him, time around them suddenly slowed. A familiar voice rang out, making Vengeance's face change. "Time magic, time freeze." There were no dazzling special effects. Everything seemed plain and ordinary. Yet the vine, less than a centimeter from Raid's throat, froze in place. In the next instant, the Wizard King appeared beside Raids, carrying him away. Time resumed its normal flow. The Wizard King sighed inwardly as he looked at Vang Ins, a complicated expression on his face. Just as Ethan had said, he really had intended to kill. Vang Ins had already subdued Raids, there was no need to strike a killing blow. Yet he chose to do it anyway. This clashed with his earlier behavior, trying to prove his innocence by keeping everything under surveillance. If he were truly innocent, he would have had no reason to kill Raids. Choosing to silence him could only mean one thing: there was a secret involving Raids that Vang Ins couldn't allow anyone to know. And what secret could exist between a cop and a criminal? Only collusion. Or perhaps, just as Ethan said, Vang Ins was the leader of the Eye of the Midnight Sun. "Wizard King, you're just in time," Vang Ins said calmly. Raids tried to escape from the prison, not sure what the guards were doing, letting such chaos break out. "Save it," Ethan cut in coldly. "There's no point in acting now. The moment you decided to take matters into your own hands, you had already lost." As Ethan spoke, the other Magic Knight captains gathered beside the Wizard King, all wearing heavy expressions. The facts were right in front of them. Vengeance's behavior didn't fit the logic of someone trying to prove their innocence. And more importantly, Ethan had predicted every step correctly. Watching Vang Ins remain calm, Ethan couldn't help but feel a bit of admiration. Even now, the man stayed as steady as a rock. But it was useless. Today, his false mask would finally be torn off. "Raids," Ethan called out. "You know what to do if you want to live." Raids looked at Ethan deeply, then shifted his gaze to Vang Ins. He didn't know the full story between Ethan, the captains, and Vang Ins. But Ethan's offer had been clear: accuse Vang Ins of being the leader of the Eye of the Midnight Sun, and he would live. Of course, Raids, who had met Licht personally, knew Vang Ins wasn't the real leader. But what did it matter? Let them fight among themselves. He just wanted to survive to question Licht face to face. At this point, he didn't hesitate anymore. "Fine. I'll tell the truth. Yes, Vang Ins is the leader of the Eye of the Midnight Sun." Chapter 70, the true enemy revealed nice. Hearing that, Ethan Hayes' lips curved into a small smile. Everything he had done, every calculation he had made, was all for this very moment. Whether Raids actually knew Vengeance's true identity didn't matter anymore. What mattered was that at this place, this time, with Vengeance's suspicious behavior and all the captains present to witness it, all that was needed was for Raids to point the finger at him. No matter how Vengeance tried to explain or deny it, it was useless now. Because at this moment, everything was aimed squarely at him. Raids, you're slandering me, Vengeance said, trying to stay composed. I, the proud captain of the Golden Dawn, how could I possibly be the leader of the Eye of the Midnight Sun? Although Vengeance kept his face calm, inside he was full of confusion and panic. By all rights, Raids shouldn't have known his real identity. So why had he accused him so confidently? It didn't make sense. It defied logic. But when Vengeance's eyes swept over Ethan and saw that faint, knowing smile on his face, he suddenly understood. It's him, it was all him. It didn't matter whether Raids knew or not. What mattered was that he had been made to say it, under these delicate circumstances. Right now, even the smallest crack could shatter the fragile balance. And Raids' accusation was the final straw that broke the camel's back. Vengeance, I want to believe you, one of the captains said, voice heavy. But this is too serious. You have to come back with us for an investigation. That's right. Come with us. We'll uncover the truth together. Despite some captains still wanting to believe in Vengeance, the situation left no room for doubt anymore. Everyone could only hope Vengeance wasn't really the traitor, but they would find out the truth back at headquarters. Sigh. Vengeance let out a deep breath. The grimoire floating beside him began to glow ominously. Go back for an investigation? That would be walking straight into a trap. There would be no escape. At this point, there was no room left for negotiation. He hadn't thought that after hiding for so many years, carefully planning everything, he would be exposed by a teenager not even 20 years old. How ridiculous! How laughable! World Tree Magic, Great Tree of Mistletoe. Boom! Magic power surged, and a colossal tree shot out of the ground, its canopy stretching hundreds of meters wide. Seeing Vengeance attack, any lingering doubts or hesitations vanished from the captains' hearts. Each one opened their grimoires without hesitation. Him taking action was the ultimate proof of his guilt. Dark magic, dark bind, nameless/mercury magic, blades of silver painting magic, twin tempests of flame and frost. Almost simultaneously, 7 squad captains attacked. Countless spells blasted toward the towering tree. Meanwhile, Ethan quickly pulled Raids aside, retreating to a safer distance. He knew perfectly well now was not the time for him to stand out. A battle between captains was far beyond his current level. Besides, he had other priorities. Take advantage of the chaos and get out of here, Ethan said to Raids. But next time we meet, don't expect mercy. Raids glanced at him complicatedly, but without a word, leapt across rooftops and disappeared into the night. Ethan kept his word. Once he made a promise, he stuck to it. And honestly, Raids wasn't that important to him. Killing him would have been meaningless. Turning back, Ethan smiled lightly and said, by the way, Wizard King, you're not going to intervene. He had noticed that the Wizard King hadn't moved. Neither to stop Ethan from letting Raids go, nor to help the captains against Vengeance. He just stood there, watching. He won't get away, Julius said, shaking his head with a weary expression. The Wizard King understood Vengeance's strength and the other captains' strength better than anyone. Individually, Vengeance's world tree magic was fearsome. But now it was 7 against 1. Even Julius himself would have struggled under those odds. Catching Vengeance was only a matter of time. Whoosh! 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 Just like Julius said, Vengeance quickly fell into a dire situation under the combined assault. His world tree magic was powerful and covered a massive area, but it had one fatal weakness: lack of speed. In a fight against multiple opponents, you could get away with weak attacks or even weak defense, but if you lacked speed, you were doomed. This was a hard lesson Ethan had learned in his own scuffles. Without speed, you couldn't retreat, couldn't dodge, you were just a sitting duck. Not good. Suddenly, a bad feeling struck Ethan. At that moment, Vengeance's body began to shimmer and transform rapidly in front of everyone's eyes. In the blink of an eye, he changed into someone else. Hey! What the? Who is that? Everyone froze in shock. Where had Vengeance gone? Who was this new person standing there? Careful! That guy is the real leader of the Eye of the Midnight Sun Licht! Ethan shouted. Everyone was stunned. What do you mean? Wasn't it Vengeance just now? Now this one was too. Light creation magic blades of conviction. Whoosh! Whoosh! Blades of searing light came hurtling toward them at incredible speed. There was no time to think, everyone had to dodge immediately. And they noticed something else. Not only had the person changed, but even the grimoire had changed. Earlier, Vengeance's grimoire was a 3-leaf clover, glowing green. Now, this person's grimoire was a 4-leaf clover, shining golden with light magic. Another time, then. With a flash, Licht's body turned into pure light and vanished from the battlefield. In the next instant, he reappeared hundreds of meters away. At that speed, unless the Wizard King personally intervened, no one could catch him. Yet Julius still made no move. Ethan noticed it too and sighed inwardly. Ah well! If we couldn't catch him, at least we forced him out into the open. That's already a big win. Ethan chuckled self-deprecatingly. Sometimes you had to know when to be content. No mistakes had been made, and they had exposed the true enemy hiding in the shadows. And honestly, even during the battle, Ethan could tell the captains like Yami and the others hadn't gone all out. Deep down, they still clung to a sliver of hope that Vengeance might not be the traitor. It was understandable. After all, they had been comrades for decades. The fact that they didn't shelter him and still chose justice, that was already enough. Chapter 71, Chapter 71, The Shocking Scandal. Year 760 of the Clover Calendar, January. After the battle against the capital's invasion, another earth-shattering event shook the entire Clover Kingdom. The captain of the Golden Dawn, Vengeance, was confirmed to have committed treason and fled the country. The news spread like wildfire throughout the kingdom, even reaching the border regions. Everyone was talking about it over meals and gatherings. At this moment, inside the royal palace's grand hall, the leaders of the Magic Knight squads, the Wizard King, and the king himself were all present. They had gathered to discuss this explosive incident. Let's hear it. What do you all propose regarding Vengeance? Seated alongside the king, the Wizard King spoke calmly. But no one answered immediately. The hall fell into a brief silence. The first thing we must do is stabilize public morale. We've just survived an invasion, and now news like this threatens to crush the people's spirits, said Ethan Hayes, rising from his seat. Second, issue a nationwide wanted order for Vengeance. Even if we can't catch him immediately, we must show we're taking action. Otherwise, how will other nations view us? Third, strengthen our border defenses. Vengeance's betrayal might embolden neighboring countries. And lastly, we must quickly elect a new captain for the Golden Dawn. The severity of the situation depended entirely on how they chose to handle it. If they acted passively, it would only worsen the kingdom's predicament. Hearing Ethan's sharp and practical analysis, the others nodded in agreement. The king even stood up and clapped, clear admiration in his eyes. He hadn't misjudged Ethan at all. Ethan was truly someone worth recruiting. In no time, he had taken down Vengeance and offered such keen insights. A real talent. Vengeance's betrayal is undeniable. We must punish the guilty and reward the meritorious. Captain Ethan Hayes wisely exposed him, sparing the kingdom greater losses. He deserves recognition and reward. King Augustin declared with a smile. However, this declaration sparked resentment among many, especially the members of the Golden Dawn. Wasn't this just trampling over them to climb higher? Even Ethan looked at Augustin like he was an idiot. He knew very well that Augustin was trying to cozy up to him, promoting him to secure more power to suppress the other squads, maybe even topple a few more captains, just like with Van Jans. But seriously, was he that tone deaf? Everyone here had ties to Van Jans in some way. Augustin's maneuver only stirred up anger. And just when Ethan thought things couldn't get any worse, Augustin added fuel to the fire. Van Jans served as Golden Dawn's captain for decades without ever being exposed. Was it because he was too good at hiding? Or was someone covering for him? At those words, everyone's brows furrowed. He was clearly picking a fight with the Wizard King. The king is right, the Wizard King said calmly. As Wizard King, I take responsibility. Had I discovered it earlier, the kingdom could have avoided greater harm. I had already planned to step down, and now, it's clear I am no longer fit to remain as Wizard King. The moment he spoke, the hall erupted. All the captains stood, their eyes burning with anger toward Augustin. He was forcing the Wizard King to abdicate. If you must step down, Wizard King, Ethan said, stepping forward, then tell us who is fit to replace you? Nozel? Yami? Charlotte? Setting aside their strength, do they command the necessary prestige? Without a proper successor, wouldn't the squads fall into chaos? The Wizard King's role wasn't something just anyone could fill. Julius could hold it because of his overwhelming strength, alliances, and charisma. Apart from Van Jans, now a confirmed traitor, no one else fit the bill. If Julius stepped down now, internal strife would erupt, and neighboring countries would certainly seize the opportunity. The Clover Kingdom might not survive both internal unrest and external threats. Not to mention, the eye of the midnight sun was still lurking in the shadows. Retirement was an option, but definitely not now. You little! Augustin glared at Ethan furiously, not expecting him to defend the Wizard King. Of course, he understood the consequences too. But if he didn't seize this chance to remove Julius, when would he ever gain full control? I propose that Julius temporarily continue as Wizard King. When a suitable successor is found in the future, the position can be transferred. For now, our priority must be uniting to protect the Clover Kingdom. Ethan said firmly. I agree. So do I. I second the motion. One after another, Yami and the others voiced their support. Many glanced at Ethan with softened expressions. Even though he had ousted Van Jans, it was clear that he wasn't driven by selfish motives, he was thinking of the kingdom as a whole. In that case, so be it. This meeting is adjourned. Augustin turned and left, his face dark with rage. Instead of gaining power, he had only worsened his reputation among the other captains. What a farce! The Wizard King chuckled bitterly. He understood Augustin's ambition perfectly. But power was something not everyone could easily resist. Shaking his head, the Wizard King said, Very well. I shall temporarily continue as Wizard King. Ethan, please implement the measures you mentioned as soon as possible. Also regarding the next captain of the Golden Dawn, does anyone have a candidate? The hall grew thoughtful. Golden Dawn, the squad that had ranked number 1 for years, could not afford a mediocre captain. Their leader needed strength and unquestionable authority. I recommend Yuno, Ethan said again, catching everyone off guard, especially Yuno himself. Me? Captain? Yuno's strength may not yet match that of veteran captains, but he is far from weak, Ethan said with a grin. Let me ask you, how strong do you think I am? The captains pondered. Though Ethan hadn't fought many battles, every time he did, he left them astonished. In the Royal Knights selection exam, he defeated 6 vice-captains simultaneously. During the capital invasion, he stood alone against hundreds, painting the battlefield red. Even if he wasn't at a captain's level yet, he was very close, and most importantly, he was still young. In his teens, and already this strong. In his 20s or 30s, reaching true captain level strength was guaranteed. Maybe this was why the Wizard King had insisted on appointing Ethan as the 10th squad's leader despite opposition. Besides, Ethan continued, both Yuno and I possess a 4-leaf clover grimoire and the power of the elves. If I can be a captain, why can't he? Yuno, step up and speak for yourself. Being called out, Yuno's expression shifted. Honestly, he hadn't expected the opportunity to come so soon. He wasn't mentally prepared, he couldn't even believe it was real. But when he met Ethan's steady gaze, his own heart firmed. That's right. What Ethan has, I have too. If he can be captain, so can I. His goal was to become the Wizard King, but before that, he needed to surpass the strong. The closer he got to them, the closer he came to achieving his dream. Will surpass you, Ethan, and become the next Wizard King. Just you wait. Chapter 72, Chapter 72, New Beginnings. At dawn's light the royal court meeting concluded, and everyone dispersed. Regarding the vacant position of the Golden Dawn's captain, the Wizard King decided to have Yuno temporarily serve as acting captain. If his performance during this probationary period was satisfactory, he would be officially appointed. Ethan had no objections to this arrangement. Whether Yuno succeeded or failed was his own business. As for Ethan, he had his own plans to focus on. Hell, is everyone assembled? At the headquarters of the 10th squad, Dawn's Light. Ethan stood proudly in a sharply tailored uniform, adorned with a luxurious cape and the gleaming insignia of his squad. He looked both commanding and strikingly handsome, carrying an air of maturity and authority. Before him were about 100 recruits, all commoners, lined up in 10 neat rows. Each row had 10 people. For many of them, this was the first time they were seeing Ethan Hayes, the living legend, up close. Yes, a legend. A man who, despite being born a commoner, had carved a path through the nobles and royals' monopoly on power. Now, he stood proudly as a squad captain. The recent tumultuous events in the Clover Kingdom's capital had all been tied to him. To these recruits, he was not just a role model but an ideal to aspire to. Clearing his throat. After a moment's thought, Ethan addressed the crowd, "Welcome to Dawn's Light. Here, there are no biased eyes, no discrimination. The only thing that matters is whether you work hard or watch others succeed because they did. Like every other squad, we have ranks, regular members, elite members, and squad leaders. From this moment on, you all start at the same point. If you wish to rise, to stand out, show results. I will observe each of you for 1 month and assign roles accordingly. Hell, explain the details to them." Hell nodded and stepped forward to outline the rules and expectations. Meanwhile, Ethan clasped his hands behind his back and paced among the recruits, surveying them like a true leader. Among them were young teens and sturdy young men, but none older than 30, a condition Ethan had personally set. Older age meant less potential. Dawn's Light was a brand new squad, it needed youthful vigor, not stale lethargy. Especially this first batch, their quality would decide the squad's future. A path forward, veterans guiding the newcomers, laying a solid foundation for the squad to thrive. About 10 minutes later, after Hell finished speaking, Ethan returned to the front. "Who among you has a spatial attribute?" Immediately, 4 people raised their hands. Spatial magic wasn't exceedingly rare in the Clover Kingdom, but it was still considered special. Having 4 spatial mages out of 100 was an excellent ratio. "You 4, step forward. Everyone else, return to your dormitories, tidy up, and gather here again at the same time tomorrow." The remaining recruits shot the 4 spatial mages envious and jealous looks. It was obvious the captain had something important for them, a rare chance to impress right at the start. Ethan scanned the list and nodded approvingly. "All from the 8th tier. Good, very good." The reason he called for spatial mages was simple: their value far exceeded that of others, at least in his eyes. In Ethan's opinion, spatial magic in this world had been heavily restricted compared to its potential. But no matter how weakened, its core functions remained intact. For instance, long-distance teleportation. Much better than flying around using wind magic himself. He was a squad captain now, a figure of prestige and authority. It would be unfitting for him to lack a luxury ride, so to speak. Listen closely, Ethan continued. Among the four of you, I will choose one to serve as my personal guard. But who earns that spot depends entirely on your own abilities. Personal guard? Hearing that, all four faces lit up with excitement. It might not be a formal military rank, but being constantly by the captain's side had obvious advantages. Even squad leaders would have to show them respect. You're all from the border villages, so you should be familiar with the Black Bull's headquarters, right? Each of you will now open a spatial gate to that location. Whoever completes it the fastest, with the most stable portal and minimal deviation, will be selected. Begin. Ethan pulled out a pocket watch and started timing. He had calculated it beforehand. The straight line distance from Dawn's Light's headquarters to the Black Bull's base was about 26 kilometers. A typical 8th tier spatial mage could manage about 5 kilometers per gate. Meaning each candidate would need to open at least 5 gates to reach the target. The four mages immediately sprang into action. Their grimoires floated beside them as magic gathered. In the blink of an eye, the first spatial tunnel formed. Ethan didn't rush into it. He turned calmly to observe the others. About 3 seconds later, the other three finished creating their portals. But their faces betrayed their disappointment. All three had been slower than the first one. Arlo. Since Arlo was first, let's test his portal first, Ethan said calmly. He stepped into the shimmering gate. Arlo shot a triumphant grin at the others and followed. As the portal vanished, the remaining three looked frustrated. What now? The captain's obviously going to pick him. What can we do? We were slower. Damn it, such a golden opportunity, tch. They grumbled among themselves. Roughly 5 minutes later, the portal reappeared. Ethan stepped out, his expression calm. Arlo's portal construction speed was impressive, barely a second for each jump. But his accuracy was terrible. The fifth and final gate was off by 3 kilometers from the Black Bull's base. And the stability of the spatial tunnel was poor. A small spell could have easily collapsed it. Way too risky, not acceptable. Next, Ethan tested the second and third candidates. But again, he wasn't satisfied. Either the distance between gates was too short, or the construction time and accuracy were unacceptable. Very dissatisfied. Finally, he walked into the fourth candidate's portal. He expected it to be just as disappointing. But when he stepped out on the other side, Ethan froze. His eyes widened in shock, and he instinctively swallowed hard. Chapter 73, Chapter 73. Snow, portals, and accidental trouble. A thick mist filled the room, and the strong scent of body wash rushed up Ethan Hayes' nose. Right in front of him was an eyeful of pale, bare skin, ahem. Even with the steam clouding the air, it couldn't hide that tall, graceful figure. Nor, those death glare eyes that could kill on the spot. Ah! Ethan, go die! Bang! Ethan stumbled out of the bathroom, rubbing his now bright red cheek with a weird little smile on his face. He glanced sideways at Monty, who was wisely covering his eyes with both hands. Not bad. This guy actually placed the portal exit in someone's bathroom. What a wolf! No, what a gentleman! Still, his spatial technique was wildly beyond expectation. Ignoring issues of speed, stability, or misalignment, most mages had to construct their portals 5 times or more before they could even function reliably. Yet Monty had created one on the first try and had crossed 26 kilometers in one go. And more than that, it landed him right in the Black Bull's base, specifically, in Vanessa's bathroom while she was showering. How did he do it? Ethan was genuinely curious. If Monty were like Raids and had reached the 5th domain, it wouldn't be strange. But the guy only had 8th domain magical strength. Monty, decisions made, you're hired. But seriously, how'd you manage to build a spatial tunnel that far on your first try? Oh, that? Easy, Monty said. My grandpa used to send me to the capital to deliver goods. Did it for 5 straight years. You pick up a few tricks. Ethan was stunned, speechless. 5 years? Delivering goods? What were you delivering, tofu? Is your real name Fujiwara Monty? Still, when you thought about it, it wasn't impossible. Magic's like swordplay technique improves with practice. 5 years of repeated use, mixed with your own ideas, this level of control wasn't actually that strange. But even so, his bigger concern now was, what excuse can I come up with to survive this? You've gone too far this time, Ethan Hayes. Vanessa stormed out of the bathroom wrapped in a towel, her face flushed with both anger and embarrassment. The last incident could be explained away, but this time was insane. He warped directly into her shower. Even if he had feelings for her, at least follow basic manners. Take her shopping, grab a coffee, see a movie, then talk about rooms and romance. But you just want to skip everything and go straight to home base. What kind of lunatic thinking is that? Misunderstanding. Big misunderstanding. Ethan waved his hands. I was just testing how far his portal magic could go. I didn't expect it to land here, honestly. The shouting had drawn the rest of the Black Bulls. No way. Ethan, you're even doing sneak attacks now. You're a role model for men everywhere. Finral said with admiration. You jerk. Doing something so shameful. Noel turned beet red and ran off. Of course. My ultimate rival for Wizard King. I'll go sneak up on Sister Lily too. Maybe she'll agree to marry me. Asta shouted, hyped up. As for Captain Yami? Calm as ever, he took a drag from his cigarette and blew out a puff of smoke. You two might as well go get a marriage license already. Ethan. Vanessa. Despite the uproar, Ethan explained the truth in full and even had Monty demonstrate it on the spot. Damn, not bad. 8th domain magic and he can already build portals this precise. Finral, the only other spatial mage in the squad, was genuinely impressed. His own farthest range was 47 kilometers, but that was with 6th domain power. And Monty? Still 8th domain and already pulling this off. Monty, how about joining the Black Bulls? Yami asked casually, already trying to poach him. Finral's been their ride for long enough. Maybe it was time for a new driver. TCH, idiots. None of you get it. My little Marie is still the cutest one of all. Ghosh muttered, pulling out his locket with a picture of his sister and immediately sprayed a nosebleed like a faucet. Ethan's eye twitched. At this rate, is he not going to bleed to death? I'm done with you morons. It's payday, and I'm getting my sister a birthday present. Ghosh left in a dramatic huff. Asta suddenly snapped his fingers. Oh right. I promised Rebecca I'd visit her today. And with that, both of them took off. Ethan furrowed his brow slightly. If memory served, trouble was about to happen soon. But the problem was he wasn't sure anymore. He had already exposed Lick's identity, which meant the entire plotline had gone off track. Well, that might be for the best, he thought. Let's see if the events still unfold the same way. If they didn't, then there was no point in relying on the original storyline anymore. But if they did, then there were still chances to intervene. Like saving the Wizard King. That man's death had always been a major regret for Ethan. He didn't want to play the hero, but a man like that deserved respect. Even if the Wizard King came back to life, his strength had taken a serious hit. It could have been avoided. Asta, wait up. I've got nothing going on right now, and I'm done with all my team duties. I'll come with you for a stroll. The excuse was kind of lame, but Asta wasn't the type to overthink it. With Monty driving the metaphorical car, the trio arrived at their destination in no time. Snow was falling, covering the entire town in a silver blanket. Compared to Catchy Village or Hage Village, this town was definitely more bustling and developed. Before long, they met Rebecca, the girl Asta had mentioned. Whoa, a Fulan sibling caretaker. Ethan's mouth twitched. She had decent looks, clean features, maybe a 7 out of 10. But her setup? Wild. She had a baby strapped to her back, was holding 2 more kids by the hand, and 2 others were tagging along at her side. 3 boys, 2 girls. Who could handle that? At this rate, the dowries for her siblings would cost millions. And that's not even counting the pay or divorce kind of marriages. Chapter 74, Chapter 74 Snowfall Secrets and Shadows in the Dark. How is it, Asta? Not bad, right? Rebecca looked at Asta devouring her food like a tornado, her face flushing slightly with pride. For someone like her parents long gone, raising several siblings on her own, playing both sister and mother, it was hard to be appreciated by most men. But Asta didn't care at all. If anything, he seemed happy to help with the burden. At least from her point of view, that's how it felt. He treated her, and her younger siblings, with genuine kindness. And the children adored Asta. As for Ethan Hayes sitting nearby. Lord Marquis, does the food suit your taste? She asked a bit nervously. It's excellent really. But no need to be so formal. I'm just Asta's friend. Just call me Ethan. He smiled warmly as he continued eating. That's the difference status makes. Once upon a time, he was just some no-name kid from a rural village. No money, no background, no strength. But now? He was the commander of Dawnlight, a full marquis. To someone like Rebecca, a commoner, his status was like a mountaintop. Even those who used to look down on him could only lower their heads and call him Commander Ethan with respect now. But with old friends like Asta, there was no need to put on airs. They were friends, after all. No need to act high and mighty. Asta, you go ahead and eat. Monty, let's go take a walk. Ethan put down his chopsticks and smiled, motioning for Monty to follow him outside. As he left, he glanced subtly at a nearby table. He caught a glimpse of someone he recognized. Noelle? Is she following Asta? Seriously? Shaking his head, Ethan felt a little sour inside. This was probably what they call hidden brilliance, the real-life version of a slow-witted genius. In the original timeline, Asta never really said anything romantic to Noelle, nor showed much interest. Yet she couldn't resist his pull, like a moth to a flame. And it wasn't just her, other girls were slowly being pulled into Asta's orbit too. If it wasn't love, then it was at least admiration. Attraction to his charm, the protagonist aura. Meanwhile, Ethan? Still single as ever. Ugh. I'll put love aside for now. Figuring out whether the plot's gone off track is more important. Ethan stepped into the snowy streets. The weather in the Clover Kingdom was strange, no set seasons. One moment snow, the next sunshine. Good thing the crops here were ridiculously resilient, or else people would have starved to death ages ago. No unusual fluctuations. The snow's natural, Ethan noted mentally after circling the town. His magical sensitivity was incredibly sharp. He could easily tell the difference between naturally occurring phenomena and magically induced ones. Commander, can we head back now? It's freezing out here, Monty whined. Freezing? Don't tell me you don't know how to use magic to stay warm. Ethan gave him a weird look. He's already 8th domain, and he's afraid of the cold? Ah, achoo. How do I do that? I never learned. Ethan sighed. This was a problem. Actually, this was a squad-wide issue. Yes, many of his members had strong raw power, some even 7th domain level. But they were too commoner-like. And that came with a lack of knowledge, education, and awareness. These things weren't power in the typical sense, but in a way, they were more important. For example, a noble from another squad, even one in the 9th domain, could survive a snowstorm for days. But Monty? With his 8th domain power? He'd freeze to death in a day simply because he didn't know how to regulate his body temperature with mana. That kind of magical illiteracy was dangerous. Control your mana, circulate it through your body constantly. It'll form a natural insulation to keep you warm, Ethan instructed. Monty followed his words immediately. His control was decent. He had managed to build a spatial tunnel in one shot, after all. In seconds, his face lit up. Commander, you're amazing. I don't feel cold anymore. Really? Ethan's face twitched. It wasn't that he was amazing. It was that Monty was hopeless. But, why is she following me? Ethan frowned. Through his senses, he picked up Noelle disguised in a red cloak trailing behind him. Shouldn't she be keeping an eye on Asta? Why trail him? Shaking his head, Ethan glanced at the dimming sky. Whatever. Time to head back. When they returned to the diner, Asta and Rebecca were gone. Maybe off on a date. Maybe, even in a hotel somewhere, already rounding the bases. Sleep. Sleep, early sleep means no sudden death. Ethan flopped into bed and drifted into dreamland. He had no idea how much time passed when he suddenly shot up in bed, eyes sharp and alert. A massive magical fluctuation had rippled across the area. Whoosh! Throwing on his coat, Ethan leapt onto the rooftop. The whole town was silent under the snowy blanket. It must have been past 1 or 2 a.m. Yet down on the streets, dozens of footprints were still clearly visible in the untouched snow. Too many to count dozens at least. And far in the distance, through the blizzard, he caught a glimpse of the owners of those prints. They were children, lots of them. So it's still happening? Just like before? Ethan raised an eyebrow, thinking to himself. Strangely enough, this shouldn't have happened. After all, he'd already exposed Lick's identity. If he were licked, he'd be lying low, avoiding attention, keeping his profile hidden. Yet just days later, the enemy was already on the move again? If I can't figure it out now, then I will figure it out. In a flash, Ethan dashed off to follow the tracks. At the same time, inside a remote mountain cave, strange research equipment had been set up almost like modern laboratories. Nearby, dozens of hollow-eyed children stood like puppets. Each one had their mana being drained as they were strapped into magical siphon devices. Brother! Lord Lick told us to lay low. Is this really okay? One of the boys asked nervously. You don't get it, sneered the other. This is live mana. You expect me to just leave it untouched? The older boy Barrow glared at his younger brother, Nej, who was clearly more timid. Sure, Nej was loyal and powerful, but way too soft. And soft people don't survive long. Those who dared, thrived. Those who didn't, starved. What, you think we're gonna live off the wind? Hurry up. These brats have some serious juice, especially that girl, Marie. Her magic level is rare. After this haul, we'll lay low. Unbeknownst to them, Ethan had already arrived, watching everything from the shadows. But he didn't act immediately. Something feels off. There was a nagging sense in his heart that something didn't add up. And until he figured it out, he wouldn't move. Chapter 75, Chapter 75, the trap was set for me, just as that Nej said. Licht had already given them the heads up. So now was the time to lay low and avoid detection by the magic knights. Of course, there were always fools in the group like Barrow, driven by greed, trying to commit crimes under the nose of the enemy. But after what happened with raids, would Licht still tolerate his subordinates acting without restraint? In Ethan Hayes' view, the chance was slim, if not zero. If Licht wasn't tolerating it, then he probably knew exactly what his underlings were up to. He knew, but didn't stop them. That could mean only one thing. A trap? But who's the bait meant for? Furrowing his brows, Ethan ran through the possibilities in his head. Could they be setting a trap specifically for the Magic Knight search squads? Lure them in and wipe them out? No, that would be pointless. Killing off grunts wouldn't change the outcome of the war. If anything, it only further enraged the Clover Kingdom. Then they'd send squad captains, maybe even Magic Knight captains. That wouldn't benefit the Eye of the Midnight Sun at all. And if it wasn't meant for the search parties, then that left only one other target. Me. With a bitter smile, Ethan realized the obvious answer. Of course it was him. After all, it was Ethan who had exposed Lick's identity through careful planning. If their roles were reversed, he'd hate himself too. If they had the chance, of course they'd want him dead. Especially with how rapidly he was growing in strength. If they didn't get rid of him now, he'd soon become a serious threat, a bone too tough to chew. And that would do the Eye of the Midnight Sun no good. So I just have to sit back and watch, hey. Ethan clicked his tongue, clearly annoyed. He wasn't sure if stepping in would turn out the way he expected. But it probably wouldn't be far off. If this really was a trap for him, and he fell for it. He wasn't Lick's match yet. Guess I'll wait a little longer, maybe Asta and the others will show up soon. Fighting with backup would be much easier. That's what Ethan hoped. But Asta didn't arrive. Instead, someone completely unexpected did. Ethan! What are you doing out here in the middle of the night? Noelle's voice boomed through the open cavern. Ethan's expression immediately twisted like someone constipated. Just his luck. Of all people, it had to be her. Who's there? Barrow shouted suspiciously, and Nedge immediately pulled out his grimoire, readying himself. Ethan stepped out from behind the corner, glaring daggers at Noelle. Why was she out here in the middle of the night instead of sleeping? Why follow him? Who are all these kids? Looking around, Noelle finally realized she might have just blown Ethan's cover. But hey, not her fault. It was the middle of the night and he was sneaking around. She was just curious. Okay. We'll talk later. I'll handle these two, get the kids out of here and treat them. Now that things had escalated, Ethan had no time for blame. He could only say, hell of a time to show up. His grimoire flew open, and before Noelle could respond, he vanished from sight. Wind creation magic storm fang. A surge of magic condensed and shot forth. Suddenly, fierce winds erupted inside the cave. A white tornado screamed toward the two enemies with terrifying force. Snow creation magic mountain giant. Boom! A thunderous crash. The raging wind dragon clashed with a towering snowman. Ordinary snow wouldn't have stood a chance. But Nedge, timid as he was no weakling in magic. His mana rivaled that of a squad vice-captain between the 5th and 6th realms. Still, to Ethan Hayes, that wasn't enough. Too slow. Like a gust of wind given form, Ethan darted between the colliding magics and reached Nedge's side in a flash. Wind magic's greatest strength was speed and sharpness. He wouldn't waste time in a magic slugfest. If he could finish a fight in one move, why waste 10? Wind creation magic tempest blades. Gentle breezes turned into countless razor-sharp wind blades. Nedge, just finishing his spell, was wide-eyed in panic. Too fast. Ethan had crossed 100 meters in an instant. This wasn't like any opponent he'd faced before. Whoosh! Whoosh! Blades flew in from every direction. Nedge barely had time to throw up a full-body mana shield to reduce the damage. But Ethan specialized in blitz combat, he wouldn't give him a second to breathe. Bang! Ethan's foot slammed into Nedge's chest. He wasn't as freakishly strong as Asta, but still far from weak. The kick sent Nedge crashing into the stone wall, buried deep into it like a broken statue. Not even a crowbar could dig him out easily. The whole battle hadn't even lasted 10 seconds. Barrow, watching from the sidelines, was completely stunned. Nej! Nej! What the hell are you doing? Get up and fight! Protect your big brother! Panicked, Barrow slowly backed away as Ethan turned to him. Sure, he had a grimoire too. But if this guy could take out Nej in 10 seconds, Barrow figured he'd be toast in one. No ambush. Ethan narrowed his eyes at the trembling Barrow. Still, he kept his guard up and scanned the surroundings. But nothing. No hidden enemies waiting to strike while he was distracted. Noel, take the kids out. And go notify the magic knights. Have them sweep the area thoroughly. Make sure no one slips away. Got it. Be careful. Noel nodded, gathering the children and heading toward the cave's exit. But in the next second, Ethan jumped in front of her and raised a wall of wind. Wind creation magic gale barrier. Clang! A sharp, metallic sound rang out like clashing steel. Noel's eyes widened in shock. Dozens of golden light swords rained down like a deadly storm. If not for Ethan's quick reflexes, she and every child behind her would have been turned into pincushions. Dead on the spot. Chapter 76, Chapter 76, The Speed of Light Licked. There was no need to guess. Just seeing the golden light swords was enough for Ethan Hayes to know who it was. He'd guessed right, this was bait. There was an ambush. But the enemy hadn't been hiding nearby. No, they had been lying in wait thousands of miles away, only to teleport here instantly using spatial magic. Raids. I didn't expect you to return like a beaten dog, Ethan said mockingly, eyes narrowing at the figure beside Licht. He truly hadn't expected this. After all, he had practically succeeded in turning raids against them. By all logic, raids should no longer be working with the eye of the midnight Sunday. And yet... Ethan Hayes! You lied to me. You never caught Catherine. You were lying the entire time. Raids' face was twisted in anger and confusion. Back then, why had he betrayed the eye of the midnight sun? Because Ethan had told him Catherine had confessed everything. He had even seen her, tied up and apparently subjected to all kinds of interrogation and torment by hundreds of soldiers. But it was all fake. When he went back to search for Walter and the others, Catherine was right there, safe and sound. Oh, so it's my fault now? You were just too dumb to realize it, Ethan sneered, dismissing his magic. By now, Noel had led the children deep into a crevice in the cave. That left Ethan free to go all out. So, should I call you Vengeance? Or Licht? No, maybe I should say Potoli. At that, the faint smile on Licht's face finally disappeared, and his brow furrowed. Ethan really did know a lot. Even his true identity. But, how? You must be wondering how I know so much. Well, I'll tell you, it's whoosh. Ethan's body vanished, leaving only a windswept afterimage behind. This opponent wasn't like the others. Potoli, an elf. Even if he hadn't yet completed a full elf reincarnation and lacked the elven power-up, he already possessed a 4-leaf grimoire. His strength was terrifying. Among the 9 magic knight squads, barely anyone could even match him, let alone win. And if he wanted to flee? No one would be able to stop him. Because he wielded the same attribute as the first Wizard King Light. Riding the wind, Ethan surged forward with a spiraling ball of wind magic condensed in his hand. From Potoli's expression, he was still listening, curious, perhaps about how Ethan knew his true identity. And in that brief moment, Ethan's spiral gale slammed into Potoli's chest. Lord Licht! Raids' alarmed voice came too late. He hadn't expected Ethan's speed to increase again in just a few days. But even more surprising, Potoli's speed was even faster. Ethan hadn't hit him at all. What he struck was an afterimage. Too slow, Potoli's voice whispered at his ear. Ethan's heart sank. He instantly pushed his speed to its absolute peak, trying to dodge and reposition. As expected. Wind may be fast but light is faster. Even with the element of surprise and verbal distraction, Ethan still couldn't land a hit. So fast, is this Ethan's real strength? Hiding in the crevice with the children, Noelle stared in awe at the midair battle. This was the third time she had seen Ethan fight in person. The first was during the border mission back then. He had already shown strength far beyond someone his age. The second was during the 9 squad competition. He fought alone against 8 elite squad members and won. Each time, his attacks had been swift and deadly. But this third time, the enemy was faster. Faster than Ethan. That scared her. As a royal, she wasn't clueless. She knew enough about battle to understand, Ethan's true edge came from his speed. Strong opponents weren't the problem. Even she, with her immense mana, could match someone at the 6th realm or nearly reach the 5th. But so what? Her terrible control meant her attacks rarely landed. All that power was useless if you couldn't hit your target. Ethan, on the other hand, always hit. His speed made him nearly impossible to target, and his counterattacks were impossible to predict. But now, that advantage was gone. The enemy was faster. Zing! Zing! Dozens of golden light swords appeared in midair, raining down like divine spears of judgment. Wind creation magic domain. Faced with such overwhelming firepower, Ethan didn't dare take it lightly. His domain expanded, heightening his senses to the extreme. Swish! The swords fell. Ethan, now sweating, darted through the storm of blades, dodging by a hair's breadth each time. Fast. Unrealistically fast. This wasn't like wind blades or flying gravel, these were beams of light. And how fast was light? 300,000 kilometers per second. Even if Patoli wasn't using even 1/10,000th of true light speed, in the world of Clover Kingdom, this was still the fastest magic possible. Even with his domain enhancing his reactions, Ethan couldn't avoid all the strikes. He took a hit. This is my blood. Touching his cheek, he stared at the golden liquid on his fingertips in confusion. This was the first time he'd ever been wounded. The first time he'd seen his own blood. Since childhood, his body had always been unusual. His mana grew exponentially year after year, and even his physique was tougher than normal. A regular knife couldn't even break his skin without great effort. But now, blood. And it wasn't red. Golden blood. Patoli blinked, stunned by the shimmering liquid leaking from Ethan's wounds. Human blood was red. What was this? Was he not human? Chapter 77, Chapter 77 The speed of light versus the fury of wind. What exactly are you? Licht asked with a furrowed brow, voice heavy with suspicion. What the hell kind of question is that? Ethan was speechless. I'm not something. You're the damn thing here. He honestly wished he knew the answer. But sadly, he was completely in the dark about it. Still, this probably had something to do with his origin coming from across the ocean. I wonder if Yami Sukiro, who also came from overseas, had golden blood like me. Though in the original story, I think his blood was red, wasn't it? Unable to make sense of it, Ethan decided to let it go. Right now, the priority wasn't unraveling the mystery of his golden blood, it was figuring out how to deal with Licht. Spirit magic, spirit descent. A tremendous surge of wind elements gathered around him. To wear the crown, you must bear its weight. In the blink of an eye, Ethan entered spirit assimilation. This was the strongest spell in his arsenal. Even so, a sense of unease stirred in his heart. The difference in magical might between him and Licht was at least an entire tier. And worse still, Licht's light magic was faster than Ethan's wind magic. Whoosh! Whoosh! There was no warning, no hesitation. They collided in an instant. Instead of engaging in a long-range chase, Ethan charged forward, closing the gap. In a fight where he had no advantage in speed and was even at a disadvantage, timing became everything. Pure defense would only let the opponent gain momentum. He had to take the initiative. Boom! Boom! The entire cave echoed with bursts of magical impact like a storm of firecrackers. Their movements were a blur like a flash of wind striking against a beam of light. Even Noelle stared in stunned silence. Even Raids's eyelids twitched in disbelief. This young man, he's going toe-a-toe with our leader? If he has just a few more years to grow, he might reach the heavens themselves. Light creation magic judgment whip. Light elements surged and condensed. In a flash, several glowing whips, soft and serpentine like ribbons, danced protectively around Licht. The area of effect wasn't huge, but the radiant whips floated around him in constant motion, forming a rotating barrier that forced Ethan to retreat and dodge carefully. TCH, tough opponent. As Ethan flew across the cavern's airspace, his expression was grim. He had run into a natural counter. If it were anyone else, anyone without light magic, he wouldn't be struggling this much. Even against any of the Magic Knight squad captains, this fight would have been easier. But without the edge and speed, neither ranged combat nor close quarters battle worked in his favor. Right now, he was holding steady, but spirit assimilation had a time limit. And once that time was up, escape might no longer be an option. Wind creation magic storm tower. Whirl. In a single instant, 5 cyclones erupted within the cave. Fierce magical energy twisted and surged, sending sand and rock flying across the battlefield. The storm obscured vision, making it hard to see anything clearly. But to Ethan it didn't matter. He had activated his combat sensory magic, a refined perception technique he had developed through intense training. With it, he could sense even the faintest trace of mana and movement in his surroundings. Eyes were no longer necessary. Licht, on the other hand, did not possess a magic domain or enhanced sensory field. He relied purely on the instantaneous acceleration of light magic, not fine-tuned reactions. Trying to ambush me through the sandstorm, are you? Seeing his visibility drop, Licht quickly realized Ethan's tactic. It was clever. The approach made sense. But Licht wasn't limited to speed alone, his magic held much more power than that. Shing! The whirling sand split apart. A blade of wind had cut through, aiming straight for Licht just 5 millimeters away. But a heartbeat later, Ethan realized the strike had missed. Licht was even faster than before. Whoosh! Ethan melted back into the sandstorm like a shadow, slipping between whirlwinds like a silent assassin. He waited. With his combat sensory magic fully active, he could pinpoint Licht's exact location, tracking every pulse of mana. 1 strike. 2 strikes. 3. Each one missed by just a moment, each one almost landed. Ethan understood now basic ambushes wouldn't work. But that was also what he wanted Licht to think. It's pointless, Licht called out, calm and confident. This storm may hinder my reaction slightly, but the moment you enter my line of sight, your attack will fail. Wind may be fast, but light is always faster. He smiled, the corners of his mouth curling with self-assurance. He had once fought the Wizard King Julius himself. How could he possibly fall to Ethan? Defeat? Impossible. Even being wounded would be a disgrace. Whoosh! Ethan didn't respond. He charged in a 4th time, undeterred. The wind blade in his hand cut through the swirling sand as he launched another full-speed assault at Licht. But Licht didn't retreat. This time, he didn't dodge, he countered. Light creation magic blade of conviction. Golden light flared to life in the dim haze of wind and dust. From the entrance of the cave, Noelle's heart skipped a beat. Another clash of life and death was happening inside. She gritted her fists tightly in concern. Ethan's victory or defeat didn't just determine his fate, it determined hers, and that of the children hiding nearby. But against the leader of the Eye of the Midnight Sunday. Can he really win? Boom! A deep explosion echoed through the cavern. Noelle and Raids both froze. That sound, they hadn't heard it before. Before either of them could process what had happened, a figure burst out of the sandstorm like a cannonball, crashing hard into the stone wall of the cave. When the dust settled, Noelle's eyes lit up with joy while Raids' heart skipped in shock. Chapter 78, Chapter 78. No retreat, no regrets. Licked. How is this possible? Raids stared wide-eyed at the figure deeply embedded into the stone wall of the cave, his face twisted in disbelief. Just moments ago, Licked had the upper hand. Ethan might have been fast, but Licked was even faster. So how did he end up smashed into a wall in the blink of an eye? Whoosh! A sharp gust of wind scattered the lingering sandstorm. Countless blades of wind poured down from above like a flood. They were so sharp that even steel would be sliced in half. Boom! Licked! Raids cried out involuntarily. Because from start to finish, Licked never reappeared from the storm. His entire body had been engulfed by that terrifying barrage of wind blades. Did it work? Noelle stared forward, barely daring to breathe. Her heart was pounding in her throat. She desperately wanted to help, but deep down, she knew that if she stepped forward, she'd only be a burden. And the children behind her still needed her protection. Spirit creation magic spirit clone. As the dust settled, Ethan's figure slowly emerged from the sandstorm. But this time, he wasn't alone. One on the left, one on the right. Two identical Ethans stood side by side. They looked exactly the same in appearance, in presence, and in mana. There was only one conclusion: both were real. The two Ethans remained alert, warily scanning the area with grim expressions. Clearly, the battle wasn't over. Where is he? Ethan's sharp eyes swept across the battlefield. His combat sensory magic was running at full capacity. The success of the previous blow was all thanks to a misdirection strategy, drawing attention one way while attacking from another. He had used the spirit clone to launch a frontal feint, while his real body struck from the blind side. But even then, Licked had managed to dodge the fatal hit at the last second. Now, Ethan had to stop thinking about how to defeat Licked. He had to start thinking about how to escape. His spirit assimilation time was nearly up. Wind creation magic storm tower. Reusing the same tactic, Ethan whipped up a massive tornado from the ground. Using the swirling sand and wind as cover, he slipped away and appeared at Noelle's side the next second. We need to go. I'm running out of time. He reached out and grabbed Noelle's arm, preparing to retreat. But Noelle hesitated. What about them? What about the children? Ethan looked toward the side. The group of young children stared back at him with wide, terrified eyes. He knew if he and Noelle left now, those kids had no chance of surviving. A storm raged inside his heart, divine instinct versus human compassion. If it were Asta or Yuno, what would they do? Ethan let out a bitter smile. There was no doubt Asta or Yuno would have stood their ground. That was their character, undaunted, fearless, ready to sacrifice everything for what they believed in. If Julius Novacrano was the wizard king of the present, then Asta and Yuno were the ones destined to inherit that mantle, not because of power, but because of their will to protect. But Ethan, he couldn't do it. This wasn't some hot-blooded anime where shouting a few lines activated buffs or summoned backup. If they didn't leave now, they'd all be cornered and killed. He struggled, his face twisted with emotion. But before he could finish speaking, the sandstorm suddenly split apart. Crack! A glowing whip of light, flexible and serpentine like a viper, lashed toward them out of nowhere. Water creation magic sea dragon's nest. A massive surge of mana erupted from Noelle's body. A swirling water barrier enveloped the entire group in an instant. She still couldn't accurately aim her offensive spells, but when it came to defensive magic, she was fully capable. Damn it! Ethan's expression turned grim. Now they couldn't even run. Those few seconds of hesitation had cost him his chance to escape. Screw it! If there's no way out, then I'll go down fighting. Spirit magic sigh of the wind spirit. Sometimes, it's the reckless that scare you more than the brave. In his rage, Ethan's magic output surged to an entirely new level. The violent wind magic tore through the radiant whip, shattering it into glowing fragments. The aftershock didn't stop, it surged forward and slammed into Licht like a crashing wave. Impressive. Clutching his wounded left shoulder, Licht's expression turned feral. To think someone at the 4th domain level, using wind magic no less, could actually wound me. Ethan Hayes, I truly wish I could tear you apart. He had only gotten injured because he'd let his guard down, curious to test Ethan's power. Otherwise, with his light magic and 3rd domain strength, he shouldn't have been hurt at all. But it wasn't too late. That burst of 4th domain power from Ethan was only temporary. After fighting this long, he should be at his limit. Master! I can't go on, hang in there, please, survive. Zephyr's faint voice echoed in his mind. Ethan felt despair creeping in. The glowing crown on his head and wings of light on his back flickered and then vanished. Spirit assimilation had ended. He had fallen back to his original 5th domain strength. No. Seeing him in that state, Noelle's heart dropped. If she hadn't hesitated earlier, maybe they'd have already escaped. But now, even Ethan had no strength left. They were going to be buried together here. I'm sorry, Ethan. Don't. If you're going to blame something, blame me, for not being cruel enough. Ethan shook his head, eyes bitter. If he'd been colder, he wouldn't have come back for Noelle. He could have escaped alone, using the storm as cover. If he'd been heartless, he wouldn't have hesitated when he saw the kid's terrified eyes. But he wasn't a monster. He was human. And if death was coming, then he'd face it head-on. Chapter 79, Chapter 79 The Mirror of Resolve facing Licht, the 4-leaf clover grimoire of fire magic hovered to Ethan Hayes' side. Having lost the advantage of speed, all he could do now was defend. Wind creation magic gale barrier. Fire creation magic wall of blazing flames. Shing! Shing! 2 layers of magic formed a protective wall before him, bracing against the relentless rain of light swords. Behind him, Noelle raised Sea Dragon's cradle to aid Ethan in his defense. But this was only a temporary fix. Defending forever was a dead end. Neither of them had enough mana left to maintain a standoff with Licht. And yet, they had no other choice. I'm so scared. Are we gonna die here? Mom! Dad, where are you? The children behind them began to cry uncontrollably, overwhelmed by the fear. Though young, they weren't stupid. They could tell something was wrong. That cool older brother, after changing clothes, suddenly seemed weak and unsure. Clearly, this wasn't going well. And that pretty big sister? Sure, she was beautiful, but from the moment the fight started, she hadn't even landed a blow. She seemed useless. And as for themselves? Completely powerless. TCH. A decision flashed through Ethan's mind. His eyes turned sharp with resolve. Noelle, I'll try to keep him occupied. You run. As for the kids, you decide whether to take them or not. With that, Ethan shot out of the defensive shield, launching himself into the air again. He knew running wouldn't work. Licht would chase him down without mercy. Until death. But the others, Noelle at least still had a chance. He had to do the math. If someone had to die, better to give Noelle a sliver of hope. That way, even if he was gone, maybe during some festival, or on the 1st or 15th of the month, someone would burn incense for him. Because worse than death, is being forgotten. Wind creation magic boots of the gale. Fire creation magic blazing spiral bullet. With wind at his feet and fire swirling in his hand, Ethan charged forward like a comet. The spiral of flame blazed and spun violently, its destructive force immense. If it hit, even Licht, who had stepped into the 3rd realm, would be injured. But, under the effects of elf assimilation, Licht barely took him seriously anymore. With a flicker, Licht dodged and instantly appeared behind Ethan. Light creation magic blade of condemnation. Shing! Shing! The blazing spiral dissipated. Ethan's eyes widened as he looked down. The tip of a light sword had pierced straight through his torso. A wave of numbness washed over him. His thoughts blurred. His eyelids turned heavy. Ethan! Noelle screamed in panic. She stared up at the figure skewered midair, his body bathed in holy light. As he began to fall, she rushed forward with trembling steps. Thud! His body hit the ground like a lifeless fish, kicking up a cloud of dust. Golden blood poured from his mouth and stomach, quickly staining the earth around him. He hadn't even managed to stall Licht for a second. That was the difference between their levels. Between their attributes. But so what? He had known the moment he charged that this wouldn't end well. It's just, why didn't you run? Through his fading vision, Ethan saw Noelle's tear-streaked face rushing toward him. Maybe this was what set him apart from the heroes in those anime. They fight even knowing they can't win. They never back down, even when they know they'll die. They don't abandon others. They don't give up. It might seem foolish. But it was also honorable. At least, he wouldn't have nightmares tonight. At least his conscience would rest easy. But in exchange, he had to pay with his life. Ethan! Ethan, please don't die. You can't die! Noelle cried, holding his limp hand. The moment he dashed forward, she had felt something inside her shatter. Only now did she realize that was the mask she had worn all her life. The mask of strength. The mask of indifference. Ethan wasn't just a friend. He was the person she liked. Light magic judgment ray. A beam of holy light surged from Licht's hand, aimed directly at the two figures on the ground. To Licht, it wasn't cruelty. It was justice. What humans had done to his kind, the elves, this didn't even begin to compare. Ethan's golden blood hinted at a mysterious identity, yes. But he had stood in Licht's way. And for that, there was only one verdict. Vanish. Zayop. Mana surged. The golden beam fired down like a laser cannon. At that moment, Ethan felt peace. No dreams of becoming Wizard King. No obsession with strength. His mind was calm like a still lake. Noelle gripped his weak hand tightly, ready to meet the divine yet deadly light together. Boom! The ground quaked. But the beam of light suddenly veered off course, smashing into the cave wall beside them. This wasn't Licht toying with them. It was deflected. Noelle opened her eyes in shock, staring at the massive mirror that now stood before them. Gosh, she gasped. There was only one person in their squad who used mirror magic, Gosh Adlai. But the moment her eyes fell back on Ethan's bloody form, her hope dimmed again. Gosh couldn't use healing magic. Even if he could, Ethan's wounds were likely beyond saving. And besides, was Gosh just throwing his life away now? Gosh, don't worry about us. You can't beat him. Get out of here. Get out? Where would he even run to? Gosh knew full well how powerful the enemy was. Ethan's condition alone said it all. But he couldn't leave. He wouldn't. His eyes locked onto the terrified children huddled near the cave wall. He didn't care about the others. Never had. But his sister Marie was among them. Dust-covered, bruised, and scared. They dared to hurt his precious, adorable little sister? You all call me a siskin. Fine. Today, I'll show you the fury of a maniacal siskin. Chapter 80, Chapter 80, Mirrors and Judgments. Mirror magic reflection, light. Zing. 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 With a sudden surge of mana, dozens of mirrors manifested midair within the cave, completely encircling Licht. Take a good look at yourself in the mirror. What are you exactly, to dare bully my precious Marie? Whoosh! As Ghosh spoke, the mirrors all glowed and fired beams of light simultaneously. Each beam struck another mirror, bouncing and refracting, crisscrossing the space in a deadly web of light. Licht found himself overwhelmed, unable to counterattack, only barely dodging the reflected beams. Light creation magic, sword of conviction. Mirror magic, total reflection. Licht tried to launch a counterattack, but Ghosh wasn't giving him a moment's rest. The fury over Marie seemed to have given Ghosh a power-up, his intensity pushed to the limit. A massive mirror formed before him. No matter how many light swords Licht hurled, each and every one was reflected back with equal force. It's working! Seeing this, Noelle's eyes lit up with hope. Why had Ethan Hayes lost? It was because the speed of wind magic couldn't match light magic. In other words, he had lost due to elemental disadvantage. If not for that, if both were on equal footing in terms of speed, she truly believed Ethan wouldn't have lost to Licht. Likewise, when it came to Ghosh's mirror magic, light magic was being completely countered, no, utterly restrained. Even children knew that mirrors reflected light. Whoosh! 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 Licht moved swiftly, trying to dodge the beams, but he knew well, his element was being completely suppressed. That didn't mean he was out of options. Light magic's greatest strength was its speed, not just in attacks, but in movement as well. Mirrors could reflect light but not people. Light restraint magic, chains of judgment. Licht vanished in a blink and reappeared behind Ghosh. Noelle had just opened her mouth to shout a warning, but she was too late. Dozens of mirrors hanging midair suddenly vanished. With his magic bound by the glowing ropes, Ghosh could no longer cast spells. Don't worry. I won't kill you. We're the same kind, after all. We're nothing alike. Let me go. I need to avenge Marie. Ghosh roared, but the light chains held fast. He was powerless to break free. Licht then turned his gaze toward Noelle and the barely breathing Ethan lying on the ground. You too, though, you're human. And that means you must die. Gathering mana in his hands, Licht aimed at them. But the next instant, he vanished. Boom! A raging whirlwind descended from above, slamming into the spot where Licht had just been standing. 4 figures dropped down through the crack in the cave ceiling. 3 of them wore matching uniforms and emblems, clearly from the same squad. From between the clouds, a golden sun rose. Golden dawn had arrived. You know. Licht frowned at the familiar face. Though he and William Van Jans shared a body, their memories were intertwined. Van Jans held Yuno in high regard, second only to Ethan Hayes. Van Jans? No. You're the leader of the Eye of the Midnight Sun, Licht. Yuno narrowed his eyes at the floating figure in the air. As acting squad captain, if he wanted to be officially promoted, he needed real achievements. So his first order had been to lead the effort in hunting down the Eye of the Midnight Sun himself. Originally, he wasn't supposed to be here, but on the way, he ran into Asta, who had come seeking help due to the missing children. By sheer coincidence, it led him right to this confrontation. But Mimosa, start healing Ethan now. Before Yuno even finished speaking, Mimosa had already opened her grimoire. A wave of life energy spread out. A floral cocoon formed from vines and petals enveloped Ethan Hayes. As his rival, Yuno knew all too well the extent of Ethan's strength. Even with all his effort, sweat, and mastery of elven transformation, Yuno doubted he could overpower Ethan himself, let alone leave him in such a near-death state. But the truth was right there, Licht had managed it. This enemy was not to be underestimated. Asta, Klaus, let's go. The enemy might be strong, but backing down wasn't even an option. If they could defeat the enemy that Ethan couldn't, it would mean they had surpassed him. Spirit magic, spirit assimilation. Without hesitation, Yuno instantly entered spirit form. His strength, originally at the 6th tier, soared, approaching the 4th tier's shadow domain. Beside him, Klaus launched his steel magic, conjuring massive iron spikes. Asta, of course, leapt forward with his demon slayer sword in hand. He couldn't use magic, but this was his way of showing resolve. Meanwhile, Mimosa, still trying to heal Ethan, dripped sweat the size of marbles. He was too badly injured. So badly injured it was hard to believe he was even still alive. Even though she was giving it her all, she couldn't stop the bleeding, let alone begin true healing. A minute? No, maybe 30 seconds. If things stayed this way, Ethan's soul would soon depart this world. Is he? How is he, Mimosa? Noelle's voice trembled as she asked. When Mimosa gave a helpless shake of her head, her heart sank. Dead. Just like that? Noelle felt like she was dreaming. No, it had to be a dream. How could someone so brilliant, so dazzling like starlight, fall so suddenly? People like him should shine forever, a light hung in the sky for all time. I don't believe it. I won't believe it. Noelle broke down, screaming uncontrollably. But Mimosa, who hadn't given up, suddenly noticed something odd. Ethan's blood, it was golden? And it had already been over a minute, why hadn't he died? There's still a thread of life, but it's faint, like a candle in the wind. As she focused, Mimosa realized something truly strange. Normally, when someone is dying, their life force leaks away like water from a broken bucket. But Ethan's life force had stabilized, it wasn't leaking anymore. She'd never seen anything like this before. Gritting her teeth, she unleashed even more healing magic. She tried to build on that tiny spark to nurture and strengthen it. But it didn't grow. It didn't fade either. It was as if it had become stone, resisting all influence. Chapter 81, Chapter 81, Divine Awakening. The battle between Asta and Klaus raged on. Driven by Ethan Hayes' example from before, the trio fought with fierce determination. Klaus aside, both and Asta were far stronger than they had been in the original timeline. Had already mastered the spirit magic he was only supposed to unlock during the Royal Knight's selection exam. Although Asta hadn't entered his devil form, his agility was unmatched. With his ability to sense intent fully mastered, he skillfully disrupted his enemy's timing. And when combined with the threat of his anti-magic sword, the trio managed to gain the upper hand for a while. Meanwhile, Ethan Hayes' condition was extremely delicate. With such grave injuries, even if he didn't die, he should have at least fallen unconscious. But he was very aware more than ever. He could still sense everything happening around him, and the others battling fiercely. Mimosa healing him with urgency. Noelle standing nearby, tears streaming down her face, filled with sorrow. But none of that mattered. What did matter was that something had awakened in his mind, not something new, but something that had always been there, etched into his bloodline. His near-death state had triggered something dormant in his unique golden blood. In that moment, no one had to tell him, he simply knew. The truth behind the golden glow of his blood, divine bloodline. It sounded awe-inspiring, and indeed, it was. Within this divine bloodline lay a mysterious and powerful force. Only now did Ethan understand why his magic power grew exponentially year after year, why his control over it felt so natural and fluid. It was all thanks to the divine blood coursing through his veins. And that wasn't all. Locked within the divine blood were fragments of genes, each one containing hidden knowledge or power, though most remained dim, locked in chains. Only 2 of them shone with light, signaling they could be awakened. Outside, everyone played their role, some fought, some cried, and some desperately tried to save lives. But time was turning against them. Despite their earlier advantage, Asta and Klaus were beginning to falter. After fighting Ethan Hayes before, Potoli now fully understood how wind magic operated both offensively and defensively. To be honest, although was fast, Ethan had been faster in his spirit assimilation form, and his magic output had been stronger too. If it were a Oneo, unlike with Ethan, Potoli could have easily dealt with using his light magic. But the real threat wasn't Klaus, who had been hammering at him all along. It was Asta, charging at him with the Demon Dweller sword. That sword once belonging to the real Licht was no ordinary weapon. Even the black five-leaf grimoire in Asta's hands had once belonged to Licht. Potoli knew its power well. If struck by it, even the Wizard King himself would suffer because this was the one thing that could suppress their magic completely. No exceptions. But now, seeing Yuno collapse from exhaustion, falling out of his spirit assimilation form, Potoli's lips curled into a small smile. Yuno had posed the greatest threat with his speed and agility. Without him, the rest were easy targets. "Watch out, Klaus!" Yuno shouted, but he was a step too late. In his transformed state, he might have made it in time. But now he couldn't keep up. Shing! A light sword pierced through the air. Klaus managed to summon a steel plate just in time to block it, but it still skewered his left shoulder. He collapsed, powerless. "There's no time to worry about others now." Potoli's voice echoed near Yuno's ear. After striking Klaus down, he launched himself toward Yuno at high speed. Boom! A savage kick sent Yuno flying like a cannonball into the mountainside, raising a cloud of dust. Still gripping his Demon Dweller sword, Asta pulled out the Demon Slayer sword too. With fearless eyes, he charged forward, roaring. Too slow. To Potoli, Asta's movements were turtle-like. If it hadn't been for Yuno distracting him earlier, Asta would have fallen long ago. But it still wasn't too late. Swish! Swish! In a few blinks, Potoli intercepted Asta's path. Asta could read intent, yes, but reading and reacting were two different things. His mind kept up, but his body couldn't. That was the flaw. Potoli's light whips cracked across Asta, sending him crashing far away with a cry of pain. In less than 30 seconds, their advantage had completely collapsed. Mimosa, who was still healing Ethan, felt her heart sink. At this rate, they were all going to die here. "You're not going any closer." Suddenly, Noelle stepped in front of Ethan and Mimosa, staff raised to stop the slowly approaching Potoli. Her wand was specially designed to enhance magic control, but in her eyes, it felt useless. No matter how hard she trained, her spells never hit their targets. As Ethan often teased, she was like a walking Red Cross nurse. A natural saint, the sixth teammate of legend. She didn't fully understand his jokes. But she desperately wanted to hear them again. "I always believed magic wasn't meant to hurt people. But if it's to protect those I care about, then magic must be used to hurt. Water creation magic, sea dragon's roar." Her staff aimed forward, magic converging into a mighty surge. Noelle's eyes gleamed with resolve as a colossal sea dragon roared to life, magnificent and terrifying. But Potoli didn't react. From Vengeance's shared memories, he knew all about Noelle. Royal blood, huge mana pool but zero control. Her magic looked scary, but it never hit. Still, as the sea dragon surged toward him, something felt off. It was on course. It wasn't veering off like it used to. Could she have surpassed her limits? Boom! The sea dragon struck directly, perfect aim. Noelle let out a pure smile from her heart. "You really broke your limits. Too bad it'll be your first, and last." Potoli's voice echoed in the air. Despite the sea dragon's speed, he was faster. Even caught off guard, he dodged effortlessly. A light sword appeared in his hand. Expressionless, he pointed it at Noelle. The sword of conviction flew at her, swift and deadly. Not even a full second, no, half a second, and she'd be pierced through, falling just like Ethan. But just as the sword reached within a centimeter of her chest, a left-hand skin like white jade, delicate as lotus root, caught the blade midair. Its fingers, like steel chains, locked it down. As if what it caught wasn't a sword of light but a sparrow flying by. Chapter 82, Chapter 82, God Returns Nanny. Potoli's pupils shrank at the scene before him. His condemning light sword had been caught by someone's hand? This. Even Noelle, the victim here, parted her red lips slightly in shock, her eyes filled with disbelief. Yes, Patoli was clearly a villain, but power never discriminated between good and evil. His light magic was so fast that even calling it instantaneous felt too slow. And now, that kind of magic had actually been caught by hand? It was simply unbelievable. Staring at the man before her, long black hair cascading over his shoulders, a water drop-shaped mark on his forehead, Patoli frowned and barked, "Who are you?" Noelle also had no idea. She searched her memories but found not even a fragment of recognition. His long hair was unusual enough, but his face shockingly handsome. His skin was so flawless it made even her, a girl, feel envious. But more than that, he looked oddly familiar. "You're asking who I am? Wasn't I just lying over there?" Following the man's gaze, Patoli felt like he was being messed with. Lying over there? Wasn't that Ethan Hayes lying there? But the next moment, his expression froze. The Ethan who had been lying on the ground vanished like drifting sand in a breeze. This startled Mimosa, who had been desperately healing him. What the how could someone just disappear like that? Even death shouldn't be this dramatic. "Correction, I'm not lying there anymore," the man said with a grin, "I'm standing right here." A slight curl of the lips, and Ethan Hayes smiled broadly. He had never expected to survive that. After all, Patoli's previous attack had struck his vital points. Realistically, only the Wizard King could have saved him by rewinding time with time magic. But fate was never limited to one outcome. His divine bloodline had given him another possibility. From that bloodline, the fragmented genes within it helped him find a way to survive. Power of the Dragon Vein. That was the ability contained in one of those fragments. It could bring him back from the brink of death, restoring him fully in health and power. But it wasn't invincibility. Revival took time. If not for Gauche and Yuno holding Patoli off for a while, Ethan would have been finished off already. Also, the power of the Dragon Vein could only be used 3 times in one lifetime. After that, death would truly be final. But that wasn't the only benefit of the divine bloodline. During his near-death state, he had initiated his transformation into a divine body, shedding mortality to step toward true divinity. He could feel the difference within himself. No, it wasn't that his skin was better or he looked more handsome. It was that his body no longer held magic power. Or rather, the form of energy had changed. In the Clover Kingdom, aside from rare exceptions like Asta, everyone was born with at least one magic attribute: wind, lightning, water, etc. Their internal magic aligned with that attribute. That's why mages couldn't use magic outside their attribute, not even the Wizard King. But now, Ethan felt like he had broken that natural law. The energy inside him was now chaotic and undefined, yet could change attributes at his will. Yuno and Asta, battered and crawling out of a crater, saw what was happening and completely froze. Zzzzz, Ethan raised a finger. Blue lightning serpents danced on his fingertip. Then he opened his hand, forming a sphere of water that shifted shapes as he wished. One by one, spells of different elements formed in his palms like a child playing with toys. Everyone watching was stunned. "Hey, Yuno, did I count that right? How many types of magic did he just use?" I don't know. Looked like over 20. What? That's impossible. How can one person possess that many attributes? Even Patoli was wide-eyed, unable to believe it. As a member of the elf tribe, they prided themselves as heaven's favorites, magic's chosen children. And truthfully, that was often the case. Compared to humans, their magic aptitude and power were on a whole other level. A so-called human genius was just an average elf. Even so, elves still followed one rule: one attribute per person. Previously, the fact that Ethan had 2 attributes had already been astounding. But now? It wasn't just 2, it was dozens. Wait, what had this guy said earlier? He was Ethan Hayes? Whoosh! Magic kept shifting in his hands, performing like a master illusionist. Finally, the chaotic elements converged into radiant golden light. Light magic sword of holy radiance. Light gathered into his palm and burst forth. In an instant, a golden beam shot straight into the sky. Potoli's pupils contracted, and he quickly dodged. So fast! He cursed silently and looked again, but Ethan had already vanished from the spot. Looking for something? A voice whispered by his ear. Potoli turned and slashed a light sword behind him only to hit thin air. Ethan had already leapt above him. In his hand, the spear of judgment gleamed with golden brilliance. With majestic force, he struck down. Boom! A thunderous impact. The spear of judgment smashed into Potoli's hastily formed light shield. Though he avoided a fatal hit, the massive impact still sent him crashing into the ground. Stones flew. Dust exploded. The entire exchange took less than 3 seconds but left everyone speechless. So strong. So fast. Potoli actually got hit. Yuno clenched his fists, face full of awe and unwillingness. He had once fought Potoli in his spirit-transformed state and could barely keep up. Landing a hit like that was nearly impossible for him. But Ethan? He did it while laughing and chatting. It was just still too slow. Floating in midair, Ethan murmured. But he wasn't referring to Potoli, he meant himself. He had discovered a problem. Yes, his new chaotic energy allowed him to switch attributes freely. But the power of each element didn't satisfy him. Despite being in what could now be considered the third domain on par with squad captains, his light magic still felt weaker and slower than Potoli's. That success just now had come from catching Potoli off guard during his moment of shock. In a fair fight, Ethan's light magic still couldn't match Potoli's speed. So where exactly is the flaw? Chapter 83, Chapter 83, The Source of Power. If there's a problem, then the cause must be found. What started today, must end today. To better understand what was going wrong, Ethan Hayes took out the 2 4-leaf grimoire books he had obtained. One of wind, the other of fire. These had once been his only 2 attributes. But watching Ethan's actions, Yuno and the others were stunned. It was only now they realized when Ethan used light magic, he didn't even rely on a grimoire. A grimoire isn't just for show, floating beside its user to look cool. Certain forbidden spells and exclusive magic can only be activated through the grimoire. Not to mention, grimoires can amplify the power of magic. Yet without using one, this guy could still unleash such overwhelming might. What kind of monster was he? And then Yuno's eyes narrowed at the 2 floating 4-leaf grimoires beside Ethan. Wind and fire attributes. Could he really be Ethan Hayes? Though the man had introduced himself as such upon arrival, Yuno hadn't believed it at first. After all, Ethan Hayes had disintegrated into ashes right before their eyes. And while this new figure bore some resemblance to the original, the differences were vast, too great to ignore. Until the 4-leaf grimoires appeared. People can lie, but grimoires do not. Where there is life, there is a grimoire. When one dies, so does the grimoire. If Ethan Hayes had truly perished, these grimoires would have vanished with him. They would never fall into the hands of another. Wind creation magic Gale Javelin. Fire creation magic Flame Javelin. Whether they'd strike Potoli or not didn't matter. As soon as the spells took form, Ethan hurled them downward into the sandstorm-shrouded battlefield. The difference was clear. Among similar types of magic, these 2 javelins felt more refined and potent than his earlier spell of light judgment. Even their speed surpassed the common belief that wind is slower than light by a hair's breadth. They were faster. So it really is thanks to the grimoire. Now that he'd identified the issue, Ethan could only let out a bitter laugh. Grimoires aren't something you can just buy. One person, one book, for life. That's the law of the world. Each individual has only one opportunity in life to obtain their grimoire from the tower. Miss that chance, and even if you drag the entire tower into your home, not a single grimoire would acknowledge you. Calling them books is misleading, they're more like physical manifestations of a mystical law. Only under specific, unique conditions do these laws grant a book the right to become a grimoire. Otherwise, people would just swap them out whenever they felt dissatisfied and the world would descend into chaos. Well, something's better than nothing. Compared to having just 2 elements, at least now I have more flexibility in combat. As for power, I'll think of a solution later. Setting aside those thoughts, Ethan focused all his attention on the battle at hand. To friends and those who protect you, you repay them in full. But to those who hurt you, and those who harm your friends, there's only one response: fight. Spirit magic, spirit descent. As he shed his mortal limitations, Ethan's power surged alongside the spirit's amplified force. A tempest roared through the battlefield. Ethan stood in its heart. Glowing green light rained down, laced with golden motes of energy. His half-formed crown turned into a golden hair clasp, tying back his long, fluttering black hair, leaving only a few bangs dancing across his forehead. The wings of light behind him vanished, replaced by a divine halo. The spirit bracelet on his right hand transformed into a radiant green spirit bow. Wreathed in divine wines, he now resembled a god of the wind, master of all aerial arts. Whir! Whir! As he pulled the bowstring taut, elemental energy converged around him. 5 long arrows formed as the bow reached full draw. Each arrow radiated with power equal to or even beyond spirit magic itself. Thwish! Thwish! The arrows shot forward. Ethan didn't bother to aim. There was no need. His power had elevated not only his strength but every aspect of his control over magic. These arrows didn't strike randomly, they had one target only: Potoli. What the hell? Are these things tracking me? Dodging wildly, Potoli glanced behind him and saw the 5 wind arrows chasing relentlessly. His confusion deepened. It wasn't that spells couldn't change trajectory after casting. But doing so required intense concentration and direct control by the caster. Yet he could tell these arrows weren't being manually controlled. You can run for a moment, but can you run forever? Ethan's voice echoed once more. With spirit assimilation, his speed now rivaled Potoli's light magic. Working in perfect harmony with the 5 arrows, Ethan launched a relentless pursuit. Boom! Boom! The entire cave quaked from the battle. In midair, the 2 combatants had become blurs, invisible to the naked eye. Go, Ethan! Beat him to a pulp! Noelle shouted at the top of her lungs. All they could see were flashes of light and magic colliding. Like gods clashing in the heavens, it was jaw-dropping. She hated Potoli. Despised him. But thankfully, Ethan wasn't dead. She didn't know how he was alive, but it was clear now he was holding his own against Potoli. You can't escape. At equal speeds, you'll never beat me. Ethan's voice was confident. With blinding speed, he closed in on Potoli. And then at that moment his speed surged tenfold again. What? Lightning magic! Potoli gasped as Ethan reappeared before him, now wreathed in crackling blue lightning. Wind and lightning, combined. At this moment, Ethan had completely outpaced him. Spirit creation magic, spirit blade. The spirit bow shifted into a glowing green longsword in Ethan's hand. In the blink of an eye, he slashed downward at Potoli. Though Potoli narrowly avoided a fatal blow, the blade still tore into his chest, splitting flesh and drawing blood. But Ethan wasn't disappointed. Because the 5 wind arrows that had been trailing him? They now caught up. The distance vanished in a heartbeat. Not even a second, half a second was enough. Enough to pierce straight through Potoli. Let him experience what it means to be chilled to the bone. Chapter 84, Chapter 84, The Devil's Hand. Swish! 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 Without the slightest deviation, in Ethan Hayes' eyes, the 5 wind arrows struck almost simultaneously. Each one pierced through Patoli's body, penetrating cleanly and then dispersing into the air without losing any momentum. Watching Patoli fall from the sky, Ethan's face remained expressionless. To be fair, Patoli was truly strong. Among the 9 magic knight squads, his light magic alone was powerful enough to defeat at least 3 captains in solo combat. Only a select few could fight him on equal footing. And his most infamous achievement, at least in the original story, was slaying the Wizard King. Although saying he killed him isn't entirely accurate. It was more like Julius willingly sacrificed himself. Threatened by large-scale magic that endangered the entire Clover Kingdom, Julius, as the Wizard King, had no choice. Or rather, he had made his choice long before. His own life versus the lives of the entire kingdom. He chose the latter. If it were Ethan in his place before, he would have absolutely chosen the former. But now? Even if he couldn't quite become someone like Julius yet, there were people he absolutely couldn't lose. Everyone here today, each and every one of them. You're really Ethan Hayes. As he landed, Noelle ran toward him but hesitated, her voice trembling in disbelief. After all, Ethan had been gravely injured and on the brink of death, something not just she, but everyone present had witnessed. Now, suddenly back on his feet and full of energy, who wouldn't be stunned? Not to mention, both his appearance and physique had undergone dramatic changes. You did well, Noelle. I saw everything. Looks like you'll have to be disqualified from the Red Cross from now on. At his words, the tears in Noelle's eyes could no longer be held back. They gushed out uncontrollably. The very next second, she sprinted into his arms and hugged him tightly. This caused Mimosa nearby to blush, and Ethan himself felt a bit awkward. Still, he gently wrapped his arms around her and comforted her by patting her back. Even while on the brink of death, he had been fully aware of what happened outside. By that point, there was no running away either way, he would have died. Yet Noelle didn't let fear stop her. Instead, she stood in front of him and launched an attack that went beyond her limits. The feelings she had shown him in that life-or-death moment were as real as they could be. Funny thing is, Ethan couldn't even pinpoint when Noelle started liking him. But the truth was right in front of him, just like that cheesy song, it came too fast, like a tornado. All right now, keep crying and you'll turn into a little panda, he teased, gently pinching her cheek though dusty, still soft to the touch. Noelle's face flushed red as she pulled back and turned her head aside. Humph. 2M just glad you're not dead. Don't get the wrong idea. As your comrade, I was only worried. Classic Sundara Twin Tales. Ethan just smiled and shook his head. Then his expression grew serious as he looked over at Patoli lying motionless on the ground. Hit by 5 spirit-infused wind arrows, forget Patoli, even he wouldn't walk away from that unscathed. It would have taken another round of dragon vein power just to survive it. So odds were, Patoli was completely dead. And if he was dead, the entire storyline would now veer dramatically off course. Without Patoli leading the charge, the collection of the elf stones would stall. Without the stones, the elf reincarnation ritual couldn't proceed. Without the reincarnation, the word devil hiding in Patoli's grimoire would never get a chance to manifest in the human world. In short, this could very well be the final battle. The perfect wrap-up. He could go home, plant a farm, raise some kids, cuddle with his wife. Life would be absolutely amazing. But was it really going to be that simple? The word devil had started planning since the era of the first Wizard King. Now, with Julius as the 28th Wizard King, that's hundreds of years of scheming. Compared to some ancient gods playing chess with the universe, maybe it's nothing. But Ethan knew better than to assume such a long plan had no backup contingencies. If it were him running such a plan, he wouldn't leave any fatal loopholes. Still, up until now, nothing strange had happened with Patoli. Although he still had a bit of breath left, it was clear he wouldn't last much longer. Maybe. I'm just overthinking it. Shaking his head, Ethan decided not to dwell. He started gathering wind energy to finish Potoli off with a final blade. But right as the wind blade reached Potoli, a cloud of black mist suddenly appeared and blocked it. And then the mist began to rapidly spread outward. Careful! Ethan shouted. He pulled Noel and Mimosa back with him. Asta and Yuno reacted similarly, pulling Gauche and Klaus to safety. Ethan knew very little about devils. He wasn't going to take any chances. He fired off a few probing spells into the black mist. Unfortunately, his magic seemed completely ineffective, like a breeze against a storm, harmless and powerless. This reminded him of something from the original storyline. Devils weren't native to this world. They came from another realm entirely. Their magic wasn't just powerful, it was fundamentally different. Very few mages in this world could match it. The only things that could nullify devil magic were Asta's 5 anti-magic swords. In essence, it was a matter of world-tier differences rendering most magic ineffective. Only a handful of top-tier powerhouses could break that rule, the first Wizard King. The real Licht. And maybe the fully evolved Yuno in the late stages. Ethan had reached captain level now, but fundamentally, he was still too weak against devils. So the question is, fight or flee? He hesitated, weighing the risks and opportunities. But just as he considered his options, fate made the choice for him. The black mist abruptly contracted and disappeared within seconds. And along with it Potoli vanished too. The devil had escaped. Damn it, he got away. Ethan cursed, stunned at first but quickly realizing what happened. If the word devil could simply possess someone outright, he wouldn't have waited for the elf reincarnation ritual or needed to breach the Shadow Palace. Full resurrection clearly required certain conditions. What just happened was likely just a diversion. Even if he did possess Potoli, the strength would have been minimal. And Ethan had fallen for it. Clicking his tongue in frustration, Ethan muttered, "I can't believe I got bluffed." But he couldn't really blame himself. Devils were shrouded in mystery. The intel on them was minimal. If that thing had been able to resurrect without a price, Ethan charging in would have just handed him a free kill. Whatever. Either way, you're destined to die sooner or later. Ethan wasn't worried. Even though the devil had escaped, Potoli was effectively dead. In the original story, Potoli got thoroughly thrashed in the end. Now, with Ethan in the mix and the modern Wizard King Julius on their side? If that devil dared show up again, even his own mother might not recognize him by the time they were done. Chapter 85, Chapter 85, Shadows at the Royal Capital. Within the base of the 10th Squad, Dawnlight, the first group of new members were diligently training under the plan crafted by Hell. Meanwhile, their captain Ethan Hayes was in the Royal Palace at the capital. Around a long conference table, aside from the Wizard King, all the other squad captains were present. Puffing on a cigarette, Yami couldn't help but complain, "Seriously, it's been non-stop meetings lately. We've had more this month than the whole of last year combined." Everyone nodded in agreement. Indeed, it had been a turbulent time lately. A minor meeting every 3 days, a major one every 5. And today's was particularly serious. Captain Ethan Hayes of the 10th Squad had already clashed with the leader of the Eye of the Midnight Sunday. As for the battle, it had been full of twists and turns. He'd almost died there. But looking back, Ethan was truly a mystery. If not for Yuno and the others confirming it, they'd hardly believe that the absurdly handsome man sitting among them was really Ethan. He seemed like a completely different person. "The events have likely been made clear to everyone here," said the Wizard King. "The reason I've called this meeting is to discuss a countermeasure. At the very least, we must figure out what the enemy is truly after. There's no such thing as hatred or love without a cause. For them to plan an attack on the capital and ambush a magic knight captain, this was no impulsive act or prank. Their goal is actually very simple: the elf stones." Ethan had considered it, and ultimately decided to reveal the full picture. Of course, he couldn't say it himself, as he couldn't explain how he knew everything so clearly. But someone else could say it for him and no one would doubt it. Zephyra, come out. Tell them everything you know. Summoning the wind spirit, a green flash lit the air, and Zephyra appeared. Compared to her former palm-sized form, she had grown considerably, now the height of 2 or 3-year-old child. Ethan had been shocked when he first noticed. After all, Yuno's wind spirit, Sylph, hadn't undergone such changes. He had 2 guesses for the reason, either because she was an ancient spirit and followed a different growth pattern than modern ones, or it was because of him. Ethan was undeniably special. Spirits and their masters are closely bound. When she was resurrected in the ruins, she had absorbed a few drops of his blood. Perhaps it was his divine bloodline that triggered this transformation in her. The situation is as follows. Zephyra began to speak, repeating the information Ethan had long told her. She detailed the enemy's goals, their true identity, and the ancient grudge they held against humanity. As for the demon, she didn't mention much. Even Ethan himself knew very little about it. After listening, everyone furrowed their brows in deep thought. No one doubted Zephyra's words. They all knew she was an ancient spirit. Naturally, that meant she'd lived for ages and had seen much. And there was no reason for her to deceive them. Her account made logical sense, emotionally resonated, and aligned with the motives behind recent events. So all of this was orchestrated by a demon. The Wizard King took a deep breath. He'd anticipated that things were serious, but not this serious. The elves, long believed to be vengeful enemies, were nothing more than pitiful pawns, manipulated by a demon's schemes. The attack on the capital, the collection of elf stones, it was all part of the demon's resurrection plan. Is there a way we can communicate this to the elves? Sit down and talk things out with them. The Wizard King asked cautiously. After all, this so-called hatred had been based on falsehoods. Both humanity and the elves had been carrying this burden for centuries. If the hatred had no real basis, perhaps it could be resolved? I don't think that's possible, Yami said flatly. You think a few words can fix centuries of hate? Agreed. Yami's right, another captain added. The enemy's already blinded by hatred. Unless the demon tells them the truth directly, they won't believe a word of it. All the captains shook their heads at the suggestion. If a conversation could resolve this, then hatred might not even exist in this world. What do you think, Ethan? The Wizard King looked to him, hoping he could offer another solution, perhaps a way to break down the divide. Unfortunately, Ethan simply shook his head. He truly had no way. Even setting aside personal grudges, he couldn't make them believe. Centuries of resentment could only be lifted in the same way as in the original story. But by then it would be too late. Right now, if they wanted to stop the demon's resurrection, the solution wasn't hoping Patoli and the others would learn the truth and reconcile with humanity. The solution was to kill. Yes, killing was a method, too. I suggest that all squads begin searching for the elf stones across the kingdom. If the enemy is missing even one, they can't complete the reincarnation ritual. That way, they'll be forced to come to us. And when they do, we can try talking to them, but if they still refuse to believe, I say we kill them on the spot. Ethan's words left the Wizard King in silence. Though the demon was the real mastermind, humanity wasn't entirely blameless either. If given the chance, the Wizard King hoped peace could be achieved. But as the ruler and protector of the Clover Kingdom, he couldn't stake its fate on hope alone. For the kingdom's safety and prosperity, if it truly came to that, then all squads, hear this order: each squad captain will lead a team to begin searching outward for the elf stones. Each team must include at least one spatial type mage for rapid communication and reinforcement. As for the squad captains, remain stationed in the capital. If needed, respond to any emergency. That's all. Meeting adjourned. Following the order, everyone nodded and rose to leave the room. But as they were departing, Ethan stopped Yami. There was something he suspected Yami might know more about than he did. Like that mysterious golden blood flowing through his veins. Chapter 86, The Golden Blood. Captain Ethan, what is it? Yami turned around with a teasing tone in his voice. He still clearly remembered when Ethan had first become a royal palace knight and came to him to learn how to read mana. Back then, he was just a green rookie. But now? In the blink of an eye, he had become a squad captain and even changed his appearance. Hey? Honestly, he looked even more handsome now, taller too, and carried the presence befitting a captain. Actually, I just wanted to ask something. As Ethan spoke, he reached to his waist and pulled out a blade. That made Yami frown. What now? Was this some sort of suicide mission? Or did he want to stab him? Shing! Without hesitation, Ethan slashed his own palm. Yami watched from the side, feeling confused. Was this a toy blade? Or was Ethan's hand fake? Why wasn't there any reaction? Or was this brat just showing off his muscles in front of him? Yami exhaled a puff of smoke, eyes half-lidded as he stared at Ethan, his whole demeanor turning strange. That made Ethan a bit embarrassed, so he pressed harder and dragged the blade across his hand again. Finally, golden blood began to trickle down the blade. Phew! I didn't expect my body to have gotten this tough. Ethan was secretly shocked. Even without applying much force, his skin should have been easily cut before, but now it took serious strength just to leave a gash. This divine bloodline had forged something close to a divine body. From the genetic fragments he inherited, he knew this wasn't even entry level yet. Just a hint of it. If he ever reached the high levels of this divine body, he could probably sleep in a pile of nukes unharmed. Golden blood? That's pretty unique. Yami's eyes flashed with surprise as he looked at Ethan's palm. So this kid wasn't messing around earlier. But man, his palm was seriously tough. It took several tries to even make a small cut. And that wound? It was already closing within 30 seconds. Wait, is this the Kylan palm technique? Hearing that, Ethan's mouth twitched. Kylan palm? Seriously? He wasn't some muscle brute solving problems with brute strength. Worst case, he had Zephyra to assist, though small, she was still useful. No. He couldn't keep thinking such crude thoughts. Who had planted these dirty ideas in his mind anyway? So, I just wanted to ask, do you know why my blood is golden? Hearing that, Yami gave him a dumbfounded look. This is your own blood, how the hell would I know? You might as well ask me for your bank card's password while you're at it. Absolutely ridiculous. Ahem. What I mean is, have you ever seen anything similar before? You know. I came from across the ocean and so did you. Ethan quickly rephrased his question. When he crossed into this world, he had already landed on the Clover continent. In other words, he had no idea what his place of origin was really like. But Yami was different. He didn't arrive here as a baby. In the original series, he looked to be at least 11 or 12. That was old enough to remember things unless he had brain damage. Well, if you put it that way, let me think. Yami took a puff of his cigarette and furrowed his brows in thought. He was 28 now, and those memories weren't exactly recent but not too far off either. He remembered living close to the sea. He'd gone out fishing, drifted for a few days, and ended up here. Based on how long he was at sea, the continents shouldn't have been that far apart. Later, he tried to return multiple times, more than a dozen even, but never succeeded. The longest trip lasted over a month, back when he first became a captain. That trip nearly cost him his life. The farther he went, the more monstrous sea creatures appeared, fierce and deadly. Eventually, he gave up on going back. He figured he hadn't just drifted here normally, it had to be some kind of magic formation that brought him over. Otherwise, no way he could have crossed such distance in just a few days. As for golden blood, I vaguely remember someone mentioning, in the Far East, in the land of the sun, there was some kind of ancient dynasty or empire, but I can't remember the name. Ugh, it's been too long, head hurts now. Yami shook his head. That was all he could recall. Ethan sighed in disappointment. Guess he had hoped for too much. Then again, it made sense. In the original story, Yami wasn't exactly anyone important from his homeland. What kind of VIP would be fishing at sea, dressed like a beggar? A coastal fisherman, most likely his true identity. And fishermen weren't exactly known for knowing national secrets. Still, it wasn't a total loss. At least Ethan could confirm that the continent across the ocean wasn't just the land of the Sunday. There were likely multiple kingdoms, just like here. As for which side was stronger, that was hard to say without direct comparison. But one thing was certain, he definitely came from one of those countries. And his status there? Most likely quite high. His divine bloodline was proof enough. I suggest you give up on the idea of going back, Yami said as he puffed out smoke and turned to leave. I tried, not just once but almost died at sea. Then, as if remembering something, he turned back to Ethan and added, if you head out there blindly, there might not even be anyone left to collect your body. He had survived back then by sheer luck. But luck doesn't last forever. Yeah, I understand. Ethan replied with a serious nod. He had heard rumors about the sea already. Even top-tier mages from the second domain had gone out with fleets only to be swallowed whole by the sea. At his current third domain level, he probably wouldn't last 2 days out there. He wasn't that reckless. If he did set sail one day, he'd wait until his strength rivaled or even surpassed Julius. Only then. After all, being cautious and then even more cautious is the key to a long life. Chapter 87, Chapter 87 March, Year 760 of the Clover calendar. Over 2 months had passed since the attack on the royal capital. And it had been more than a month since the great battle. As if realizing they had gone too far with the airplane incident, Patoli and his group, the Eye of the Midnight Sun, had seemingly vanished without a trace. The entire organization fell into complete silence, trying to reduce their presence in the public eye. Hell, has anything happened in the squad recently? Opening the door and stretching under the gentle sunlight, Ethan Hayes yawned. To be honest, he wasn't the most responsible captain. It was fair to say he was more of a hands-off leader. All the squad's daily affairs, big or small, were handled solely by Hell, who silently bore the burden for him. Nothing much. The squad's the same as usual. Everyone's been working hard to improve themselves and taking on missions with everything they've got. That's good. Ethan nodded at her words. Compared to the other squads, the 10th was still far too weak. In his estimation, it would take another 3 to 5 years before they could truly evolve into a real Magic Knight squad. Right now, they were little more than armed civilians, a militia at best. And rushing the process wouldn't help. Keep it up. I'm heading to the capital. He rotated his neck slightly, thinking about how he was going to spar with the Wizard King. That's right, his reason for going to the capital this time wasn't to report anything. He was going to fight. After over a month of internal refinement, he'd learned to freely convert that chaotic, undefined energy within him into any elemental magic. Except one time. That was because no one in the squad, nor anyone around him, possessed time magic. Without a first-hand experience or feeling for the attribute, he couldn't figure out how to make the conversion work. So this fight was also a form of learning through battle. Zzz, with one hand extended, a spatial gate appeared before Ethan. He stepped forward and disappeared in an instant. Hell, watching this, couldn't help but feel a pang of envy. Their captain was already impressive. But since returning a while ago, not only had he changed his appearance, his strength had grown by leaps and bounds. Now he wielded various elemental magics with ease. Could it be that a makeover actually made someone stronger? Then, was going bald the wrong evolutionary path for him? No, this won't do. He had to contact the Heavenly Princess Clinic in the capital. Clover Kingdom royal capital. At that moment, the Wizard King was inside his office, reviewing documents when he suddenly felt a magical fluctuation. His brows furrowed at first, but upon seeing the visitor, he smiled and relaxed. Honestly, I'm quite jealous of you, he said. Being able to use so many different kinds of magic. The Wizard King had already learned all about Ethan's situation. Perhaps it was true what they said, what doesn't kill you makes you stronger. Potoli had failed to kill him, and in doing so, had instead helped him. So, what brings you here? I haven't seen you in over a month. Ah, I came to ask you a favor. Can we have a fight? Surprised, the Wizard King didn't react much, but Marx, standing nearby with his mushroom haircut, was stunned. A fight? With the Wizard King? Still smiling, the Wizard King replied calmly, mind telling me why? I usually don't enjoy fighting without good reason. It's simple, Ethan said. I can already convert my energy into every other magic attribute except time. I haven't studied it, and I don't understand it, which means I can't convert into it either. Also, I want to see how far I still have to go to catch up to you. His eyes burned with battle intent. The Wizard King's strength had always been a mystery. Though in the original story, Potoli killed him, that was actually a willing sacrifice. And when they fought, he held back due to being in Vengeance's body, never using his full power. He'd poured a whole Atlantic Ocean's worth of restraint into that fight. Though he eventually revived, his strength was greatly diminished, and he even reverted to the body of a 13-year-old boy. You're certainly direct, the Wizard King chuckled. All right, but let's take this outside the city. The training grounds here are too small. He too wanted to see how strong this young man had become. I've already picked a location, Ethan grinned. Just needed your approval. He opened another spatial gate. At their level, the destructive power of a fight could be terrifying. A real fight inside the city might leave the whole capital in ruins. Wait for me. Seeing both of them step through the portal, Marx quickly followed, afraid of being left behind. But the moment he stepped out, his jaw dropped. If he wasn't mistaken, wasn't this the border of the Clover Kingdom? Ethan had actually built a spatial gate that reached this far? Even full-fledged spatial mages couldn't manage that. Interesting spot you picked, the Wizard King remarked. Ethan gave a knowing smirk. He had carefully chosen this battleground. It was right near the Diamond Kingdom's border. This location not only fulfilled his needs, but also served as a deterrent to the enemy. It was like saying, there are two monsters here. You might want to think twice before crossing over. So, shall we begin? Let's. Whoosh. At the moment the Wizard King gave his answer, Ethan vanished. Seeing that, Marx hurriedly ran for cover, terrified of getting caught in the blast. Boom! A thunderous explosion echoed as birds scattered and the ground shook. Ethan's punch slammed into the earth, leaving a massive crater once the smoke cleared. Marx stared, dumbfounded. Just now, he hadn't even seen Ethan cast a spell. Did he punch that crater into existence, with just his body? Looks like your transformation wasn't just magical, the Wizard King said with amazement. Even your body has evolved. Ethan's fists were harder than stone. A true monster. Floating midair, the Wizard King watched as Ethan summoned a 4-leaf clover wind sigil, entering full spirit assimilation mode. Whoosh! He moved at blistering speeds, like the very spirit of the wind. Even Marx, watching from the sidelines, couldn't keep up. In an instant, Ethan appeared behind the Wizard King, hurling a Raise-Nan-like orb without hesitation. Missed again. He's too fast. As before, he hit nothing but air. The Wizard King calmly reappeared elsewhere untouched. So this is time magic. Ethan thought, eyes narrowing. Unlike wind or light, the Wizard King wasn't just speeding himself up, he was predicting Ethan's attacks before they even happened. Like foresight. Before Ethan even moved, the Wizard King already knew what he'd do next. Time magic. Truly terrifying. Chapter 88. Chapter 88, Caught you. In other words, to catch him, I have to be faster than what he can foresee, so fast that his mind can keep up, but his body can't react. As that thought formed, Ethan Hayes had a plan. He retreated a distance and took out his fire element 4-leaf grimoire. Oh? Are you planning to bombard me now? The Wizard King smiled faintly. If this were a real fight to the death, he wouldn't give Ethan a single chance to breathe. But this was a sparring match, and besides, he wanted to see just how powerful Ethan had become after his rebirth. Fire creation magic Phoenix Flame Spirit. Wind creation magic Kamaitachi Blades. 2 massive area-type spells were unleashed in an instant. The sky was filled with an overwhelming blaze and countless razor-sharp wind blades. Just watching it made Marx's scalp go numb. If he had been on the receiving end, he would have been turned into a porcupine in under 2 seconds. There was simply no room to dodge, it was too much. Whoosh! At the same time Ethan vanished, the barrage of fire and wind blades surged toward the Wizard King. His method was simple: increase the number of attacks. Overwhelm him. He might be able to foresee the first and second steps, but not dozens or hundreds of steps in advance. Each foresight, Ethan guessed, must reset every time. Just like stepping with your left foot, only then can the next step with your right be predicted. But if he didn't move, maybe he wouldn't be able to foresee it at all. There had to be a short foresight timing window. If he could lock that window down. Zing! Zing! Magic rained down. Julius moved through the air as if teleporting. The wide area spells were indeed massive, but dodging them wasn't difficult for him. He was curious to see what Ethan would do next. He's steady. Just as he furrowed his brow, the ground below vanished. A massive earthen spear shot up from below. Before he could regain his footing, a lightning bolt struck the spot he had just landed on. Immediately after, a barrage of light swords rained down. No time to think. No time to breathe. Water dragons surged. Thunder dragons roared. Some spells were even combined with spatial magic, striking unexpectedly. The entire forest was shaking from the magical shockwaves, triggering the attention of the Diamond Kingdom garrison nearby. What's going on? Is the Clover Kingdom attacking? At the border outpost, one of the 8 shining generals, Rikas, frowned and looked toward the forest bordering the Clover Kingdom. But logically, it shouldn't be. The Clover Kingdom had always been defensive for years, never once initiating an attack. And something as big as war? He would have heard about it in advance. Call the army together. Rikas began mobilizing the troops to investigate. Back in the forest, the battle between Ethan and Julius had reached its climax. Concealed and suppressing his presence, Ethan launched wave after wave of ranged attacks. Wind, fire, lightning, light. He had lost count of how many different elemental magics he'd used. But no matter what, none of them hit Julius. In the Wizard King's time magic dictionary, the word hit simply didn't exist. But I'm not giving up that easily. With a burning wool in his eyes, Ethan felt every cell in his body surge with excitement. Fighting someone this powerful, this was exhilarating. Earth magic might of the Earth God. Boom! Boom! Oh! Standing calmly, the Wizard King watched the stone walls rushing toward him from every direction. If he didn't move, he'd be crushed into meat paste. But of course, only a fool would stay still. Whoosh! He flashed away just as the walls closed in, reappearing above them. But 5 spirit wind arrows were already waiting for him. Oh? Homing spells? Not bad at all. With an unchanged expression, the Wizard King turned and finally activated his own time magic. Time magic continuum lock. 1, 2, 3. 5 circular time spheres wrapped with flowing time lines enveloped the wind arrows. Inside, time would endlessly loop frozen in stasis. This move, troublesome even for Potoli, was neutralized effortlessly by the Wizard King. Boom! Another explosion. Ethan's assault never stopped. As countless light swords poured down, a massive tornado surged across the land. It's no use. No matter how many spells you use, you won't hit me. Evading 2 large-scale spells, Julius spoke as he gazed at the stormy landscape before him. He had pretty much figured out Ethan's plan. Overwhelm him with non-stop attacks and wait for an opening. But that wouldn't work. He admitted the execution was nearly perfect. Dodge one, the next was already there. Sometimes they even appeared in the most unexpected spots. But it didn't matter. He had already foreseen all these moves in advance. Long-range map-wide spells would never touch him. His only chance was to get up close, close the distance, and strike fast. That much was clear to both of them. Wind creation magic spiral shuriken. A shrill sound pierced the air. The sandstorm in front of Julius scattered. A high-speed, power-packed vortex shot toward him. One hit, death or serious injury, guaranteed. But of course, Julius had foreseen it. Calmly, he shifted his position to dodge. But the ground beneath his feet suddenly turned soft like a swamp and trapped his legs deep within. At the same time, a light sword shot at blinding speed from the woods. In a blink, it pierced right through Julius's body. Wizard King. Marx was stunned. Did Ethan just kill the Wizard King? But the next second, seeing Julius's body fade away, he sighed in relief. It was just an afterimage, not his real body. Got you. But behind the Wizard King, who had narrowly escaped just now, Ethan stood with a slight grin on his face. All those spells he'd been throwing weren't random. Some were obvious distractions. Others were held in reserve, never used. He'd even been analyzing Julius's habitual dodge patterns. And none of that had gone to waste, he'd won. Or so he thought. Unbeknownst to him, a hand slowly reached out from behind and landed gently on his shoulder. Chapter 89, Chapter 89, The Illusion of Victory. Time Magic Temporal Stasis. Sing. A glowing sphere of time magic enveloped Ethan Hayes completely. At that moment, Ethan's eyes widened in disbelief. Even Julius, who had been in his field of vision just seconds ago, began to vanish. Is it over? Marx, still floating in the air, wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. To be honest, at that moment, he really thought Ethan had succeeded. But who would have thought where there's a clever plan, there's always someone cleverer. The Wizard King he had attacked was just an illusion. You're impressive. Almost caught me off guard. Julius smiled calmly, his gaze settling on Ethan, who was now trapped within the time sphere. First, he had unleashed a barrage of magic to keep Ethan on the defensive, all while secretly observing his movements and patterns from the sidelines. Only he knew how many spells he had cast in advance. Some of them weren't meant to activate right away, but had been hidden across the battlefield just like the earth magic that had pinned Ethan earlier. To be fair, Julius hadn't seen that coming either. His time magic wasn't omniscient. He couldn't foresee days, weeks, or years into the future without cost. The essence of his magic was to steal moments of time and store them for later use. In a way, it was just like mana, the more you spent, the greater the effect. And since this was only a sparring match, not a real fight to the death, he hadn't invested too much stored time for long-term foresight. In truth, foreseeing this particular spell from Ethan might have required quite a bit of stored time. After all, it was likely a trap Ethan had laid from the very beginning. Julius could foresee what hadn't happened yet, but not what had already occurred. Still, he was just one step ahead. When he escaped the trap of the earth spell, he had already predicted Ethan would strike then. So he turned the tables, catching him instead. No wonder he's the Wizard King, but Ethan's still incredible. Seeing the battle come to a close, Marks began to fly toward them. This was the 5th time he had witnessed Julius engage in combat personally. The first 4 times had ended in flawless victory. But this time had been different. Twice, he genuinely thought Julius might lose. To force the Wizard King into such a position Ethan had done extraordinarily well. But halfway there, Marks froze in his tracks. Another Ethan Hayes stepped out from the trees nearby. Julius blinked in surprise, turning to glance back at the time sphere. There was clearly an Ethan inside. So was this one, a fake? As he pondered, the Ethan within the sphere dissolved into a gust of wind elemental particles. It had been a fake. But just barely. Even now, Ethan still felt a lingering chill thinking about how close it had been. During the barrage of magic, he had been confident he'd find an opening to catch Julius. Because Julius had remained strictly on the defensive from the start. It could have been arrogance, or maybe he was just going easy on a junior mage like Ethan. Either way, he had the strength to pull it off. Still, Ethan didn't dare trust it. Why? Because of the weight behind the title Wizard King. So, from the very beginning, he had summoned a spirit clone to hide nearby. Even that final strike had been delivered by the clone. At that moment, even Ethan had believed he'd won only for reality to slap him in the face. Julius's battle instincts were downright terrifying. Ethan's carefully linked attacks had felt completely powerless before them. Maybe Julius had foreseen the whole outcome from the start? No. At least, he hadn't realized he'd captured a spirit clone instead of the real Ethan. Impressive. I didn't expect your battle tactics to be this solid. Julius praised him after a brief pause. He truly hadn't realized it was a clone. Even in a moment of near-certain victory, Ethan had restrained himself from engaging directly. Julius couldn't decide whether Ethan had been overly cautious or had simply predicted everything. Either way, the duel ended in a draw. Julius had caught Ethan. But Ethan had also outwitted him. By the way, Julius asked, how much of my time magic were you able to comprehend? I sensed a little, but not completely, Ethan replied. Time and space were arguably the most intangible forces in existence, concepts, not things. They couldn't be touched, seen, or heard. And while space magic had been reduced to child's play here, Ethan had adapted quickly. But time magic, that was a whole different beast. Even now, he could only vaguely grasp its essence. No rush. We can train more later. But for now, I think we should leave. Because don't move. Julius hadn't even finished his sentence when a group of mages suddenly surrounded them from above on magic brooms. Clearly, these weren't Clover Kingdom soldiers. They were from the neighboring Diamond Kingdom. I think you'd better let us go, Ethan said blandly as he looked up. How long do you plan to live, exactly? Surrounding the Wizard King. Even a god of longevity wouldn't dare something this reckless. And not to mention he wasn't a pushover either. Ahem. Gentlemen, don't be alarmed, Julius said with a calm smile. I'm the Wizard King of the Clover Kingdom. We were simply sparring and mean no offense to your country. We'll be on our way now. With his power, Julius could easily wipe them all out. But this wasn't about whether he could. It was about diplomacy. The Diamond Kingdom often harassed the Clover Kingdom's borders, sure. But those had only been small-scale skirmishes, never all-out war. If he annihilated their forces here, that would definitely trigger a war. And right now, the Clover Kingdom wasn't ready for that. They still hadn't resolved the issue with the elves. If the Diamond Kingdom chose that moment to strike, they'd be fighting on 2 fronts. Wizard King? Ha! This guy says he's the Wizard King. Are you kidding me? Shouldn't the Wizard King be some burly tank of a man? What's with this skinny guy? If he's the Wizard King, then I'm the magic god. Laughter erupted among the diamond mages. They clearly didn't believe that someone so important would just show up at the border by himself. What was he trying to do? Launch a one-man invasion? Believe me or not, it doesn't matter, Julius said, unfazed. But can we go now? They were still laughing until the next second, when Ruckus stopped cold. Cold sweat trickled down his back, his expression frozen. Because somehow, one of the people they'd just surrounded now had a blade of wind magic pressed against his throat. So sharp, he could almost see the gates of hell. Gulp. Ruckus swallowed hard and motioned for his men to move aside. There we go. Why do people always need a blade at their throat to start thinking straight? Ethan clicked his tongue and dissipated the wind blade, returning to his spot. Ruckus had never even seen him move. Not until the three of them vanished into a spatial portal did he recover from the shock. His chest heaved, clearly rattled. In his eyes, the elegantly dressed man might have claimed to be the Wizard King. But it was the guy with the wind blade who really felt like one. So fast. So powerful. Chapter 90, Chapter 90, Echoes of Time and Swimwear Troubles. Thump. Thump. Inside the royal capital's training grounds, two figures flashed back and forth at lightning speed. They were moving so fast it was terrifying, so fast they seemed to disappear entirely. To the average person, their forms were completely invisible, only twinkles of light, like distant stars, betrayed their motion. Standing nearby, Marx had already grown accustomed to the spectacle. He watched calmly, completely unfazed. For the past 7 or 8 days, Ethan Hayes had been coming here every day to spar with the Wizard King. Sometimes, their training would continue until both of them were completely exhausted. You've improved. Your speed is even faster than before. It looks like you've begun to grasp the essence of time magic, Julius said, finally stopping. He could now sense faint traces of time magic coming from Ethan. It was still subtle, but it was there. He was also quite intrigued by Ethan's current physical condition. Not only could the energy within Ethan's body freely shift between magical attributes, but his body itself was absurdly durable. Even lower-level spells couldn't harm him at all. Such a transformation couldn't have happened for no reason. Out of curiosity, Julius had asked Ethan for a sample of his unique golden blood for research. The results were astonishing. This golden blood didn't just contain magic, it seemed to ignore it entirely. He had asked others to try influencing the blood with various spells to see if it would react. But the golden blood appeared eternal. Even his own time magic couldn't affect it, it would only dry up naturally with time. And when he fed some of it to lab mice, their growth rates and physical strength increased dramatically. It might even boost their magical capacity, though that part wasn't confirmed yet. He hadn't tried it on humans, but he suspected the results would be just as incredible. This golden blood of Ethan's was a treasure. Yet. Let's wrap up for today, Ethan, Julius said. You've got a mission tomorrow. We've tracked down the location of one of the magic stones. Ethan stopped, slightly reluctant. He felt like he was finally making real progress with time magic. But truthfully, it was quite different from what he had imagined. In his mind, time magic should be the ability to control himself and the surrounding space, speeding up, pausing, slowing down, or even reversing time. But the reality was different. Like all magic, time magic required a physical form. Just as fire magic conjures a visible fireball, something tangible and observable, time magic manifested as time spheres. Only within the confines of these spheres could time be manipulated. It wasn't as simple as waving a hand and freezing time across miles of land. And likely due to Julius' influence, the time magic Ethan acquired carried the same limitation: he had to store time in advance in order to use it. Without stored time, the spell couldn't activate. He realized that instead of being able to switch between elements freely, it was more accurate to say he could mimic the attributes of others. Like the third eyes Ryu with his copy magic, Ethan could replicate others' elements for battle. But there was one crucial difference: Ryu's magic could only mimic one element at a time. Once he switched to a new element, he lost access to the previous one. But Ethan's ability let him record all the elements he had learned. He could switch to any of them at will, anytime. It was like having a master key that could open countless doors. Rie, on the other hand, needed to forge a new one-time-use key each time. By the way, am I going solo again? Ethan asked suspiciously. He didn't mind doing missions, but after last time, he wasn't too eager to get ganged up on again. Don't worry, Julius said with a wink. The Black Bulls will be going with you this time. Good luck, I'm looking forward to good news. With a wave of his hand, the Wizard King turned and left. Marx, standing beside him, handed Ethan the mission documents that had been prepared ahead of time. Ethan opened them. As expected, the mission destination was the Seabed Temple. He wondered whether the Eye of the Midnight Sun would show up again to interfere. Later, in a clothing store in the royal capital. Are you done yet? How long does it take to pick a swimsuit? Ethan yawned as he sat by the counter, drumming his fingers on the table in boredom. It was supposed to be a mission. But for this bunch of lunatics in the Black Bulls, it had turned into a beach vacation. Nearby, Asta was howling as he tore through racks of swim trunks. Charmy was wearing a prison-themed swimsuit and giggling at herself in the mirror. And Magna, who was as skinny as a matchstick, was practically swooning over his reflection in a full-length mirror. Magic Knights? More like a troupe of complete maniacs. As for Vanessa and Noelle, Ethan was totally baffled. They had entered the fitting room over 30 minutes ago and still hadn't come out. Were they grinding tofu in there? The thought made Ethan lick his dry lips. To be honest, he wasn't exactly a kid anymore. In this medieval world, many people his age already had kids of their own. So, maybe it was time to start thinking about his own romantic prospects? Just then, the curtain to the changing room slid open. Thanks for waiting. Vanessa and Noelle stepped out. Compared to the bold and confident Vanessa, Noelle looked incredibly bashful. Her head was lowered, her cheeks flushed deep red. But honestly, Ethan couldn't figure out why she was so embarrassed. You call that a swimsuit? Ethan blinked, glancing between the two girls. Vanessa, as expected of a mature beauty, had everything on display. Her revealing suit hugged her curves perfectly. It wasn't much different from what she normally wore in the Black Bull's base. But Noelle had chosen a full bodysuit. She had even added extra cloth to cover the lower half of her one-piece. Forget swimming, Ethan figured she could wear that outfit to the farmer's market and no one would bat an eye. Not an inch of skin showing. Chapter 91, Chapter 91, Summer Storm. The beach town of Rak had a year-round abundance of mana. As a result, it was perpetually hot and sunny, turning the area into a favorite retreat for nobles and royalty alike. But to Ethan Hayes, it was nothing more than a magical version of Hawaii. Seriously? We really came here just to chill. Stepping out of the hotel, Ethan looked at the group having fun on the beach and couldn't help but smirk. The most outrageous of them all was Ghosh, the obsessive sister lover. With surprising skill, he had sculpted a sand statue of his sister Marie and was even streaming it live with mirror magic while nosebleeding the whole time. There wasn't even a hint of danger in the air. Did no one seriously fear a surprise attack from the Eye of the Midnight Sun? Ethan, what do you think of this swimsuit? That familiar voice reached his ears. Ethan didn't even need to turn to know who it was. And honestly, that swimsuit was painful to look at. It looked like something a small-town girl might buy on her first trip to the city, cheap, awkward, and loud. But then he turned around and reflexively swallowed hard. With flushed cheeks, Noelle stood there, looking slightly down and fidgety. Despite her awkward posture, her three-piece swimsuit exuded overwhelming power, barely covering even 5% of her skin. It was a massive contrast to her usual attire. The radiant aura of youth and femininity she gave off hit Ethan like a tidal wave. His hormones surged. Ahem. It's not bad. Pretty good, actually. His words said one thing, but his eyes betrayed his true thoughts as they shamelessly devoured the view. If only there weren't so many people around. Wanna take a swim? Without waiting for her reply, Ethan grabbed Noelle's hand and bolted toward the water. He wasn't stupid. He knew Noelle had feelings for him. She just hadn't confessed, partly because of her tsundere pride and partly because he had been too preoccupied lately. But moments like this, opportunities, they always came eventually. Splash! Ethan dove deep as soon as they hit the water. When he surfaced, he noticed Noelle was still standing nervously at the shoreline. What? Scared of the water? Or, don't know how to swim? Come on, I'll teach you. He tugged her in with a splash and a scream. Of course, teaching her to swim wasn't really his goal here. This was no time for actual swimming lessons. Only a clueless blockhead would take this seriously. In the water, Ethan held her under the belly with a very professional expression. Okay, keep your body flat. Good. Now stroke with your arms, kick your legs, yes, like that. Perfect, very good. Noelle's face was as red as a firework. Her brain was practically shutting down. This was the first time she had ever been in such close contact with a guy. Her blood was racing, heart pounding, it was all too much. I can actually, yeah, I can tell you're getting it. But swimming isn't something you master instantly. You need time. While speaking, Ethan let his hand wander inappropriately. No, I mean I can. All right, don't push yourself. If I let go too early you'll choke. I'm saying no more talking. Follow my rhythm. Whoosh! Before he could finish, a wave crashed and Noelle shot forward like a torpedo. She was gliding through the sea like a yacht. Backstroke. Butterfly. Dog paddle. Freestyle. She showed off an entire set before circling back to Ethan with a splash. I meant I already know how to swim. So stop wasting your time. Ethan stood frozen. What the hell was that? Was this a steel-hearted straight girl? Wasn't it said women are natural-born actors? Couldn't she have at least pretended not to swim? Ugh, fine. Swim by yourself then. He pouted and turned away. Whoosh! His eye twitched. Ethan genuinely thought Noelle might be a bit dense. Did she really not understand what he was trying to do earlier? Or was she just messing with him? Whatever, no one in the Black Bulls is normal anyway. He sighed, shook his head, and walked back to shore. Lying down on a beach chair, he stared at the sky. He needed to calm down. Or maybe come up with a new romantic strategy to finally take a bite of that forbidden fruit. Hee, Ethan, feeling hot? You look a bit flustered. A sultry voice drifted into his ears as Vanessa leaned into his field of vision. Ethan immediately bolted upright, instinctively covering his lower body. All that time in the water with Noelle had given him a very noticeable physical reaction. The tent was fully pitched. Clearly, Vanessa had seen it. Oh my, she giggled uncontrollably. Vanessa wasn't exactly experienced in romance, but as a witch, she knew men. And this sort of reaction? Definitely screamed virgin. A more seasoned guy would never have reacted so honestly. Ethan, Noelle might be too innocent to handle you, but me? I've got plenty of love to give, she said, this while deliberately sitting on the chair next to his with zero personal space. Their proximity? Practically skin to skin. Ethan could already smell her perfume. Perfume should be classified as a weapon. He muttered to himself. Vanessa's curves were dangerous enough to be banned. And his onyx was already revving up again, separated from her cloister by just two flimsy pieces of fabric. No. No way. Too intense. He jumped up, pushing her away and gasping for breath. He was trying desperately to suppress the onyx. But even time magic wouldn't help now. This beast was beyond containment. Screw it. Let's go, Onyx. If we die, we die. He turned around, determined to confront Vanessa Hedon. But she wasn't teasing anymore. Her gaze and everyone else's on the beach was fixed out to sea. A massive waterspout erupted, piercing the sky like a spear. The calm ocean turned into a storm of crashing waves and roaring winds. Even the once clear skies had grown dark with clouds and thunder. It looked like a natural disaster and the fear on everyone's face was real. Chapter 92, Chapter 92, The Storm Beneath the Waves. Around them, tourists who had been enjoying the sunshine and the beach suddenly started screaming and running back toward the city in panic. They had no idea what was going on, but running was always a safe bet. What's happening? Everything was fine just a moment ago. Why did it suddenly? Everyone gather here. Something's wrong with the seabed temple. Ethan Hayes shouted, his voice cutting through the chaos. This wasn't a natural disaster. It was man-made. Because he could feel it, an overwhelming surge of magic power. Huff! Looks like they beat us to it. At that moment, Yami walked up to the beach, a cigarette dangling from his lips, moving with his usual unhurried air. If they could get the intel, then so could their enemies. After all, their opponent's goal all along had been to collect magic stones. He just didn't expect them to make their move now. The waters around the seabed temple were surrounded by powerful magic currents. The sea itself was unstable. Even high-level magic knights couldn't get close easily. Only during a full moon, when the magic pressure weakened, would conditions be ideal to enter. I'll give you 30 seconds to change. Ethan, you and I will head down first. Without another word, Yami plunged into the sea. Seeing this, Ethan didn't hesitate and dove in after him. Once underwater, powerful currents surged from all directions like the chaos inside a washing machine. Any ordinary person would be knocked unconscious within seconds. But this didn't affect Ethan and Yami much. Thanks to magical reinforcement on their skin, they could easily withstand the pressure. The two swam rapidly toward the ocean floor. It's just up ahead. Ethan's eyes sharpened as he stared at the barrier in the distance. There were no vortex guardians, and a gaping hole had been torn into the barrier, a clear sign of forced entry. Let's go. Without delay, they passed through the barrier. The seabed temple was like a city built under special conditions. Protected by the magical barrier, the temple's residents lived in homes carved from seabed rock. But now, those stone buildings were collapsing in succession. Smoke and rubble filled the water. Panic and cries for help echoed in all directions. Whoosh! Wind magic surged around Ethan as he bolted ahead of Yami. Unlike the original story, several mages from the Eye of the Midnight Sun were already inside, wreaking havoc and killing indiscriminately. It seemed they knew they were being watched closely, so they came in with full force. No more lone infiltrators. This time, it was an all-out assault. Wind creation magic, infinite variations. A 4-leaf grimoire glowed in the air. Wind elements gathered, forming giant invisible hands that swept down upon the enemy mages. At the same time, Yami arrived, drawing his katana and joining the battle. 10 minutes later, the two had each taken care of the enemies in their area and dispelled their magic. But the damage to the seabed temple was devastating. Already small in number, the residents had now lost even more. Collapsed homes meant many had nowhere to live anymore. But Ethan wasn't focused on that. What he cared about was, where is Patoli? Were those all the intruders? Or were there more? Ethan grabbed one of the shaken residents and asked. These were just grunts. There was no way Patoli would send a bunch of nobodies to steal a magic stone. To think they went to the elder's residence, over that way. As the resident pointed, Ethan vanished in an instant. Inside the temple, hand over the magic stone, and I might spare your lives. Patoli stood before two men, a woman, and the high priest of the seabed temple, his tone calm but threatening. But something about Patoli was off. He looked the same on the outside, yet dark energy flickered in his eyes from time to time. He hit it well, even his own comrades hadn't noticed. Our team outside was wiped out. Looks like the magic knights followed us, Rhea urged. We can't waste any more time, Patoli. After all, even a thief should know when to flee. Get the loot and get out before the cops arrive. But they're refusing to hand it over. Fine. I'll just take it myself. A cruel smile tugged at Patoli's lips as a sword of light formed in his hand. The three standing in front of the high priest immediately readied for battle. This enemy was no joke, and neither were his comrades. Otherwise, they wouldn't have made it this far. Kahano. Protect the high priest. Kyoto and Joe rushed forward. As the strongest fighters in the seabed temple, their duty was to protect. Even against impossible odds they had to fight. Feudal resistance. Patoli sneered as beams of light rained down. Each strike was blindingly fast. Kyoto and Joe's eyes widened. They were wounded and defeated in just a single exchange. It was nearly impossible to react. If you could see the attack, you were already hit. Wait. Tool give you the magic stone. Just don't hurt them. Gritting his teeth, the high priest finally spoke. The stone was important, but it was nothing compared to his son and grandson. He just hoped they'd honor their word and spare them. Should have said that earlier. Patoli stopped attacking, sneering as he walked toward the high priest holding out the stone. 10 meters, 5 meters, 1 meter. He reached out his hand, about to grab the magic stone, but in the next second, it vanished from his grasp. Sorry, but I'll be taking this. From another side of the temple, Ethan Hayes appeared with the magic stone spinning in his hand, smiling with satisfaction. Patoli's face twisted with rage, teeth clenched in fury. Ethan. Chapter 93, Chapter 93, surrounded time and time again. Ethan was like a ghost, an unshakable presence that constantly haunted and interfered with his plans. If it weren't for him, his identity wouldn't have been exposed. If it weren't for him, the magic stones would have already been collected. If it weren't for him. In short, as long as this man lived, there would be no peace. Yo? You brought quite the crowd this time. Let me see, Pretty much your whole crew, hey. Ethan teased with a calm expression, though his heart was growing heavy. Raids, Voltos, those former small fries were no longer worth his attention. But Rie, Veto, Fana, practically all the prominent members of the Eye of the Midnight Sun were here. They'd come out in full force. With this lineup, they could take on the entire 9 Magic Knight squad's Hedon. Ethan felt a growing sense of pressure. If it were only Patoli, with his current power, he had at least a 70% chance of defeating him. But now, he'd be lucky just to escape unscathed. Return the magic stone. Patoli roared, charging forward in a blur of light magic. His blinding speed brought him before Ethan in an instant, his sword of light slashing down without mercy. Boom! The temple's stone wall crumbled under the force, but Ethan was already gone. However, right where he reappeared, Veto's massive wolf-like hammer came crashing down. Bang! Raising his right fist, Ethan stood his ground without flinching. As their blows collided, shockwaves rippled outwards, thundering like a storm. What the hell? Veto was stunned by the force traveling up his arm. Ethan hadn't used any magic at all. Yet purely with physical strength, he was able to meet him. Hedon? Fire magic blazing inferno. A wave of scorching heat surged in. Fana, one of the third eye, released her fire magic. Ethan kicked Veto away and steadied himself midair before landing on the ground. Swish! 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 One after another, 7 figures Patoli included encircled Ethan. Scanning his surroundings, Ethan's expression remained blank. What? You think you can bully me just because you outnumber me? He scoffed coldly, already calculating his chances of escaping. If he truly wanted to flee, it wouldn't be too hard. Only Potoli with his light magic and Veto with his beast magic could keep up with his speed. As long as he focused on escape, they couldn't stop him. Now that he had the magic stone, his mission was basically complete. But if he left now, Potoli would definitely vent his rage on the undersea temple. At that point, nothing man nor beast would be spared. But since when did I become such a bleeding heart? Ethan smiled bitterly to himself. He had changed a lot. His values, his worldview, everything was different now. The old Ethan was entirely self-centered. Better you than me was his motto. But now, he cared more about the people around him, even the innocent ones caught in the crossfire. Just like now. In the past, he would have made his move without hesitation. But now, he actually thought to fight first and assess the situation, only run if truly necessary. Both paths led to the same result, escape, but the current one had more humanity, less cold calculation. Guess people really do change when they live in a group. Thinking of Noel and the others, Ethan couldn't help but smile faintly. To the enemy, though, that smile looked like pure mockery. 7 of them surrounding one guy, and he still had the nerve to smile? Did they look like clowns to him? Beast magic cheetah charge. The wild-looking, lion-like Veto struck first. What made beasts fearsome were their sharp instincts, explosive speed, and fatal power. Veto had mastered all 3. He lunged like a pouncing cheetah, his speed rivaling even Potoli's light magic. Spirit magic, spirit fusion. Without hesitation, Ethan instantly entered his spirit assimilation form. He wasn't a fool who waited to get beaten half to death before using his trump card. 1 against 7. If he didn't go all out from the start, he might never get the chance to. Whoosh! Ethan vanished. Veto's punch smashed into the ground, sending debris flying. But Ethan didn't relax. Because right after that, Potoli came in for the follow-up strike. Bang! 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 The spirit bracelet on Ethan's right wrist transformed into a longsword, clashing repeatedly with Potoli's light sword. Both of them flickered through the air like starlight, their movements too fast for the eye to follow. Watching from a distance, Kahano was stunned. This was the same man who, with just a glance earlier, had taken down Joe and Kyoto? Yet now someone had appeared who could go toe-a-toe with him? He's incredible. While the two clashed overhead, the rest of the Eye of the Midnight Sun weren't idle either. They couldn't match Ethan, Potoli, or Veto in speed, but that didn't mean their magic lacked power. Especially the third eye. Under certain conditions, each of them could surpass even Potoli in strength. Fire Spirit Magic Salamander's Breath. Perched on Fana's shoulder, a dragon-like creature with crimson wings opened its jaws and unleashed a barrage of searing flames. This wasn't ordinary fire magic. It held a destructive force capable of burning everything in its path. Fire Spirit Magic, hey! Ethan didn't even need to look. He knew exactly what it was just from the aura it gave off. He wanted to dodge, but Potoli was like a rabid dog biting and refusing to let go. Just as the fire was about to hit, lightning blue arcs danced across Ethan's wind-shrouded body. Lightning Creation Magic Phantom Thunder, 7 steps. Lightning coursed through his body, hypercharging his cells. His speed surged dramatically. In 7 flashing steps, Ethan left a trail of afterimages in the air. He not only shook off the relentless Potoli, but in a blink, he appeared before Voltos. Before Voltos could react, Ethano's spirit sword had already pierced through his chest. Chapter 94, Chapter 94, A Turn of the Tide. Nanny. What? Voltos. The others were all taken aback. In that split second, Ethan Hayes moved with a speed that surpassed their imagination. Even the fastest among them, Potoli and Veto, couldn't react in time. 1 down. Expressionless, Ethan drew his spirit blade. At this point, the strength of Voltos and the others no longer meant much to him. But even so, they weren't decorations, they were still fighters, not empty air. Aoneo none fight? That wouldn't be a challenge. But now there were 7 of them. Every additional enemy added complexity, more combinations, more angles of attack. The balance could shift rapidly. And eliminating just one would already tilt the odds in his favor. Watch out, raids! Potoli charged forward with his light blade, clashing with Ethan's spirit sword. Raids, who had just been frozen in shock, finally snapped back to reality. Ethan was now less than a meter away from him. Had Potoli not intervened just in time, Raids would have shared Valto's fate. Fana, manipulating her fire spirit, unleashed a breath of flames toward Ethan and Potoli. Fire spirit magic dragon's breath. Within seconds, flames spread out in a ring about 100 meters in diameter, surrounding the two at its center. Trying to trap me in a confined space. Ethan mused internally. It was a sound tactic. By reducing the space, his speed advantage would be limited. And the enemy's magic accuracy would increase. But that was a double-edged sword. The same restrictions applied to the other side, and missteps could cause friendly fire. Beast magic Black Bear's Claw. From above, Veto's giant palm came crashing down toward Ethan, who was locked in a blade duel with Potoli. But just then, a wall of wind materialized over Ethan's head. Although it began to shatter under Veto's savage strength, it bought Ethan a brief moment to breathe. Copy magic light magic. Seizing the opportunity, Rie, one of the Third Eye trio, touched Potoli's light magic grimoire. In an instant, his originally blank-colored grimoire transformed, mimicking its target exactly. Light creation magic judgment sword. Shing! Shing! Countless light blades rained down. Normally, Ethan could have dodged them easily. But now, with Potoli, Veto, and Fana all keeping him under pressure, even the slightest misstep could mean a barrage of coordinated attacks. Whew! This kid might still hold out for a while. At the temple's entrance, Yami Sukiro took a puff from his cigarette, observing the chaos unfolding inside. Not long after Ethan entered, Yami had arrived as well. If it were Asta, he'd have already charged in with his greatsword, roaring. But not Yami. Charging in would only add one more person, possibly a liability, and wouldn't shift the tide decisively. Better to bide his time. If nothing else, he could provide a critical rescue if Ethan fell. Boom! Boom! Inside the fiery ring, the four continued their rapid skirmish. Facing just Potoli and Veto, Ethan could hold his own. But with Ryu now copying light magic, the pressure became overwhelming. Shing! Seeing a brief window, Ethan unleashed a fierce wind blade, forcing the trio to retreat momentarily. At the same time, he channeled his energy, causing the ground to rise like crashing waves beneath his feet. A fierce sandstorm erupted. Rie, be careful! Veto responded instantly. Even though the sandstorm obscured vision, his beast instincts locked onto Ethan's location. The ground cracked beneath him, and he burst forward with blinding speed. Just as Ethan's spirit sword was about to pierce Rhea smash, Veto's fist crashed into Ethan's torso. Ethan's body flew like a severed kite, smashing into the mountainside nearby. Fana didn't hesitate. The fire spirit on her shoulder roared, spewing another flame blast. Light creation magic judgment sword. Almost simultaneously, Potoli and Rhea fired off more light magic, seizing the moment to finish Ethan. The entire temple shook violently. This sudden turn stunned even Yami, still observing from the shadows. His cigarette fell from his lips. What the hell? What was Ethan doing? From his judgment, this fight should have lasted well over 100 exchanges. But now, all of a sudden, this isn't good, this kid's gonna die. Taking that many direct hits from high-level magic. Not even someone with Ethan's freakish durability could survive. If he'd known, he wouldn't have sat back like an audience member watching a play. Swoosh! Yami's dark magic grimoire hovered to his side, and his katana was halfway drawn. But as he prepared to charge in, he stopped. His eyes widened as he noticed the figure behind the girl controlling the fire spirit. Time magic, time stasis. The voice rang out beside Fana's ear, freezing her in shock. She had only heard that voice once before, but she'd never forget who it belonged to. Ethan Hayes. Boom. A glowing sphere of time magic enveloped Fana and her fire spirit, suspending them in a frozen second. Inside the stasis, time repeated endlessly, her expression still stuck in the same stunned moment. Though mentally aware, she couldn't move her body at all. She couldn't understand it. Ethan was supposed to be the one under heavy fire. How could he possibly appear behind her? Fana. Patoli and the others reacted quickly, but still too slow. They rushed to intercept Ethan, but a slash of dark sword energy cut off their path. TCH. I thought you were gonna wait for the movie to end before showing up, Ethan smirked at Yami. Though he didn't know exactly where Yami had been hiding, he was sure he was close. Yami wasn't the reckless type, he had a strategic mindset. Humph. I thought you were dead already, Yami grumbled, lighting another cigarette. For a second, he'd genuinely thought Ethan had been done for. After all, he'd watched him get hit squarely by Veto and then overwhelmed by attacks. He didn't know how Ethan pulled off the illusion escape. But damn, it was a flawless play. Chapter 95, Chapter 95, The Clash of Light and Shadow, Time Magic. How could he? Beneath the eerie glow of the time sphere imprisoning Fana, Patoli's expression turned grim. This unique form of time magic should have only been wielded by the Wizard King, Julius Novacrono. Right, this guy supposedly can use multiple attributes, but isn't this a bit too much? Patoli found it absurd. He had no idea that Ethan Hayes could simulate and learn magic at will, freely converting magic attributes. He simply assumed that Ethan possessed time magic as one of his rare affinities. But regardless of which type, the truth remained Ethan had already far surpassed the realm of ordinary mages. And earlier, that must have been a clone, right? Patoli recalled the first time he fought Ethan, he had been tricked similarly then too. Sure enough, as the dust at the point of impact settled, another Ethan lay within, battered, bloodied, in a miserable state. But a moment later, it dissolved into a gust of wind and vanished. Captain Yami. Patoli is yours. As Ethan's voice echoed, his figure vanished once more. When he reappeared, he was already standing before Veto. With Fana, who had previously been casting spells to disrupt his rhythm, now sealed away, Ethan was confident he could handle the rest. Oneo none. TCH. Kid, are you looking down on me? You're only leaving one for me to deal with. Yami pouted, clearly displeased. But then again, he was probably the best suited for handling multiple opponents. After all, he didn't have Ethan's speed. Dark magic, dark cloaked, nameless slash. With a sweep of his katana, Yami released dark energy like a sharp shockwave. Light and dark opposing forces clashed together fiercely. Boom! Boom! The entire temple trembled. Taking the opportunity, Kahano quickly evacuated the wounded Kyoto and the others from the temple. She understood battles of this level were beyond her abilities. She could only pray that Ethan and Yami could repel the invaders and restore peace to the temple. Thud! Thud! Fists collided with flesh. It was raw, brutal. Ethan and Veto exchanged blows like brawlers in a back alley. Every punch that landed on Ethan hurt like hell. But the pain was manageable, not enough to break bones or cause serious damage. He couldn't believe that Veto, without using any magic, could hit with such force. At the same time, every strike from Ethan made Veto grit his teeth in agony. What kind of monster are you? Veto was baffled, but his blows grew fiercer, shaking the air, shattering the ground. Swoosh! Suddenly, Ethan's figure vanished before Veto. In the next second, Rhea appeared, slashing a blade of light at the spot where Ethan had just stood. But it was too late, not a hair on Ethan had been touched. He's still so fast, after all this fighting, his mana hasn't even decreased significantly. Ryu's eyes widened in disbelief. He had chosen the perfect moment for a surprise attack, yet Ethan's mana showed no signs of weakening. Lightning creation magic Chidori, piercing lance. Lightning solidified into a brilliant blue pillar, as thick as an arm, shooting from Ethan's palm like a laser. Splurt! Blood sprayed as the lightning bolt pierced through Ryu's left arm. He paid dearly for his momentary lapse in focus. But Ethan didn't stop. In a flash, he was at Ryu's side again, raising his hand to repeat the attack. Time magic time! But before he could cast the spell, Veto's massive fist came flying at him like a cannonball. Ethan had no choice but to dodge, abandoning the opportunity. Raids, what do we do now? Catherine looked toward the battlefield, her face full of anxiety. Since the start of the battle, they had barely managed to cast 5 support spells. Now, she realized they couldn't even get involved. This was a fight between monsters. The speed of their movements and spells was beyond what she could react to. Close quarters combat like Veto? She doubted she could survive even 1 second. Ethan! Captain! Just then, a familiar voice rang out at the temple's entrance. Turning around, Catherine saw Asta, Noelle. Almost the entire Black Bulls squad had arrived without a single one missing. Their so-called numerical advantage had instantly become a joke. Patoli! Seeing the situation, Ryu shouted. Patoli didn't need Ryu to explain. He understood clearly this battle had no hope of victory now. If they kept fighting, their losses would only grow. Retreat! Hearing the order, Catherine and the others felt like they had just received a royal pardon. They might not be great at fighting, but every one of them was an expert at escaping with their lives. Light creation magic blade of judgment. A colossal blade of light pierced through the mountain wall of the temple. Patoli was the first to leap out, and the others quickly followed. Kid! Your physical strength is insane. Next time, I'll beat you at your own game. Veto roared, throwing a punch that blasted him away using the recoil. He too jumped out of the temple. Live to fight another day. Muscles didn't mean stupidity. Veto knew this well. Don't run. Let them go. Ethan stopped the others from giving chase. Know when to retreat, that's how you survive. Even a rabbit will bite when cornered, let alone a tiger. They had already captured one of the enemy commanders and recovered the gem. This was a complete victory. No need to push further. If they forced the enemy into desperation, someone might use a magic self-detonation like in the original story, and Ethan wasn't confident he could survive that. Ethan, are you all right? Noelle rushed over, her face filled with worry. Ethan had visible scratches and blood at the corner of his mouth. I'm fine. Just surface wounds. He wiped the blood off and gave her a reassuring smile. Most of the injuries had come from Veto. You could assess someone's magic power with a spell, but judging physical strength? That was much harder. Driven by excitement, Ethan had tested how strong his body truly was by going toe-to-toe with Veto. Though injured, he wasn't disappointed by the outcome. He had relied solely on pure physical strength, while Veto had enhanced his with beast magic. Even so, Ethan had held his own. But Ethan, what do we do with this woman? Yami's voice drew everyone's attention to Fana, who was still trapped within the time sphere. Her expression was one of shock and fear just like before. Chapter 96, Chapter 96, A Gamble for Truth. Clover Kingdom capital. One after another, the 9 Magic Knight squads returned from their mission to search for magic stones. Based on the intel gathered from Fana and the Eye of the Midnight Sun, there was no longer any need to continue the search. There were 10 elven magic stones in total. 6 were now in the hands of the Clover Kingdom. The remaining 4 were with Patoli. This meant the kingdom had successfully gained a major upper hand, effectively crippling the enemy's reincarnation ritual. After all, without Langris's identity as a cover, Potoli would have no chance of killing the Wizard King. As long as the Wizard King lived, even if the reincarnation were to somehow succeed, their enemies would be powerless to do anything substantial. This was what absolute power meant: overwhelming dominance. But what should we do with her? Looking at Fana currently unconscious and being probed by Marx's memory magic, Yami scratched his head and spoke up. From her memories, it was clear she was indeed a member of the elf tribe. The words of the wind spirit had not been a lie. And precisely because of that, this made things tricky. If she had been a true enemy, they could have just executed her. But the truth was, she had only been manipulated by the devil, used as a pawn in a cruel game. What's more, the Clover Kingdom did owe the elves a debt from the past. Let's detain her for now, the Wizard King said with a sigh. When she wakes up, we'll explain everything to her. Whether she believes it or not, that's up to her. He didn't want to give up on trying. With the majority of the stones in their hands, they held the initiative. The enemy no longer had any realistic chance of completing the reincarnation. That gave them a bargaining chip, one that could bring both sides to the table for a real conversation, a chance to uncover the truth. Marx, spread the word. In 10 days, we'll invite the Eye of the Midnight Sun to a parley at White Dragon Cliffs. Tell them we possess the truth they're seeking. And if they don't show, every single magic stone will be destroyed. Yes, Wizard King. Marx nodded and left the dungeon. The others were left deep in thought, each with furrowed brows. Was this plan truly viable? Or would it lead to an unpredictable disaster? Yaar, relax, everyone, the Wizard King said with a smile. I'll personally carry the stones on me during the meeting. What? You think someone could take them from me? His voice was calm, yet carried unshakable confidence. And rightly so. Taking anything from the Wizard King? That was nothing short of delusional. Even Ethan Hayes didn't raise any objections. From his perspective, the enemy had already lost their chance. 3 days later, a hidden location, Potoli and his group were huddled together after receiving the message. The importance of the elf stones couldn't be overstated. Even missing one would render their ritual impossible. And right now, they were missing 6. But it was the Wizard King's invitation that left them confused. A peace talk? A hidden truth? What do you think, Potoli? Isn't this obviously a trap? A way to lure us out and wipe us out, someone asked. Obviously a trap, said Catherine, echoing the sentiment. They're trying to bait us with the stones. Yet, they said if we don't show, he'll destroy the remaining stones, Veto said, scowling. They'd already lost the initiative. Trying to retake the stones by force would take too long. And now, the enemy had put a 10-day deadline on them. Miss that, and their entire plan would be gone for good. We're going, Potoli said firmly. But first, let's contact the Diamond Kingdom. You mean? Everyone looked up, startled. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. Given their long-standing disruption in Clover, the Eye of the Midnight Sun had always been eyed favorably by Clover's enemies. Especially the Diamond Kingdom, which had always harbored ambitions of conquest. The problem was, a true alliance had never formed. First, because after completing the reincarnation, they would have more than enough power to take over Clover on their own. There wasn't much point in sharing the glory. Second, they still needed the land of the Clover Kingdom to rebuild their own elven nation. Letting the Diamond Kingdom meddle would only cause future complications. Why let another faction squat next to their bed? But now, with the tables turned, they had no choice but to seek outside help. The situation was getting worse, and one more misstep could mean they'd lose everything. Fine, said Potoli. Contact them. But remember, our goal is the magic stones. I suspect they'll all be on Julius Navacrano's person. So how do we take them? That was the desperate question. Becoming Wizard King wasn't something just anyone could do. Even facing just the captains of the 9 squads would be overwhelming, let alone Julius. They'd already been pushed to their limits fighting Ethan Hayes alone. Now there would be more like him? They were at a massive power disadvantage. I know, Potoli said, eyes gleaming. That's exactly why they'll be overconfident. And the more confident one is, the more likely they are to slip up. He leaned in and whispered something to Ryu. Ryu's eyes lit up. It might just work. Or rather, whether it worked or not, this was their only chance to reclaim the stones. All right, Potoli said. Get in touch with the Diamond Kingdom. In 7 days, we'll see whether their strength prevails or whether Lady Luck finally smiles on us. Chapter 97, Chapter 97 Return to the Grimoire Tower. It had already been 5 days since the message was sent out. Yet the kingdom remained eerily calm, as if the eye of the midnight sun and the elves had never even existed. But those who were in the know understood the truth: either their enemies were preparing something in the shadows, or they had accepted the harsh reality. Whichever it was, for the moment, it had nothing to do with Ethan Hayes. Right now, he was soaring through the air using wind magic, heading toward his destination. A year and a half, hey. Landing gently on the ground, Ethan looked up at the tall, chimney-like structure before him with a touch of nostalgia. This was the Grimoire Tower. A year and a half ago, it was here that he had received his 2 4-leaf clover grimoires. Back then, he was just a commoner from the borderlands. But through relentless effort, he had become one of the most sought-after figures in the Clover Kingdom. His strength had grown from the 8th realm to the 3rd realm. The speed of his rise was like strapping himself to a rocket. Of course, Ethan knew very well had he been an ordinary person, none of this would have been possible. What truly set him apart was the divine blood flowing in his veins. No guards, just as I thought. Glancing around the tower's perimeter, Ethan silently confirmed his suspicions. Every grimoire in the kingdom came from this very tower. This included those of the captains of the 9 squads, and even the Wizard King himself. One could say this tower was like a heavily guarded military base filled with magic missiles or even atomic bombs. It was the core of the Clover Kingdom. And yet, such a crucial place had no stationed guards. Despite being located on the border, there were no precautions against enemy forces storming in or destroying it outright. To Ethan, this meant only one of 2 things: the tower was inherently indestructible or nearly so. It was protected by a powerful guardian. Of the 2, he believed the second to be more likely. Creak, he pushed open the doors and stepped inside. The interior was just as he remembered. But this time, he noticed what he hadn't before: there was more to this place than met the eye. From the outside, the tower looked about 50 to 60 meters tall. But once inside, when he looked up, he couldn't even see the top. It stretched straight into the heavens. Shelves spiraled upward in a circular pattern, filled with grimoires as far as the eye could see. Anyone here? He wasn't here to steal anything, so Ethan called out politely. But only his echo answered. No one? Then I guess I'll help myself. Still getting no response, he shrugged and moved on. With wind magic cloaking him, Ethan floated gently into the air like a feather. He drifted over to a bookshelf and randomly pulled out a grimoire. A 3-leaf, but the cover bore 3 clover leaves, yet the pages inside were blank, not a single word or symbol. He pulled out another. Same result. And another. Still blank. Some grimoires were thick, others thin. Some were large, others small. But all were completely empty: no words, no magic, no energy, nothing. Looking for something, young man? A calm, aged voice echoed through the grand hall, making Ethan freeze. He wasn't some amateur anymore, his senses were incredibly sharp. Yet he hadn't detected anyone until the voice rang out. Magic domain. He instantly expanded his magical domain, enveloping the entire hall. Still nothing. Just books and shelves. No trace of the speaker. Oh? A magic domain? For someone your age, your magic control is truly impressive." The voice sounded surprised. But despite scanning the area again, Ethan still couldn't locate the source. Even his ability to read key came up empty. So I was right. Ethan narrowed his eyes. His suspicions were confirmed. There really was a guardian in this tower. But just how strong was this person compared to Wizard King Julius? Tap. His eyes flicked downward. A hand had gently tapped his shoulder. Ethan vanished in an instant, reappearing several meters away with a grim expression. Whoever this was had approached him completely undetected. "Hee, no need to panic, young man. I'm just curious why you're here. It's not grimoire granting season yet. Besides, you already have yours, don't you?" This time, Ethan saw him. Floating in the air where he had just been, stood an old man dressed like a wizard, with a long white beard and aged face. This was the same man who had presided over the grimoire ceremony a year and a half ago. No, likely, he'd been the grimoire tower's keeper all along. "So it really was you?" Ethan smirked. He'd suspected this man for a long time. The grimoire tower was just too important to leave unguarded. Any noble or royal with a shred of ambition would have tried to take control of it long ago. If you controlled who got grimoires and who didn't, you controlled the future of the entire kingdom. It could be used to suppress enemies and empower allies. But instead, this old man had maintained a neutral, almost invisible presence, allowing anyone to receive a grimoire once they came of age regardless of bloodline or status. "So, what brings you here, young man? Not happy with your grimoire and want to trade it in for a new one?" The old keeper chuckled. He'd encountered such people before, those who were unsatisfied with their grimoires or refused to believe their worth matched what they received. But that had been many decades ago. Everyone now understood, once chosen, a grimoire could never be replaced. "Go home, kid. Grimoires can't be a..." He trailed off mid-sentence. Because in Ethan's hands were two grimoires, each bearing the unmistakable mark of a four-leaf clover. "You're not satisfied with those?" The old man's voice faltered. Was this brat seriously trying to exchange two four-leaf clovers? Did he want to trade up to two five-leaf grimoires next? Unbelievable. Chapter 98, Chapter 98, The Tower's Secret Five-Leaf Clovers? Ethan wasn't interested in that at all. Others might not know, but he was very clear: once a grimoire turns into a five-leaf clover, it means it has been possessed by a demon. Just like Asta's. His grimoire was originally a four-leaf clover, containing sword magic and belonging to the elven leader, Licht. But due to the word magic devil's intricate schemes, Licht fell into despair and developed hatred toward humans. Although he ultimately stopped himself in time and didn't let the devil succeed, his grimoire still transformed into a five-leaf and became inhabited by another devil. Indeed, demonic power could grant incredible strength. Asta's devil transformation was proof of that. But for Ethan, such power was unnecessary, something he could take or leave. Two four-leaf clovers? But where did you get those books? As the old tower master spoke, Ethan could clearly sense a shift in his tone. What had been friendly curiosity was now laced with sharp suspicion, as if the man was ready to strike at any moment. "Where else?" "I got them from here," Ethan replied calmly. "Here? You are?" The tower master frowned, inspecting him closely. He might forget other things, but the owners of the four-leaf clovers he remembered every one. Since the foundation of the grimoire tower, fewer than 100 people had received four-leaf grimoires. He never forgot a single face or name. The young man before him didn't match any of those memories, at least not recently. But then he recalled, in recent years, only one person had ever received two four-leaf clovers, a boy named Ethan. Still, that Ethan didn't look like this. "No doubt, these books are mine. Due to certain reasons, my appearance has changed a bit. If you don't believe me, go ask the Magic Knights, they'll confirm it." The tower master nodded. He noticed Ethan was wearing the uniform of the Magic Knights. Though the style varied, the design was unmistakable. I see. That's unusual indeed. He mumbled to himself. So, since you're not here to exchange your grimoire, what brings you back? Although Ethan's identity was confirmed, the Tower Master still didn't understand his purpose. The grimoire tower had only one function, bestowing grimoires. Ethan already had his, there should be no reason to return. I want a few more. Ethan grinned. The Tower Master froze. Was this boy stupid? He had just explained each person only got one chance to receive a grimoire. Once acquired, no matter how good or bad it was, it couldn't be changed or redone. Your idea is a fantasy. Everyone gets one chance. Besides, you only have wind and fire attributes. Even if you obtained another grimoire, you couldn't cast the spells in it. Ethan grinned wider. He raised his left hand, and a globe of water floated gently in his palm. Then, sparks of lightning danced across the fingertips of his right hand. The Tower Master's eyes widened in shock. Ethan was supposed to only have wind and fire attributes. So what do you think? Want to see more? Ethan chuckled like a magician showing off a trick. Light. Darkness. Earth. Space. Even several complex derivative magics manifested around him, one after another. The old man's expression shifted again and again. He couldn't believe what he was seeing. How is this possible? How can you wield so many magic types? He was stunned. Back when Ethan received his grimoire, he'd had only two elements, wind and fire. All subsequent reports confirmed it. How did he suddenly possess so many attributes? I can't fully explain it, Ethan said honestly. But currently, I can use no fewer than 100 different types of magic. So I'd like to try and see if I can receive more grimoires. That was his true purpose for coming. Yes, a person was only allowed to receive a grimoire once. But likewise, each person only had one natural attribute. A lock was only compatible with a single key. Thus, no other grimoire would resonate with an incompatible magic type. But Ethan was different. The chaotic and mysterious energy inside him acted like a master key, capable of unlocking countless elemental doors. So he wanted to know, could he now receive grimoires of other elements too? I see. Then go ahead. Try. After a moment of contemplation, the Tower Master nodded. This was the first time he'd encountered such an absurd request. Yet within that absurdity, there was a faint thread of possibility. After all, no one in history had ever been like Ethan. Might as well try and find out. He raised his staff, as if activating a hidden system. And with that, Ethan finally understood why his earlier attempts had failed. The grimoire tower was under someone's control. Without permission, no one could alter anything. After a few seconds, the Tower Master lowered his staff and said, "All right. You may proceed as you wish." Ethan nodded. He took a deep breath and closed his eyes. Inside his body, the chaotic energy shifted and he transformed it into water. Gentle and flowing magic radiated outward from him. 1 second. 2 seconds. The Tower Master observed the grimoire tower carefully. "Nanny," he gasped. A grimoire glowing with a blue light floated out of one of the bookshelves. There was only one explanation: the grimoire had chosen a master. He actually succeeded. Ethan opened his eyes and chuckled, surprised. To be honest, he hadn't been completely sure it would work. It was just a hypothesis, a gamble. But clearly, his instincts had been correct. But why is there no emblem? He reached out and took the book in hand. Unlike the others, this grimoire had no clover emblem on its cover. It was light blue and completely unmarked. Flip, he opened it. To his surprise, the pages weren't blank. The book was about 3 centimeters thick, and nearly a third of it was filled with text. After reading a few pages, Ethan realized, every spell listed was a water-based magic he currently knew how to use. In other words, this grimoire really was his. Chapter 99, Chapter 99, A Miracle in the Tower. A miracle. I can't believe you actually succeeded. The Tower Master looked completely stunned, as if he couldn't believe what he was witnessing. After all, since the establishment of the Grimoire Tower, this was the very first time someone who had already received a grimoire had been able to get another one. It's definitely a miracle, but more than miracles, I trust my own judgment. With a smile still on his face, Ethan was now confident that his theory was correct. He still believed that everyone only gets one chance in life to receive a grimoire, but that was only because every person was believed to have only one attribute. He, however, had already possessed both wind and fire attributes and thus received 2 grimoires. So, using the same logic, now that he had other attributes too, it stood to reason he could receive even more grimoires. Let's go again. Placing the grimoire in his hand down on the ground, Ethan shifted his internal energy once more. This time, he chose light. Buzz. Within just 10 seconds, the grimoire tower responded once again. A grimoire bathed in golden light flew out from the bookshelf. That's the second one. The Tower Master exclaimed again, astonished. Clearly, this wasn't a fluke. Ethan really was capable of breaking all the rules. Reaching out, Ethan caught the grimoire floating toward him. But just like the last one, there were no markings on it. Strange. He shook his head, puzzled. Still, the magic power it contained was no weaker than any other 3-leaf grimoire. In fact, it might even rival the 2 4-leaf grimoires he had received earlier. Whatever. Grimoires come in all shapes and sizes. No markings doesn't really mean anything. Ethan decided not to dwell on it. What mattered most now was to get as many grimoires as possible. As he continued to cycle through his magic attributes, grimoires continued to fly from the shelves one by one. At first, the Tower Master was stunned with every new one. But eventually, he grew calm, watching it all happen like it was a normal occurrence. He counted 203 grimoires. That's how many had floated down for Ethan so far. A number that surpassed even some full-scale grimoire granting ceremonies. And they were all for one person. Looks like that's all of them. Ethan muttered as he looked around. The Tower Master twitched at the corner of his mouth. He still looked like he hadn't had enough. Was this kid trying to empty the entire tower? Well, Ethan had considered it. But he also knew it wasn't possible. Magic came in endless forms. There were no limits to the attributes, only to imagination. Still, even if he could transform into any element, he first had to know of that element's existence. These 203 grimoires represented the 203 magical attributes Ethan currently understood. Besides the wind and fire he originally had, all the others came from the knowledge he gained through members of various squads, just like how he had once sought to learn the Wizard King's time magic. If he didn't know it, he couldn't transform into it. Plain and simple. Speaking of which, I almost forgot about time magic. Taking a deep breath, Ethan shifted his inner energy again, this time toward the time attribute. He was curious to see what a time-based grimoire would look like. Would it be like Julius's? A grimoire without a cover, looking absolutely divine? Whoosh! Seeing Ethan go quiet again, the Tower Master blinked in surprise. Wait, did this guy still have more attributes he hadn't claimed a grimoire for? Good grief! Was he really planning to empty the tower? 1 second. 10 seconds, a full minute passed. The atmosphere turned awkward. The time attribute grimoire never appeared. It was as if it didn't even exist. Ethan opened his eyes, frowning. Based on how things had gone so far, this should not have happened. Hey, old man, Tower Master, Ethan corrected himself. Can I ask Julius, the Wizard King, did he get his grimoire from here? He had a theory now. Only 2 possibilities remained: either Julius didn't get his grimoire from here, or the time attribute grimoire was unique, one of a kind. Julius? Wait, don't tell me, just now you were trying to get the time grimoire. The Tower Master looked surprised. Did Ethan actually possess time magic as well? Had he been trying to get that grimoire? Yes. Julius did get his grimoire here. I remember it clearly, it gave me quite a scare at the time. His grimoire wasn't a four-leaf, but it was clear that the era chose him, or maybe it was fate. Era? Fate? What was this guy even saying? Time magic is a very special attribute. Since the founding of the Grimoire Tower, I've only ever seen 3 people possess it. Each of them carried some kind of destiny they had to fulfill. The Tower Master's expression turned nostalgic, filled with memory and melancholy. That made Ethan blink in surprise. How old are you, exactly?" he asked. Because if he remembered correctly, from the first Wizard King to Julius, only Julius had ever used time magic. And now this old man was saying he'd seen 3? I don't remember anymore. Time is a blurry concept. The Tower Master shook his head, as if he didn't want to say more. Then, he summoned his magic carpet and floated onto it. The time attribute grimoire is unique. Until its current wielder finishes their mission, it will not appear again within this tower. I don't know how you suddenly gained so many magical attributes, not even time magic. But take my advice, use the limited time you have to grow stronger, or else, it might be too late. With that, the Tower Master soared up and vanished. Ethan scratched his head and blinked, utterly bewildered. Still, it was clear the old guy knew a lot, far more than he had ever let on. Oh well. If it's not here, it's not here. I've already got enough. Looking at the massive pile of grimoires on the ground, Ethan chuckled. Now, he possessed the power of over 200 different types of magic, and each one would be no weaker than the fire and wind he originally mastered. Only one question remained: how the heck was he supposed to carry them all? Chapter 100, Chapter 100 The Hidden Legacy of the Tower. After placing the final magic book into the storage chamber he constructed with space magic, Ethan Hayes dusted off his hands. It might have seemed like a simple solution to the problem, but in truth, it was only a temporary fix. In this world, space magic had been nerfed to the point of being practically useless. That was being generous. In his previous world, whether in novels or anime, space magic was absolutely terrifying. There was even a phrase that captured this perfectly: time reigns supreme, but space rules all. Indeed, time magic here had proven its dominance. Julius Novachrono was the perfect example. But space magic? The spatial storage he created had to be constantly maintained with mana. It didn't persist independently once formed. If his mana flow was interrupted, the entire space would collapse and everything inside would vanish into chaotic spatial turbulence. That's why spatial mages rarely used it for item storage, especially during combat. Trying to fight while maintaining a spell that could collapse any moment? Unthinkable. I really need to study space magic properly someday. It shouldn't be this week. Frowning, Ethan stepped out of the magic book tower. This trip had been fruitful. He'd finally solved the issue that prevented him from using other magic types at full power. But it also raised new problems. The words that old man said before leaving about fate and destiny kept echoing in his mind. Zephyra, come out. Summoning the wind spirit, Zephyra appeared in her human form before him. She was an ancient elemental, different from the current era's sylph. She knew much more. What's up, Master? She playfully floated around Ethan, weaving up and down, side to side. He didn't care before when she was smaller, but now she looked like a toddler about the size of a 3-year-old. And for a moment, Ethan thought he glimpsed her white undergarments. Ahem. Zephyra, do you recognize this place? Clearing his thoughts, Ethan pointed toward the towering structure. At first glance, Zephyra didn't recall anything. But the more she looked at it, the more memories surfaced. Isn't that the Divine Tower? Divine Tower? Wasn't it just the magic book tower? Hearing that name, Ethan felt like he was about to uncover something big. Keep going, he urged. Tell me everything you know. Zephyra nodded, taking a moment to gather her thoughts. In ancient times, this continent was home to 100 different races. Humans were the weakest of them all, often hunted as blood sacrifices. My master back then wasn't human, but a member of the Heave-Neater clan, one of the top 3 strongest races. They were born with a devouring magic that could consume anything. Ethan nodded to himself. So I was right all along. He had always wondered why the Clover Kingdom seemed to only have humans and spirits. Following typical fantasy tropes, there should have been beast folk, goblins, dwarves. It wasn't that they never existed, they had simply vanished, erased by time. There was constant war among the races, and many went extinct. Then one day, the divine tower descended from the heavens, right onto this land. Zephyra looked at the tower again, a soft look of nostalgia in her eyes, like she had returned to the distant past. The divine tower housed countless magic books, just like now. But here's the thing, only humans could obtain them. Ethan understood immediately. Humans used that advantage to rise and ultimately wipe out the other races, becoming the dominant rulers. Even without Zephyra explaining it, it followed the typical novel logic perfectly. And indeed, it happened just as he guessed. Humans and spirits eventually joined forces and took control of the continent. Now, the spirits were gone, leaving humans as the sole rulers. So this thing's been around since ancient times. Ethan inhaled sharply. He might not know how old the old tower keeper was, but he did ask Zephyra her age once. 20,000 years. Let that sink in. He was only 17. No wonder that old man could sneak up on me without a sound. He's probably stronger than Julius. Looking back, Ethan felt a chill. He had once believed that, worst case, he could at least run if things turned south. But now, if that man had wanted him dead, he wouldn't have lasted a second. 20,000 years. Who would have thought this world hides such a huge secret boss? But what does he want? There was no such thing as love or hate without cause. There had to be a reason for building the tower and letting people access magic books. He couldn't possibly be running a fantasy world Red Cross. No matter how hard Ethan thought, he couldn't figure it out. Still, so far, the tower keeper hadn't shown hostility. In fact, he left the tower open for anyone to receive their magic books. Forget it. I'll just wait until I'm strong enough to fight him. Then I'll ask him everything. The more he learned, the more mysteries piled up. Why was the tower really here? What was the destiny the man spoke of? Where did Ethan's strange bloodline and mana traits come from? He wanted answers. But to obtain them, he needed one thing: power. Boom! Boom! Just as Ethan was deep in thought, thunderous explosions echoed in his ears. It sounded like cannon fire, a battlefield roaring to life. Springing into the air, he looked toward the distance. Black smoke billowed from the horizon. He frowned. If I'm not mistaken, that's coming from Hage Village. Chapter 101, Chapter 101, Flames of War, Blood in the Village. Boom! Boom! The thunderous explosions echoed endlessly. At this moment, the usually quiet and small village of Hage was engulfed in smoke and chaos, accompanied by the arrogant shouts of invading enemies. Kill! Steal the money, take the food, and grab the pretty nuns. Blood splattered everywhere as cries of terror and agony filled the air. Yet amid the desperation, there were still those unwilling to accept their cruel fate and chose to resist. Father, quickly lead the villagers to escape toward the demon god's remains. That direction leads into the forest. It's harder for the enemies to find you there. But what about you, Sister Lily? You can't stay behind. The priest frowned and shook his head. How could he let a woman remain in danger? There's no time to argue. Go now. Water creation magic. Holy water shield. Magic surged, and a shimmering blue barrier rose up, blocking several incoming fireballs. At the village entrance, even the priest, unwilling to leave, was forcibly dragged away by panicked villagers toward the forest near the demon god's remains. I wonder, will I ever see Asta and Yuno again? As she watched the villagers disappear into the distance, Sister Lily sighed in her heart. She knew exactly what staying behind meant. Although as a nun she wasn't weak, she was a mid-tier mage. Her opponents were not just one or two people. She didn't know why the Diamond Kingdom chose now to launch a surprise attack. But she had no path of retreat. She had to stand and face what was coming. Oh ho! A nun. Pretty too. That face would look good in the old boss's collection. Wife material? Don't you know clergy aren't allowed to marry? So I'll just enjoy her without marrying. No rule broken. Fair point. Within moments, over a dozen Diamond Kingdom mages surrounded Sister Lily from all sides. Their expressions were lecherous and full of malice. More enemies were arriving as they finished dealing with the other fleeing villagers. Not all of them had bad intentions, but in the heat of battle, mob mentality took over and none minded joining the fun. Disgusting. Water creation magic raging dragon torrent. Their vile eyes made Lily sick. Magic surged again, and a swirling dragon of water roared forth. But in front of dozens of mages, the spell barely caused a stir. Nice, not bad. Got any more tricks? Keep going, don't stop. Each enemy mage had a magic shield raised, laughing mockingly, completely unconcerned. They weren't in a rush to defeat her. Instead, they enjoyed watching her lose hope bit by bit before they would ravage her. Just imagining it excited them. Water creation magic water blades. Water creation magic multi-arrow stream. Water creation magic, spell after spell flew, until 2/3 of her mana was drained, yet it was all in vain. She couldn't run. She couldn't win. As she looked around at her hopeless situation, her thoughts turned to the fate that awaited her. What's wrong? Out of magic? Don't give up now. Yeah, keep struggling. I love feisty ones. Their mocking voices pierced her ears as she steeled herself. Lily poured the last of her mana into one final spell. A small orb of water condensed in her hand. Water creation magic 1000-petal rainfall. Whoosh! She tossed the water orb high into the air. As if released from her control, it exploded. Countless raindrops fell like blades, stabbing downward with lethal precision. This was an area of effects spell. It attacked everyone within range, foe or friend, including the caster. I may not be able to defeat you, but I can at least choose my own death. She closed her eyes and smiled softly. To die protecting others she had no regrets. Bang! Bang! Yet seconds passed, and nothing struck her. She opened her eyes only to be stunned by the sight. The thugs who had been surrounding and taunting her, every single one, were now lying lifeless on the ground. Each body bore wounds consistent with her 1000-petal rainfall spell. Since when was I this powerful? Wide-eyed, Lily couldn't believe it. These were dozens of mages, none of her earlier spells had even scratched them. Yet her final, desperate spell had killed them all? And she was unharmed? Your courage is admirable. But now isn't the time for you to return to the embrace of the gods. She turned toward the voice, startled. There, sitting atop the chapel roof, was a young man, handsome, calm, and composed. But that wasn't what shocked her. What stunned her was the realization, he was the one who had taken down all those enemies. Dawnlight's 10th Squad Captain Ethan. Your sister Lily, right? Asta talks about you all the time. Landing gracefully, Ethan introduced himself. He had to admit Asta had good taste. Sister Lily was not only beautiful, but also had a kind, selfless heart. After all, not everyone had the courage to stay behind while sending others to safety. Ethan? You're Ethan? Lily's eyes widened in disbelief. She had seen him once, during the grimoire ceremony at the tower. He was the famous wielder of 2 4-leaf clover grimoires, the brightest star of that day. But now, only a year or so later, he looked completely transformed, like he had undergone a total makeover. Ethan glanced at the corpses and asked, "Can you tell me what happened here? Why did the Diamond Kingdom suddenly attack?" "I don't know. We had just finished eating when they attacked," Lily replied, shaking her head. But Ethan's brows furrowed as he turned his gaze to the distant horizon. Far away, just like in Hage, thick smoke was rising across the land. That was his old home Kaka village. Chapter 102, Chapter 102 Vengeance engraved in stone. There was no time for Ethan to speak further with Sister Lily. After giving a few quick instructions to stay safe, he extended his hand and conjured a spatial portal. With one step through, he reappeared at the entrance of Kaka village. Truth be told, it was a little shameful he hadn't returned even once since leaving for the royal capital over a year ago. But that didn't mean he didn't care about Kaka village. Humans are not emotionless grass or trees who can live without feelings. If it weren't for the villagers of Kaka village taking him in back then, his grave would have long since become overgrown with weeds. Hey! But as Ethan looked ahead, a terrible sense of wrongness crept over him. This wasn't like the previously raided Hage village. Kaka village was deathly silent. Apart from the crackling flames consuming the houses, not a single sound could be heard. A heavy feeling welled up in Ethan's chest as he slowly stepped into the village. He didn't walk fast, his feet moved slowly, almost 1 second at a time. Because the scene before him made his mind tremble. His pupils constricted. His face twitched. His hands clenched involuntarily into fists. Ah! A thunderous roar erupted from his chest. An immense surge of magic burst from him, extinguishing all flames in the village in an instant. By the wall, leaning against it, was an elderly woman with snow-white hair. Everyone in the village used to call her Saint Mother. She was the one who'd found him by the shore all those years ago. But now, her lifeless body lay still, a pool of blood beneath her, clearly pierced through by some form of magic. Around her, countless other villagers lay in similar states. Not one of them showed signs of life. The once vibrant Vachi village had become a village of the dead. No one survived, no elders, no children, no one. Diamond Kingdom. The words escaped Ethan through clenched teeth, drenched in rage. He had never been this furious before, not even when he nearly died at the hands of Ethan. This time, it felt as if everything had been stolen from him. He wanted to destroy everything in retaliation. I think I finally understand how Ethan and the others felt. He took a deep breath and gave a bitter laugh. You can't truly understand someone's emotions just by simulating them. But now he understood. This kind of anger left no room for compromise. No explanations could ease it. Only vengeance by his own hands could settle the turmoil in his heart. Diamond Kingdom, hey! Repeating the name once more, Ethan's figure vanished. Silence once again returned to the ruins of Kaka village. But then the earth began to tremble. Mountains shifted. The land cracked. In less than a minute, a monumental memorial rose from the ruins of the village. At its center, a tall stone stele pierced the sky, its aura solemn and resolute. On it were engraved the names of every villager of Kaka village. And beneath that, one bold inscription: for the slaughter of a village, vengeance shall not rest until repaid. In the year 761 of the Clover calendar, April. Inscribed by Ethan. Day 8. Only 2 days remained until the agreed-upon date with the eye of the midnight Sunday. But these past few days had already plunged the entire Clover Kingdom into shock. 4 days ago, the Diamond Kingdom launched a full-scale invasion. Mobilizing its entire nation's might, it attacked the Clover Kingdom from all sides. In the beginning, they achieved sweeping victories. The entire border was overrun in a rapid and frenzied assault. The outer realm, middle realm, and noble realm, the kingdom's three lines of defense had collapsed down to just the middle and noble realms. Nearly a third of Clover Kingdom's territory had fallen. Panic and despair gripped the nation. Rumors spread, whispering that the Clover Kingdom's fall was imminent. But within the upper echelons of the kingdom, the Magic Knights captains, and even the Wizard King himself, remained calm and collected. The enemy's early victories were due to catching them off guard. No one had expected the Diamond Kingdom to strike like a rabid dog. After all, despite past skirmishes, no war had ever escalated to this scale for decades. Why? Because neither side had ever had absolute confidence of victory. Such a war would be a gamble with the fate of the nation. What do you all think? Something feels off about the Diamond Kingdom's timing, the Wizard King mused. It does seem odd. But maybe they've finally reached their limit? Their nation's resources are nearly dried up, after all. Sounds like a desperate last stand to me. A dying beast's final struggle. Around the meeting table, leaders exchanged views. Most were in agreement, regardless of the enemy's motives. They had already reached the kingdom's doorstep. Retaliation was not a choice. It was a necessity. Here's the plan: each of you will lead your squads to your respective fronts and hold the lines, the Wizard King concluded. As for the meeting with the Eye of the Midnight Sun in 2 days, I'll go alone. After that, I'll return to coordinate the counterattack. By the way, where's Ethan? Only now did the Wizard King realize that the seat of the 10th Squad's captain was empty. Hell, where is your captain? Where did he run off to at a time like this? I don't know, sir, Hell responded with an awkward smile. He hasn't been around these past few days. We've been looking for him too. This captain was great in every way except one. He just never liked staying home. Even at a time like this, no one knew where he'd vanished to. All right, then. For now, you'll take over his duties and mobilize your squad. As for Ethan, leave him be. The Wizard King finally said after a long pause. He wasn't worried something had happened to Ethan. With his current strength, unless he was seeking death, there were few who could kill him. The priority now was clear: prepare for counterattack. If the Diamond Kingdom wanted war, then war they would get. The Clover Kingdom is no paper tiger. Chapter 103, Chapter 103, The machine of war begins to turn. With the national machinery fully mobilized, the Clover Kingdom was undergoing a dramatic transformation. Unlike in the original timeline, where the elves exploited a loophole through reincarnation magic and triggered collapse from within, things were vastly different now. At this moment, the entire Clover Kingdom stood united like a tightly twisted rope, all its efforts focused outward, facing the enemy. The 10 Magic Knight squads were stationed on their respective front lines, each led by their own captains who fought fiercely in the trenches. Behind them, the civilians donated supplies, which were then transported to the front by the logistics division. From top to bottom, every citizen of the kingdom was contributing their part to the war effort. They all understood one thing clearly: when the nest is overturned, no egg can remain intact. If the Clover Kingdom were to fall, none of them would have any hope of survival. But right now, none of this mattered to Ethan Hayes. Soaring high in the sky, Ethan shot forward like an eagle. Only one thought echoed in his mind now: revenge. Since the Diamond Kingdom had dared to act, then they needed to be prepared to suffer the consequences. As for sayings like an eye for an eye ends in endless vengeance, what a load of crap. He could accept being killed if it had been due to his own lack of skill, he wouldn't blame anyone else. But the villagers of Kaka village had raised him. When benefactors suffer, how could he just stand by and do nothing? I'm here. Descending swiftly from the sky, hidden in the shadows, Ethan landed in a small forest outside the Diamond Kingdom's capital. He was definitely going to get his revenge, but he wasn't letting his anger cloud his judgment. This was the Diamond Kingdom, not some small diamond village or town. It was a force that had stood toe-to-toe with the Clover Kingdom for decades. If the Clover Kingdom's military power was vast, then the Diamond Kingdoms couldn't be that much weaker. Of course, with the war raging, both the useful and the expendable would be sent en masse to the front lines. But there would still be people guarding the rear. The Clover Kingdom had the Wizard King, but the Diamond Kingdom, Colin Crockett. This was someone who hadn't appeared in the original story, but that didn't mean he didn't exist. Within the Diamond Kingdom, he was known as the Holy Archmage, a title roughly equivalent in authority and power to the Wizard King. And that made sense. If the Diamond Kingdom didn't have such a stabilizing force, how could they dare to constantly harass the Clover Kingdom year after year? Forget the Wizard King. If even half of the Clover Kingdom's Magic Knight squads were dispatched, the Diamond Kingdom would have been overwhelmed long ago. It was only because both kingdoms had top-tier forces that were roughly equal that a delicate balance had been maintained. But this balance made Ethan's situation all the more difficult. If I act rashly and get surrounded, that's the best-case scenario. If this Holy Archmage Colin shows up, I might not even be able to escape. Ethan contemplated his next move. It was obvious he couldn't just charge in head first. Otherwise, he wouldn't just fail in his revenge, he'd lose his own life as well. I need to prepare. After pondering for a while, Ethan made up his mind. The war wouldn't end overnight, he still had time. If he was going to act, he had to make sure it was a one-shot kill. White Dragon Slope, the place of the Tendai Agreement. 6 days had passed since the war began. The whole world was engulfed in smoke and chaos. But this place alone remained like a paradise, untouched and peaceful. Under a pavilion built long in advance, the Wizard King sat with his eyes closed, conserving his energy. Only Marx accompanied him, serving silently at his side. Wizard King, it's already past the appointed time. Marx glanced at the clock and couldn't help but speak. The scheduled time had been 4 p.m. Now it was nearly 5 p.m. Still, there was no sign of their guests. It seemed like this meeting might have been nothing more than wishful thinking. The Wizard King remained silent, eyes still closed, almost as if he hadn't heard Marx speak. But within a few minutes, he opened his eyes and stood up. Far in the distance, several streaks of light were approaching rapidly. They're here. Seeing the arrivals, the Wizard King gave a slight smile. Although this had been a one-sided invitation, the other side had no choice but to come. This was their last chance. If they broke the agreement, the Wizard King would destroy the magic stones, then they'd lose the opportunity to carry out their plan forever. As expected of the Wizard King, daring to come alone. Patoli's remark made Marx's eye twitch slightly. Alone? What am I, chopped liver? Vengeance? No. I should call you Patoli, right? Hearing the Wizard King's words, Patoli frowned. So Ethan Hayes already told you everything. Fine. Then I won't waste time. Hand over the magic stones. Easy now. You'll get them. But don't you want to hear a story first? The Wizard King waved his hand. This was the reason he invited them here. The elves and humans were never true enemies. Not in the past. And he hoped, not in the future either. The truth might be hard to accept, but that didn't mean it was impossible. If given enough time, he believed everything would come to light. This story begins with the first Wizard King. Gazing at the distant sunset, the Wizard King began to speak slowly and calmly, explaining the real cause behind everything. Patoli and the others were visibly shaken. Veto's face turned red with fury. He pointed a trembling finger at the Wizard King and shouted, "Liar! It was you humans. You were jealous of our elven talent and wanted our power. That's why you wiped out our entire race. You humans are still making excuses to this day. I admit human greed and jealousy are boundless. But the truth is, the elves were destroyed not by humans, but by the demon who deceived both sides. The demon was the true mastermind behind it all." Hearing this, the elves looked like they were questioning their entire existence. They had endured so much, sacrificed so much, all for revenge. And now they were being told that their target had been wrong all along? Was everything they had done meaningless? And you actually believe that nonsense? Potoli sneered. No one noticed the black mist that flashed briefly through his eyes. Fine. Let's say, for argument's sake, you're telling the truth. Even so, humans still can't be absolved. If not for your jealousy and rejection of us, the demon wouldn't have had the opportunity to exploit the situation. In the end, you humans still pushed things over the edge. And now you want to sweep it all under the rug with a few light words? Julius, are you naive, or just a fool in your role as Wizard King? Listen to me. Potoli turned to the others, expression solemn. The destruction of our race is an undeniable fact. Whether it was humans or that so-called demon isn't the point. What matters is that our people, our kin, are still waiting for us to bring them back. Julius, if you truly believe the elves were innocent, then shouldn't you help us make amends? Yes. The elves were innocent. Then to atone for your past sins, shouldn't you help us? Of course. That's why I'm here today. Then we want to bring our people back. And we need the remaining magic stones to do it. Will you give them to us or not? That. Julius frowned. From the standpoint of making amends, he should give them the stones. But as the Wizard King, responsible for protecting the kingdom and its people, he couldn't just hand over something so dangerous. If the elves were lying, he would be the one to unleash catastrophe upon the world. Yes, the stones could be given. But not yet. Chapter 104, Chapter 104, The Hidden Revival. Upon seeing the Wizard King's reaction, Potoli smiled inwardly. It seemed the Wizard King was aware of some things, but not everything. For example, the elf reincarnation. Reviving the elves who perished hundreds of years ago, that was a miracle only a god could perform. The magic of the elf stones was powerful, yes, but they alone couldn't bring the dead back to life from nothing. A medium was needed. Such as, the souls of the elves secretly attaching themselves to human bodies. Maybe to a commoner. Maybe even to a noble. Even the very attendant standing beside the Wizard King Marks might be carrying a dormant elf soul. Once elf reincarnation was activated, those possessed by elf souls would awaken. They would no longer be human, they would no longer retain any of their former human memories. They would completely become elves. Put simply, it was like a magpie taking over a dove's nest. It was possession. If the Wizard King knew this, he would have rejected the idea without hesitation. No, the discussion they were having now wouldn't have even happened. After a moment of silence, the Wizard King finally spoke. I can return the stones to you. But I have a condition. The remaining members of the elf tribe must come live in the capital for 10 years. No, make that 5. After that, I'll return the stones to you. Of course, you'll be free during that time, he added. You'll live just like any other Clover Kingdom citizen. At this, Potoli chuckled coldly. A clever move. The Wizard King was trying to subtly influence them over time. 5 years, 10, maybe 20. But if that happened, Potoli's entire plan. Sorry. We cannot accept that proposal. If you refuse to return the stones, then there's no point in talking further. Veto, we're leaving. With that, Potoli turned and walked away, and the others followed. Some of them still had doubts about all of this, but if there was one thing they trusted, it was Potoli himself. Wizard King, are we just going to let them leave? Marks frowned as he watched them go. Clearly, the group hadn't given up. What else can we do? Honestly, I'm surprised they didn't try to fight. The Wizard King shook his head. The stones meant everything to them. Yet they'd all come just to speak to him, and hadn't tried to take them by force? That was strange. They're afraid of you, of course. You are the Wizard King, after all. Marks gave a wry smile. It wasn't flattery, it was the truth. Sure, the battle would have been difficult for them, but no matter how many came, none of them could even scratch the Wizard King. Let alone steal the stones. Maybe that's why they didn't bother to try. All right. Let's go. The Wizard King turned away. He had revealed the truth to them. Even if they didn't believe it, they would surely investigate it for themselves. Right now, the most urgent matter was driving back the Diamond Kingdom's invasion. As he watched the group leave, a weight lifted off the Wizard King's heart. One reason he'd pushed so hard was to atone for the Clover Kingdom's sins against the elves. But more than that, he had to keep them calm for now. With a war raging against the Diamond Kingdom, if the Eye of the Midnight Sun were to rise up now, they would be facing enemies on all sides. Giving them the truth now gave him space. Even if they found nothing in their investigation, it would buy time for him to deal with this matter more thoroughly rather than pouring oil on a burning fire. The return trip was peaceful. They didn't encounter any ambushes from the Eye of the Midnight Sunday. But what Julius didn't expect was to run into Ethan Hayes, who had been missing for days. "Captain Hayes! Where've you been these past few days? The war's about to break out. I've been trying to find you." Marks rushed forward, complaining. In war, both soldiers and commanders were crucial. He knew how strong Ethan was. If he had joined the battle earlier, they might have crushed the Diamond Kingdom by now. "Apologies. Something came up that delayed me. I've spent the last few days reinvestigating the elves. And I've uncovered a huge secret. Wizard King, please give me the 6 elf stones you've been guarding. I need them for something important." Ethan's words made Julius narrow his eyes. After disappearing for days, he returned asking for the stones? "What secret? And what do you need the stones for?" "I can't say yet. But trust me, this is crucial." Ethan's tone was deadly serious. He stared directly at Julius. After a long pause, the Wizard King finally reached into his cloak and pulled out a small pouch. "Here. They're all in here. But once you're done, return immediately. The war's not going well, we need your help." "No problem." Ethan nodded as he took the pouch. He watched Julius walk away with Marks. Only after they vanished from sight did the smile curl across his lips. "Don't worry. I'll be back. We will." His form began to shift. Ethan's black, shoulder-length hair shortened abruptly. A few silver strands appeared in his bangs. Even his clothing transformed completely. If anyone familiar with the Eye of the Midnight Sun had been there, they would have recognized him instantly. "Rie, one of the 3 apostles of the Eye of the Midnight Sunday. My disguise magic has never been seen through. Not even by the Wizard King." He held the pouch in one hand, almost laughing in disbelief. Honestly, when Petrali first suggested this plan, Ria had strongly objected. He thought it would never work. But now? Not a single drop of blood shed, and they'd succeeded. Perhaps this was the classic case of hiding in plain sight. Even Julius never suspected they had someone so skilled in disguise among them. Let alone someone with the guts to deceive him face to face. Still, I suppose we have the Diamond Kingdom to thank for this. Even now, Ria knew they'd been incredibly lucky. If the Wizard King didn't already trust Ethan deeply. If Ethan hadn't conveniently disappeared for a few days. If the Diamond Kingdom's attack hadn't occupied so much of Julius's mind. If there had been more people on this mission. But no matter what, our plan can finally begin. Just wait, Licht. I swear I'll bring all of you back. Chapter 105, Chapter 105 Divine Punishment. "Harry, it's time for the shift change. Go get some rest." All right, I'll leave it to you, Paul. But honestly, why has it been nothing but gloomy drizzles these past few days? It's seriously hindering supply transportation." Standing before the Diamond Kingdom's outer wall, Harry looked up at the overcast sky and sighed. It had been half a month since the war against the Clover Kingdom had begun. Although he was merely a low-ranking soldier tasked with guarding the city walls, even he understood the saying, "Before the troops move, supplies must be secured." Military might was important, but logistics were even more vital. War was a game of attrition. Whoever had more resources, won. But with this never-ending rainy weather turning the roads into thick, muddy swamps, transporting supplies had become a nightmare. And as the attacking force, they were at a greater disadvantage than the Clover Kingdom, which only had to defend its doorstep. I wonder how long this war will drag on, sigh. Both men let out a breath of frustration. When a country prospers, it's the people who suffer. When it falls, they suffer still. But this was a hardship they had no choice but to endure. The Diamond Kingdom no longer had the resources to keep its nation functioning properly. There was only one path left: to wage war against neighboring countries, seize their land, and plunder their resources. This war wasn't a choice. It was a necessity. They had to fight. They had to win. Boom! A flash of lightning tore across the sky. The heavy clouds seemed to groan under their weight before releasing a downpour of thunderous rain. Citizens rushed to shelter, dashing beneath roofs or hurrying back into their homes. Only one figure moved calmly and slowly through the streets, indifferent to the storm drenching him. He looked up into the sky, a subtle smile tugging at the corner of his lips. Looks like, today's the day. He tossed off his black cloak, letting it fall to the ground. Then, his body surged upward, soaring into the stormy sky. Ethan knew very well that with his current strength, it would be difficult to inflict serious damage on the Diamond Kingdom, especially once they began to retaliate. One wrong move, and he'd be buried here forever. He needed a chance, a divine opportunity delivered by the heavens themselves. Boom! The dark sky was nearly pitch black, but each bolt of lightning illuminated it for a brief second. Some of the idle citizens back home, gazing out their windows, thought they glimpsed something, a figure dancing in the storm clouds. Paul, do you see that? Is there someone up there? Are you crazy? You need to get your eyes checked. No one can fly in this weather. Paul laughed and looked up just as another flash of lightning split the clouds, revealing a human silhouette hovering in the sky. There is someone. Paul blinked in disbelief. Flying into the storm in this kind of thunderstorm, did that person have no fear of getting struck? But more than that, who was this person? Enemy attack! Enemy attack! After a moment of hesitation, Paul triggered the intrusion alarm. On any normal day, he might not have been so jumpy. But this wasn't just any day, it was wartime. Any suspicious figure could be an enemy saboteur. Oh! That was quick, but still too slow. From above, Ethan looked down as smoke signals rose and sirens wailed throughout the city. He smiled faintly. Lightning creation magic Kiran. Raising his left hand high, electric blue lightning crackled at his fingertips. The heavens shifted. A mythical beast tore through the sky, revealing its savage claws and fearsome fangs, an ancient Kiran. But this wasn't a lightning beast formed from his own mana, it was forged by nature itself, harnessing the raw, uncontrolled power of the storm. Its might was far beyond what Ethan could produce on his own. The Kiran's massive body stretched across more than half of the royal capital, its maw breathing thunder and lightning as it roared through the clouds. Its sheer presence was enough to send weak-hearted citizens collapsing in terror. Divine punishment! It's divine punishment! My God, what is that thing? Countless civilians stared blankly at the terrifying beast writhing in the thunderclouds above. This wasn't magic, not something any ordinary mage could imagine. This was retribution from the gods. Yes, divine punishment. Perhaps it was heaven's judgment for the war they had unleashed. Kiran descend. Expressionless, his heart was silent and still. He swung his raised arm downward. Roar! The Kiran let out a primal roar. From Paul's perspective, the beast's form grew clearer, larger, closer until everything around him was consumed by a blinding blue light. Boom! A catastrophic shockwave burst forth, shaking the kingdom to its core. Buildings crumbled like sand castles. Screams and cries of terror rang across the city. The devastation didn't stop there. Even the distant front lines of the battlefield trembled from the impact. Many soldiers turned back, eyes widening as they spotted a distant flash of blue lightning. What's going on? Both Clover and Diamond soldiers stared at each other in confusion, quickly dispatching scouts to investigate. High above, Ethan looked down at the sea of ruins below, a sprawling landscape of shattered stone and smoldering wood. His heart held no joy, no sorrow. Logically, he should feel satisfaction. Revenge had been served. But his heart felt like stone cold, unmoved, not a flicker of delight. Below, the survivors screamed in pain, some weeping beside the bodies of their loved ones. He had brought them that pain and hatred. TCH. When did I become so sentimental? You kill me, I kill you. It's the natural law of the world. If there's anyone to blame, blame your own weakness. Right. He took a deep breath and turned around. Behind him, someone had already arrived on the scene. Only one person in the entire Diamond Kingdom could lock onto him so quickly, Saint Grand Mage Corrin. What have you done? Teeth clenched, Corrin's voice was filled with fury. At first, he had thought this was some natural disaster. After all, there was no magical aura to be sensed. But the moment the Kirin struck, he knew. This was man-made. The entire royal capital gone in a single blow. Saint Mage, it was him. I saw someone in the clouds, it was him who destroyed the capital. Kill him. Kill. Dozens of mages swarmed in from every direction, rage twisting their expressions just like Corrin's. In less than 10 seconds, the entire sky was filled with silhouettes, hundreds, encircling Ethan like a pack of wolves. So, another gang up. Raising an eyebrow, Ethan casually waved his hand. From the cracks in space, one magic book after another flew out. Light blue for water. Golden brown for earth. Crimson red for fire. One after another, they orbited around him like stars. The once dark and stormy sky was now ablaze with the radiant light of magic tomes. Am I seeing this right? This can't be. There's gotta be over 100 grimoire books. How is that even possible? Everyone stared in disbelief. Even Corrin, the Saint Grand Mage, had his pupils contract in shock. Who the hell is this guy? Chapter 106, Chapter 106 The Price of Rebirth Report. News from the front. Diamond Kingdom's royal capital has been struck by an unknown force. The entire capital has suffered massive damage, with countless casualties. Inside the War Council chamber, everyone was stunned by the report. An attack? What the hell? Which crazy bastard had the guts to invade another country's royal capital? Yami furrowed his brow and asked grimly, what's the full situation? Any more details? The soldier shook his head and replied, it's the enemy's capital, so our scouts didn't dare get too close. But one said they saw an ancient beast descend from the sky, and that's what destroyed the capital. An ancient beast? Everyone turned to look at Hel, the captain known for controlling monstrous power. Captains, the way you're all looking at me, surely you don't think I did it. Of course not you, but, if you're talking about your captain, Ethan. They remembered it clearly. During the 9 squads competition, Ethan had used that very spell to take the crown. Even the Wizard King had praised its sheer might. It was the force of nature itself capable of annihilating a capital city. So the old guy's been missing all these days cause he went to raise hell in the enemy's homeland? Not bad. Here I thought he'd chickened out and fled. This might be the final blow for Diamond Kingdom. Ethan deserves the highest honor. I propose we mobilize immediately for a counterattack. Their morale and strength must be in shambles after this. We can push them back and even wipe them out entirely. The hall erupted in excited chatter. Though noisy, every face was brimming with joy. Even though Ethan hadn't participated directly in the war, his actions had completely shifted its trajectory. With the capital destroyed and their supply lines cut, the enemy's front line collapse was only a matter of time. But amidst the excitement, the Wizard King's face remained clouded with worry. "Do you all remember Saint Grand Mage Corrin?" At his words, the room fell silent. Everyone knew that name well. Over 10 years ago, he had once ventured into the Clover Kingdom alone. His objective? More or less the same thing Ethan had just accomplished. Back then, the Wizard King had personally stopped him, forcing Corrin to flee with injuries. But that didn't mean Corrin was weak, far from it. Even with 9 squads and the Wizard King combined, he had still managed to escape. "You mean to say," a captain began cautiously. "That's right," Julius said. "The priority now is to send someone to assist Ethan. As for launching a counterattack, put that on hold." Julius understood what truly mattered. Victory could wait, but Ethan's life could not be risked. If they lost him, there would be no second chance. "I'll go on ahead. The rest of you follow." With that, Julius stood up and walked out of the tent. "Wait, one more thing, As if suddenly remembering something, he turned back to give further instructions only to freeze. The tent itself hadn't changed, but several individuals inside were now radiating golden light. Strange markings had appeared across their faces. Even his trusted aide Marx was affected. What stunned him most was the sheer magical energy now emanating from them. It surpassed even his own. "What's going on? Marx, you?" He tried to question him, but instead of a reply, a powerful spell came flying at him. Boom! The entire tent exploded. Boom! Boom! Explosions erupted throughout the entire camp. What is this?" Soaring into the sky, Julius looked down at the chaos unfolding below. Golden light flared across the entire military base. And former allies were turning on their own. "Charlotte, have you lost your mind? You're attacking us. Captain Rill, what are you doing?" Bathed in golden light, not just ordinary magic knights, but even squad captains were attacking friend and foe alike. The Green Mantis and the Aqua Deer squads had already killed dozens of their own soldiers in mere seconds. "Charlotte! Stop! Do you even know what you're doing?" Drawing his katana, Yami dashed forward. He didn't understand what was happening, but he did know it had to be stopped. Dark magic black hole. A swirling vortex of darkness absorbed Charlotte's thorny vines mid-attack. Then he slashed. Dark magic nameless slash. Whoosh! A crescent blade of darkness tore through the air, but Charlotte had already leapt back, avoiding it. More thorny vines exploded out from all sides. "Sorry, but I'm not the Charlotte you think I am. Today, you humans will finally pay for your sins." And then it clicked. Julius's eyes widened. This wasn't ordinary magic. This was forbidden reincarnation magic, but not from the Diamond Kingdom. It was the elves. So this is the elf reincarnation spell. Julius cursed under his breath, filled with regret. He had assumed that the reincarnation spell would summon the spirits of dead elves back from the afterlife. But now he realized he had been completely wrong. The spell took over the bodies of living humans, a full possession. But how? "The magic stones, I gave them to Eth." Then it hit him. With a bitter, self-mocking laugh, he realized the truth. The one who had taken the stones wasn't Ethan, it had to have been one of the Eye of the Midnight Sunday. He had handed the stones to the enemy himself. Regret? Anger? None of that mattered now. What mattered was stopping the chaos spreading before him. "As the Wizard King, I've failed. But also as the Wizard King, I will not allow this madness to continue." To access 30+ advanced chapters, head over to Patreon, do leave a comment and avail exclusive discounts. And check out my new work One Piece, Legend of the Star Sea. Chapter 107, Chapter 107, The Storm of Rebirth. The torrential rain continued to pour. The entire capital of the Diamond Kingdom was shrouded in a heavy, oppressive atmosphere. The surviving civilians who had endured the divine punishment now stood in the streets, gazing up in fear at the thunderous and flashing sky. Water creation magic. Sea dragon's roar. Magic surged as a massive water dragon emerged from thin air. Its form was vivid, its movements violent, exuding a terrifying pressure that made even the bravest tremble. Yet even after casting such a powerful spell, Ethan did not stop. Around him, over 200 grimoires floated midair, each glowing with arcane light. Fire magic, steel magic, sand magic. One after another, spells rained down like an unending storm, as if magic cost nothing at all. The Diamond Kingdom's mages were in absolute despair. Now they truly understood the meaning of monstrous. Just one man possessed hundreds of grimoires, an unheard-of phenomenon. And worse, every single type of magic he used was devastatingly powerful. He didn't seem to have a single weakness. Every attribute he wielded was at full mastery. What's wrong, Holy Archmage Corrin? Are you still not going to act? Your lapdogs are about to die out. Drifting in the sky, Ethan's voice thundered louder than the storm itself. A few hundred mages were nothing. They didn't qualify to hunt him. Back during the battle at the fifth domain, he had already proven himself capable of fending off 100 attackers. And now, having reached the third domain, his strength far surpassed what it had been then. Moreover, the Diamond Kingdom's elite forces were all stationed at the front lines. Those remaining in the capital were of much lower rank. Even someone like Licht couldn't keep up with his speed, let alone these small fries. You arrogant brat! With a shout of rage, Corrin turned into a streak of starlight and joined the fray. It wasn't that he had wanted to remain a spectator, but Ethan's arrival had been too shocking. First came a world-ending magic that leveled half the capital. Then he revealed the impossible sight of hundreds of floating grimoires. It was so bizarre that Corrin had no choice but to be cautious. Now, however, he had gauged Ethan's power more clearly. While strong, the boy was still only at the third domain. Even with some tricks, he couldn't possibly defeat someone like him, a holy archmage who had reached the 0 domain. Star magic, power of the stars. Starlight shimmered around his body as Corrin shot through the air like a meteor, instantly catching up to Ethan. His speed was even greater than that of the Wizard King. Star magic? Hey! Ethan muttered, eyebrows furrowing. No wonder Corrin could rival Julius and claim half the magical world. Star magic was indeed a rare and formidable attribute. Spirit magic. Spirit, descend. Now that his opponent had joined the battlefield, Ethan no longer held back. Merging with his wind spirit Zephyra, his strength surged once more. He became one with the wind, vanishing like a breeze. Time magic. Time sustain. Back in the military camp, Julius dashed among the chaotic crowds. This forbidden reincarnation spell was beyond anything he'd anticipated, both in power and cruelty. No matter what their previous strength had been, all those reincarnated were now vastly stronger. Some who had only reached the 8th or 7th domain before were now punching into the 5th or even 4th domain. But that wasn't the most terrifying part. The worst was that those who had been reincarnated were once friends, allies, comrades, even spouses. How could anyone bring themselves to attack someone they once loved or trusted? This elf reincarnation magic was utterly insidious. Binding several affected knights, Julius spoke grimly to the trembling mages beside him, secure them. I'll take care of the rest. He didn't want to. He truly didn't. But as the Wizard King, he had no choice. Yami, Nozel, I'm leaving this place to you. I'm heading back to the capital. Though the uprising had come suddenly, fortunately, only 2 of the 9 squad captains had been possessed. The other 7 remained unaffected. Losses had been heavy, but it was only a matter of time before they could regain control. However, compared to the battlefield here, the Clover Kingdom's capital was now completely defenseless. Just like the Diamond Kingdom, both sides had deployed their elites to the front lines. Though there were troops left behind to guard the capital, under this widespread elf reincarnation, at least half had turned against their own. Whoosh! Shooting across the sky, Julius raced toward the capital. Meanwhile, chaos reigned in the Clover Kingdom's capital. Citizens didn't understand why the same magic knights who had once protected them were now slashing at them with swords and spells. It was like they had become strangers, like their very souls had changed. They attacked without hesitation, completely devoid of emotion. "Patoli, we did it. Now we just need to reach the palace's basement and activate the Shadow Palace. Our people can be fully revived." "Yes. We've waited so long for this moment." A twisted smile crept onto Patoli's face as he looked toward the distant palace. A flash of black energy passed through his eyes. The Clover Kingdom was still engaged in battle with the Diamond Kingdom. Coupled with the surprise of the elf reincarnation, they had been caught completely off guard. There was no way they could mount a response in time. The road had been difficult, but finally he had reached his goal. Boom! Boom! Whether at the front lines or in the capital, the fighting had reached a fever pitch. And their enemies weren't the Diamond Kingdom, they were their former friends and comrades. "Leader, what are you doing? Don't you remember me? Karina, are you betraying your country? Ril, are you insane? You're killing civilians." The entire capital echoed with cries of confusion and betrayal. Of the 300 magic knights left to guard the capital, handpicked from all 9 squads, almost half had lost their minds and turned on their own. They rampaged through the city, slaughtering and burning like demons unleashed. The rest tried to fight back, but they were completely outmatched by their powered-up, possessed friends. Screams and blood painted the city red. Time-binding magic, time sustain. Arriving in the capital, Julius acted swiftly to bring the chaos under control. He couldn't bear to kill those who had once been his people. But restraining them, that he could do. Moving like a guardian spirit through the alleys and streets, Julius wielded his unparalleled time magic to suppress the possessed one by one. "It's the Wizard King. We're saved. The Wizard King is here. Long live the Wizard King." Relief flooded the faces of many civilians. At least not everyone had lost their minds. Their protector, the Wizard King, was still on their side. "Hurry! Take the captives to a secure location. There might still be a way to undo this forbidden magic." Half an hour later, the capital had finally quieted down temporarily. Over 200 restrained individuals had been gathered together, and Julius gave orders to the remaining knights to watch them carefully. But just then, in the sky above, a massive boulder floated steadily toward the royal palace. Standing upon it were several alto familiar figures. Julius frowned deeply. "Patoli. As the Wizard King, I will not let you do this any longer." To access 30+ advanced chapters, head over to Patreon, patreon.com/samorazh. Support me, do leave a comment, and check out my new work, One Piece, Legend of the Star Sea. Chapter 108, Chapter 108, The Flash of War. Oh! I didn't expect Julius to react this quickly. Standing atop the rocky platform, Patoli narrowed his eyes at the sight below. Julius should have still been stationed on the front lines, but regardless of how he ended up here, his presence meant a major obstacle to their plan. "Veto, keep going forward. I'll hold Julius off." With those words, Patoli transformed into a beam of golden light and descended. He didn't bother with any formalities, just raised his hand, and the skies around him filled with radiant swords. Light creation magic, swords of conviction. Shoom! Shoom! Like a torrential downpour, the light swords rained from the sky, covering the ground below. Empowered by the elf buff, their speed and power had more than doubled. They flashed like vanishing streaks of light, too fast for the average mage, even for most magic knights, to react. Time magic, time freeze. Centered around Julius, a massive sphere of time magic expanded out over 100 meters. In an instant, the storm of light swords froze in midair, suspended just inches above the citizens' heads. Gulp! Many of the onlookers swallowed hard, staring at blades mere centimeters from their skulls. If the Wizard King hadn't stepped in, they'd have never known how they died. Boom! The unstoppable force of time shattered the light swords into dust. At that moment, Julius blinked, his form suddenly appearing right in front of Potoli. So fast! Potoli's pupils shrank as he instinctively swung out a light sword. But mid-swing, the sword unraveled, transforming into a light whip. Swish! Swish! The whip cracked like a striking serpent, forcing Julius to dodge aside. But he didn't slow down, his hand moved quickly, firing a beam of time energy toward Potoli. Zing! Rumble! Potoli's body blurred, transformed into pure light, his speed reaching its zenith. Yet the time beam was relentless, adjusting its trajectory with each shift in direction, tracking him under Julius's precise control. Redirection. Rather than retreat, Potoli lunged forward. Halfway through, his form blinked away and reappeared at a different angle. But even that couldn't fool the beam of time. It immediately redirected, aiming back toward Julius. Whoosh! Julius vanished again, barely dodging the attack, only to be met by a fresh barrage of light swords. Magic Domain. With his domain deployed, Julius's sensory powers soared to their peak. Anything that entered the domain would be instantly detected and suppressed. Light magic is the fastest among all types, but that doesn't mean it's unblockable. Oh really? Potoli's grin turned maniacal. Then let's see how long you can defend. Shoom! Shoom! He released another wave of countless light swords into the sky. This was his first time fighting the Wizard King. But he knew exactly what to do: use his advantage in speed to overwhelm him, force a gap, and strike a killing blow. He had access to Fana's memories through reincarnation and knew Julius's tendencies well. Even if he couldn't win, just delaying the Wizard King long enough for the Shadow Palace to open would be considered a success. To oppose time, only light can prevail. Wizard King, take this! Elf magic, Elven storm. Meanwhile, high above in the oppressive, stormy skies, Ethan and Corin continued their fierce duel. A violent hurricane raged across the clouds, tearing the sky apart. With a glowing halo behind him, Ethan had fully merged with his elf spirit, unleashing his power to its limit. But even so, the results weren't what he hoped. Stellar magic meteor fall. Boom! The heavens parted as a massive meteor plummeted from the sky. Ethan's scalp tingled. It was clear that Corin had given up caring about collateral damage. He no longer cared how much more of the already ruined capital would be destroyed. The meteor collided with the storm in midair. Both vanished in a blinding flash, but the meteor fragments scattered, transforming into tiny shooting stars that rained down on the capital below. It looks like I'll have to go all in close combat, it is. Determined, Ethan dashed forward. He might possess over 200 grimoires and cast hundreds of spells, but long-range magic clashes always ended the same: neutralized, blocked, or deflected. In terms of raw domain tier, even with elf synchronization, he was only domain 2 while Corin was already domain 0. That was a full 2 domain difference. But those domains weren't everything. Stellar magic was fast, but not faster than light. Corin's speed came unheard from his stellar attribute, and 2/3 from his overwhelming mana pool. To put it simply, it was like a martial artist using a common footwork technique but being faster than a novice with a legendary one just because of superior foundation. Ethan, however, was different. Wind, light, lightning, every attribute he used was among the fastest. Now, he'd combine them all. Arcane Art, Aurora Flash. He used light magic as the core, reinforced by wind and lightning. In that instant, Ethan's speed shattered all limits. He didn't just move, he seemed to teleport, leaving ripples in the air behind him. To his eyes, Corin's movements slowed down dramatically, like watching a slow-motion replay. Of course, this wasn't time magic, he knew that. It was simply what happened when your speed broke the boundaries of perception. When you're fast enough, even time feels still. Wind creation magic, Spiral Shuriken. Lightning creation magic, Thousand Birds. Both spells formed instantly in his hands. They shrieked, thousands of birds cawing in one ear, and the howling of slicing winds in the other. Their roar echoed through the sky, shaking the capital below. People looked up only to see a blinding white light streak across the heavens, followed by a thunderous cry that seemed to split the world open. Do leave a comment and support me. Chapter 109, Chapter 109 The power of time. The entire world seemed to be swallowed by white light. Time itself appeared to come to a standstill. The two powerful spells in Ethan's hands struck Corin directly, but the effect was far from what he expected. What is this? Ethan's pupil shrank. A colorful shimmer rippled over Corin's body. His entire frame was now covered in a dazzling, multicolored aura, like he was wearing a divine robe of radiant light. Ethan's Rasen Shuriken and Chidori were completely blocked. They couldn't push through at all. Star creation magic, flowing light war armor. Ha! With a roar, a surge of powerful force burst from Corin, sweeping outward in all directions. Centered around him, the shockwave ripped the clouds apart and stirred dust and rocks on the ground. Ethan was blown back by this sudden explosion of power, losing balance in midair like a kite with a broken string. Boom! He crashed hard to the ground. Blood trickled from the corner of his lips, but Ethan quickly got back up. Just as his figure vanished, several beams of colored light struck the spot where he'd stood. The terrifying impact carved a deep crater into the earth. Yes! The Saint Mage has struck him down. That's our Saint Mage! Kill him and avenge us! The surviving citizens cheered loudly. To them, Ethan had appeared as a terrifying invader, one who nearly destroyed the royal capital with a single strike. No matter the reason, to the people of the Diamond Kingdom, he was the enemy. The common folk were no match, and even their top mages had fallen. But they believed no matter how powerful he was, he couldn't possibly defeat the Saint Mage. Cough, cough. Golden blood dripped from Ethan's lips. He clutched his chest, brows furrowed. As expected, facing a Tier 0 mage while only being Tier 2 is just too much. Even though his speed could keep up with Corin, even surpass him, it wasn't enough. It was like comparing a bullet and an armored vehicle. Bullets are fast, right? Faster than an armored truck, no doubt. But can a bullet destroy one? That's not a matter of speed, it's a matter of mass. His Rasen Shuriken and Chidori spells were among his strongest attack magic. But even they couldn't leave a scratch on Corin. You brat, prepare to die. Suddenly, Corin's figure appeared before him, shimmering with starlight. The aura of the cosmos surrounded him, his presence overwhelming. This was revenge for the devastation caused by Ethan. And only death could appease the countless souls lost that day. Magic domain time stasis. Eyes wide open, Ethan stared as the starlight-infused palm came within an arm's length of his head. And then a strange, unfamiliar magical presence began to spread from him. Time magic. Among all types of magic, it was one of the most mysterious and unusual. It had no solid form, no visible body. Like air, invisible, intangible, it was only a concept, a sensation. And yet, it was eternal. No one escapes it. Not humans. Not even gods. It is ever present, every second, every moment. Swoosh! The entire world seemed to freeze. Corin's palm, glowing with celestial might, crashed down with full force. And mist it slammed into the earth instead, shaking the ground of the royal capital. Time magic. A trace of astonishment appeared in Corin's eyes. That magical signature, it had to be time. He remembered it all too well, from his past battle with Julius. But wasn't time magic exclusive to Julius? How could Ethan possibly wield it? Then again, maybe not impossible. He glanced sideways at the more than 200 grimoires floating around Ethan. Corin's eyes narrowed. For anyone to possess so many grimoires was absurd. So if he also had one for time magic, it wouldn't be too surprising. But then, almost reflexively, Corin looked up. Looks like you don't have the time grimoire, hey. He sneered. He remembered Julius's time grimoire had no cover and was massive. When activated, it was as big as a Thresterry house. And more importantly, a mage without their grimoire can't fully unleash their magic's potential. He had fought Julius before. He understood how time magic worked. Unlike regular magic, it wasn't just about mana. To cast time magic, the user must store time. The more time they had stored, the greater and longer lasting the spell would be. This kid so young, even if he had time magic, how much could he have stored? A year? Maybe 3? Plus, his tier was already 2 ranks below Corrin's. It wasn't enough to save him. Star Magic Celestial Swords. Corrin waved his arm. Dozens of swords forged from starlight floated around him, glowing in 5 colors. Like obedient hounds awaiting their master's command. Then swoosh! Swoosh! They launched toward Ethan like a divine barrage, tearing through the sky. A dense rain of lethal blades. Ethan had already exited his spirit assimilation state from prolonged battle. His speed had dropped by at least 30%. He could still dodge. He had confidence in that. But he knew Corrin was the real threat, not these swords. Corrin wouldn't just let him get away unscathed. Time Magic Foresight. As he activated it, Ethan consumed a portion of his stored time. The barrage of star swords began to look different in his eyes. Previously, he relied on instinct and speed to dodge. A kind of reactive combat. But now with foresight everything had changed. He could see exactly where each sword would fly: left, right, forward, behind. Even an ordinary person, with this power, could dodge a sniper's bullet. Because speed no longer mattered. They only needed to move 1 second before the attack happened. By borrowing stored time from the past and using it in the present, Ethan could now accelerate. Slow down. Freeze. See the future. This was the true essence of time magic. To access 40+ advanced chapters, head over to Patreon, Chapter 110, Chapter 110. I am the Wizard King. Boom. Boom. The earth-shattering battle continued without pause. In the Clover Kingdom's royal capital, everyone had their heads raised, staring at the sky where 2 blurry figures clashed, flickering like starlight, indistinct and shifting. They're too strong. We can't even get close. Yeah, it's like gods are fighting up there. Damn it, to think I, a magic knight, would one day be reduced to just watching these atrocities unfold in front of me, powerless to stop them. Clenching their fists tightly, many magic knights were seething with frustration. They hated themselves for being too weak. The enemy had come right to their doorstep, and all they could do was watch helplessly. Don't panic. Everyone protect the citizens. We must believe in the Wizard King. That's right. The Wizard King will definitely defeat the enemy. Go, Wizard King. Whoosh. Whoosh. Above them, the battle between Julius and Potoli continued. Under the buff of his elven reincarnation, Potoli's magical strength had increased greatly. Though still unable to reach the 0 domain, he had entered the 1st domain. And with light magic, the fastest of all elements, even Julius's time magic found it hard to keep up with him. He's using a compound technique of his magic domain and time acceleration. By accelerating the magic flow around himself, he's able to perceive short glimpses into the future, predicting my next attack. The theory is sound, but don't think you can outrun me. Analyzing it swiftly in his mind, Potoli's speed surged again. Julius could only predict, not react instantly. You know the saying, mind, you've reacted, so you can dodge. Body, no, you haven't reacted fast enough. Zing! In a flash of light, Julius pulled back, but a frown appeared on his face as blood bloomed across his chest. Potoli hadn't even shown his full speed yet, he was still holding back. Smiling smugly, Potoli taunted, too slow. As I expected, even with prediction, your body can't dodge as fast as your mind. Wizard King, how does it feel to be injured again after all this time? Haha, you're right. I've taken away the futures of so many, and yet it's been a long time since I've seen my own blood. His face was calm, as if lost in memory. For every general who succeeds, countless bones lie beneath their feet. And Julius, the Wizard King, had climbed to the top the same way. I've figured out your time magic. It's impossible for you to. Oh? My magic is fundamentally about stealing time from others, storing it, and using it at will, like this. Hey? Impossible, time just rewound. Seeing the blood vanish from Julius's chest in an instant, Potoli's face twisted. So, he can reverse any injury, as long as he has stored time? That would make him essentially immortal. No matter how many times Potoli injured him, Julius could heal in a flash. But Potoli only needed to be hit once, and it would be over. TCH. Though retreat crossed his mind, he saw that Veto and the others hadn't reached their positions yet, so he decided to drag things out a little longer. Light Creation Magic Whip of Judgment. A dazzling light whip danced like a dragon in flight, scribbling chaotic strokes through the air like an artist's brush. He was buying time, but each strike was still deadly and relentless. But then he noticed something wrong. Julius had changed. So fast. Watching Julius dodge the light whip effortlessly, Potoli's heart sank. His speed was nothing like before. Clearly, Julius hadn't been fighting seriously at all. Time-binding magic time suspension. Zing! Potoli barely dodged, vanishing just in time. He turned to see a glowing orb of suspended time where he'd just stood. His heart pounded. When did he? Had he been a second slower, he'd have been caught. Ah, just missed. You're really fast. Even with my prediction, I can't quite catch you. Julius landed calmly on a rooftop, voice light. But to Potoli, those words were terrifying. He wasn't an idiot. By now, it was obvious, he wasn't Julius's match at all. He's too strong. Just a human, and yet this powerful? Wait, where's his grimoire? It suddenly struck him Julius had no grimoire beside him. Could it be, he'd never fought seriously this whole time and had been toying with him? Oh? You noticed? Julius smiled, raising his hand toward the sky. Curious where my grimoire is? Potoli looked up and his breath caught. A massive cylindrical object floated in the sky completely white, with no cover. Page after page turned in a slow, clockwise spin. Unique. Otherworldly. Was this, really a grimoire? Potoli's blood ran cold. A grimoire like that, was terrifying. Time magic, paired with a grimoire with no cover. I don't even know if that's good or bad, Julius said softly. But yes, I'm different. That's why. I've thought long and hard. Like this grimoire with no label, I, too, cannot be easily classified. Who am I? What should I do? I kept asking myself these questions, while constantly achieving results. And when I finally reached the top, I understood. It is the path I've walked, that defines me. I am, the Wizard King. Chapter 111, Chapter 111 The Last Fortress. As he listened to Julius's self-proclaimed identity, a flash of realization passed through Potoli's eyes. The elven reincarnation plan, something he had schemed and prepared for over a long time. By all logic, a plan so meticulously crafted should have unfolded smoothly. Even with minor obstructions, it shouldn't have mattered. But reality was harsh. He had been repeatedly thwarted so much that the plan nearly collapsed. First, there was Ethan, who somehow saw through their operation and exposed Potoli's identity, throwing obstacle after obstacle in their path. Even after seemingly killing him once, Ethan came back from the brink of death. And now, although Ethan wasn't the one standing in front of him, the principle remained unchanged. This was the law of the world, the will of humanity, of destiny itself summoning its guardian to stop them. Julius was that law, that final fortress. Swoosh! I am the Wizard King. I will protect this kingdom, and its people, until the very end. Julius extended his hand, appearing behind Potoli to bind him. But Potoli's face twisted into a crazed grin. Yes, you are the Wizard King. But if you can, go ahead and protect them, all of them. Boom! An overwhelming surge of mana exploded from Potoli's body. He soared into the skies, becoming a radiant beam of golden light. He had been wrong. All along, he believed that if he just removed the powerful foes in his way, the plan would succeed. And in terms of strength, even if he had reached the Zero Realm, he still wasn't confident he could defeat Julius. But now he understood. He couldn't remove Julius. And if he couldn't, then Julius would stop him because that was his duty. His plan would overturn the world's law, plunge Clover Kingdom into ruin, and bring death to countless people. Julius, as the Wizard King, would have to oppose him. Because that was who he was. Seal magic release. The sky erupted into golden brilliance. Countless floating swords of light appeared above. This power had long been sealed within Potoli. It was too wild, too destructive for normal battle. But this was no longer a normal battle. His target was no longer just Julius. It was all the people of Clover Kingdom. At the front lines, where Yami and the others had just suppressed the elf uprising and were catching their breath, their gazes turned toward the capital. The light spread like wildfire. Countless swords hung in the sky, their sheer number covering the capital and spreading outward. Noble district, commoner district, and even the outer zones. Only a few kilometers more, and even their location would be hit. Of course, they were strong enough to survive. But not everyone in Clover Kingdom was like them. Over 99% of the kingdom's population were ordinary civilians. What's going on? What's happening in the capital? This is light magic. Wait, could it be? What about the Wizard King? Didn't he reach the capital? Panic spread among the civilians under the light's reach. They knew this was enemy magic. They just hadn't expected something so merciless. Once those light swords fell, Clover Kingdom might be wiped off the map. Potoli, you. For the first time, Julius looked truly anxious. He hadn't expected Potoli to possess such an immense amount of mana enough to cast a spell that could blanket the entire kingdom. Julius, you can try to stop me. But even if I die, the magic will not end. So, Wizard King, what will you choose? His tone remained taunting. Even if I can't kill you, I can still kill everyone else. Light creation magic judgment whips of light. Countless light swords responded to his will and began to fall from the sky. Each one might not matter alone. But together? They were endless. They were overwhelming. They would reduce the kingdom, the entire Clover Kingdom, to ash. Not even people hiding indoors would be spared. Time reversal magic chrono rewind. Dong! Dong! The sound of a massive clock echoed. A vast, shimmering blue dial spread outward, enveloping the capital, noble quarters, commoners, the outskirts. Nowhere was spared. Time reversed. All the light swords froze, then, within seconds, disintegrated into harmless flecks of light that drifted gently through the air. A time magic capable of saving the entire population. Truly incredible. But it looks like your stored mana and time are completely used up now. You must have seen my attack coming. But you couldn't stop your magic once it began. Because you're the Wizard King. Potoli's mouth twisted into a grin of madness and triumph. He stood in front of Julius, his glowing sword piercing straight through Julius's chest. Respect. He truly respected Julius. No one else in this era could even dream of defeating him. If Julius wanted to live, he could live longer than anyone else. But as the strongest protector, as the Wizard King, he had to stand in front of everyone. And that was how he lost. He didn't lose in power, he lost to the weight of the title Wizard King. From this day forward, no one can stop us anymore. The elf tribe will once again shine with unmatched brilliance. Time magic time rewind. Elsewhere, Ethan swiftly cast a time spell to heal himself. Unlike Julius, who had mastered time magic for decades, Ethan had only about 3 months' worth of stored time. Using it occasionally in battle was manageable. But once he exited his spirit synchronization form, his speed had dropped drastically. To even stand a chance against Corrin, he had to use time magic repeatedly. But that wouldn't last. A few more moves, and his stored time would be exhausted. Damn it! He's clinging to me like a leech. Ethan bolted at full speed, clearly intending to escape. But Corrin chased him relentlessly. And honestly, it made sense. His home, his people wiped out. If it were Ethan, he'd also chase the killer to the ends of the world. But it was frustrating. Run? He couldn't shake him. Fight? He couldn't win yet. Even with his large mana pool, eventually he'd be too drained to fight on. Corrin, now a meteor streaking through the sky, gathered his mana for a devastating final blow. He knew time magic was powerful, but Ethan was still a novice with limited storage and no grimoire to amplify his spells. At first, he had wanted to capture Ethan alive, to torture him slowly. But now, Ethan was fleeing toward Clover Kingdom. If he reached the capital and Julius stepped in, Corrin would lose his chance forever. Star magic falling star annihilation. The air ignited. Even from far away, Ethan could feel the oppressive pressure. This guy's going all in. Wind magic no good. Wind won't stop it, and it's too fast to dodge. In that instant, Ethan considered all options. None would help him block or avoid the attack. All except time. Only 1 day's worth left. That's not enough. He cursed inwardly. Thanks to the divine bloodline of the dragon's legacy, he could revive twice at full strength. But reviving didn't mean he wasn't afraid of death. Especially not this kind of death. If he died here, Corrin might just drag his corpse away to continue venting his rage. Revive, die. Revive, die. What was the difference between that and true death? But just then he felt it. The time he had stored previously running dry was now rapidly refilling. A thought crossed his mind. He looked up. Floating in the sky was a massive, cylindrical white object completely featureless, without a cover. Its pages spun slowly in the air. Strange, eerie, and brimming with the power of time. Chapter 112, Chapter 112 The Timekeeper's Rebirth Grimoires. In this world, they were peculiar yet essential artifacts. They inherited magic, stored mana, and were as crucial to mages as swords were to knights. One could cast spells without them, but it would never be as powerful. It would always fall short. This was exactly why Ethan had longed so desperately for a grimoire of another magical attribute. Yet among his more than 200 magical attributes, the time attribute stood out as singular, unique and irreplicable. Once someone obtained the time grimoire, no one else could ever use it, not unless they died. And in this era, the one and only bearer of that time grimoire was none other than Julius Novacrano, the Wizard King. But now, that very grimoire had appeared here, floating in the air. That could only mean one of two things. Julius. Corrin, who had just prepared to deliver a fatal blow to Ethan, froze mid-strike. He could never forget that strange, cylindrical, pale white grimoire. Its presence could only mean one thing: the Wizard King is here. Ethan, too, was stunned. He had the same thought. But the next second, his heart sank. If the grimoire was here, its master must be nearby. But another possibility emerged: Julius might be dead. It wasn't just a wild guess. There was solid evidence. If Julius were still alive and well, there was no way his grimoire would suddenly become linked to Ethan, and yet, Ethan's previously depleted time energy was now rapidly refilling. 1 month, 6 months, 1 year. In just a few seconds, he had accumulated more than 5 years' worth of stored time. It kept increasing until it stabilized at 20 years. Only then did the influx slow down. Could it be that flash of golden light I saw earlier? Ethan recalled the brief golden burst from the direction of the Clover Kingdom capital. Did the elf reincarnation plan succeed? But how? He couldn't understand. All the magic stones were on Julius. For Patoli and the others to succeed, the only possibility was to steal them. But that would be suicide not just against the Wizard King, but with all 9 magic knight captains. Ugh, this era just keeps getting messy. Regardless of how they pulled it off, one thing was clear, they had succeeded. Just like in the original timeline, they had managed to temporarily kill Julius. And now, they're probably heading to open the Shadow Palace. No, the devil might already be reborn. Chaos. The battlefield was descending into complete madness. But none of that mattered right now. Even if the sky fell, Ethan had to deal with this battle first. Time magic, time acceleration. Time magic, temporal domain slow. With 20 years worth of time stored, there was no need to worry about consumption anymore. Time magic was unique, its power wasn't based on magical strength, but how much time you had stored. A time mage could just sit at home and do nothing. As long as they stored time every day, then after decades, they'd naturally become 0 tier, or even stronger. And with 20 years, Ethan now had enough power to take on 0 tier Corin Hedon. Zoom. Under the effect of acceleration, Ethan's figure flickered through the sky, seemingly vanishing. But instead of retreating, he charged forward. Time magic, temporal oblivion. With a mere swipe of his hand, past and future bent to his will. Nothing could resist the might of time, not even the stars. What? Corin's pupils shrank. His indestructible stellar battle armor began disintegrating under the force of time. How does he have this much time magic now? If he were fighting Julius, this would make sense. But this was Ethan, who moments ago had completely run out of time. Corin's gaze snapped back to the massive floating grimoire. Julius had time magic. So did this kid. Could it be, this grimoire didn't belong to Julius anymore? Whoosh! Ethan didn't give him time to think. The temporal domain expanded again. He raised one hand, palm forward, and whispered, "Chronoconstruct magic Chronos clock." Dong! A heavy bell toll echoed across the void. A ghostly ancient clock appeared behind Corin. Hour hand. Minute hand. Second hand, each moving on its own. But Corin was horrified to find, he could no longer move. He couldn't even breathe. His time had been stopped. Time reversal magic, stream of life. Dong! Dong! With each chime, the giant clock ticked forward. And with it, Corin aged. His black hair turned white in seconds. Smooth, healthy skin wrinkled and sagged. In just moments, he looked decades older. Such was the overwhelming force of time. No matter how dazzling or powerful someone was, no one could defy it. He's trying to drain my life force directly. Snarling, Corin couldn't care about dignity anymore. He unleashed his full power as a 0 tier mage. His entire body exploded with dazzling starlight. The ancient clock behind him began to waver. Though the second hand ticked forward, it shook violently back and forth, unable to make its next move. Stellar magic, meteoric starburst. Boom! A deafening explosion tore through the sky. Magic energy rippled outward in a massive shockwave. The clouds dispersed, and the earth cracked open, leaving behind a deep crater. Ethan raised his arms, shielding himself with time magic, weathering the blast. Whoosh, whoosh. The winds howled past his ears, only quieting several seconds later. Lowering his spell, Ethan scanned the area. The ground was scarred. Rubble and ash filled the crater. But Corin was nowhere to be seen. "Hat! Old man, guess you ran off in time." Chapter 113, Chapter 113 The demon has come falling from midair. Ethan didn't care about appearances at all. He collapsed onto the ground, arms spread wide, lying flat. That battle with Corin. If Corin could still retain even half his original strength after such grievous injuries, he'd have to thank the heavens. Ethan's chest rose and fell violently. This hadn't been as easy as it looked. After resting for a bit, he sat up and sighed inwardly, 11 years worth of time, and now I've only got about a year and a half left. Chronos Bell, one of the ultimate spells in time magic. It forcibly halts the opponent's time using one's own stored time. This wasn't the same as time magic, time stagnation, which only appeared to pause time. Stagnation simply stretched a moment infinitely, turning 1 second into 1,000 or 10,000 seconds. But Chronos Bell was true, absolute time stop. On the surface, the two looked similar, but in truth, they were worlds apart. And he had also combined it with another ultimate spell, time reversal magic, stream of life, consuming the opponent's lifespan in equal exchange for the time he had stored. If he had 10 years stored up, then he could strip 10 years off the enemy's life. In emergencies, he could even trade his own lifespan for theirs. But, he had still underestimated Corin. Even after being hit with 2 ultimate spells, Corin had managed to self-detonate and escape. Forget it. He's no longer a threat. Ethan shook his head and dropped the matter. Cory / had self-destructed and had his lifespan drained. Even if he survived, he'd be too weak to cause any more trouble. A broken, aging man with half his strength left, he wouldn't be stirring up any chaos anytime soon. What mattered now was what came next. Ethan looked up at the magic grimoire still spinning in midair. He fell deep into thought. Something must have happened to Julius. Otherwise, his grimoire wouldn't be here with me. Murmuring to himself, Ethan sensed things were becoming troublesome. He was indeed powerful now. He even had the time attribute grimoire in hand. But this time, the enemy wasn't human, it was a demon from the other world. Even if this word devil wasn't a big shot in his original world, in this one, it was a final boss level threat. And relying on himself alone. To be honest, he wasn't confident. Even with the help of the other Magic Knight captains, there was no guarantee they could win. Only Yuno and Asta could truly deal damage to a devil. But they're too weak. Right now, they're far too weak. Ethan frowned. Because of his involvement and interventions, everything had been pushed forward by over a year. Yuno had grown stronger, stimulated by Ethan's presence. With the elf reincarnation buff, he was already stronger than some squad captains. But Asta. If he remembered correctly, Asta hadn't even mastered demon form yet. And without his demon transformation, Asta was nearly useless in this battle. Yet the only way to completely kill the demon was with Asta's Demon Slayer sword. A damn loop. He sighed. Whatever. I'll just take it one step at a time. Standing up, Ethan summoned the wind and shot into the sky. His current condition wasn't great. No major wounds, but plenty of minor injuries, and his mana was heavily depleted. But there was no time to recover. He had to gather everyone and head for the Shadow Palace. If the enemy picked them off one by one, it really would be the end. Frontline base. After binding the final traitor, Yami swept his gaze across the battlefield. The fight was wrapping up. Though those affected by the elf reincarnation spell had grown in strength, fortunately, few of the squad captains had been affected. Only Charlotte of the Blue Rose and Rill of the Aqua Deer were impacted. But the other captains had joined forces and subdued them quickly. The rest didn't pose much of a threat anymore. That said, what's up with you two? Yami, cigarette in his mouth, frowned at Asta and Yuno. Yuno's body glowed gold, mysterious patterns covering his face like the others who had been reincarnated. But unlike them, he retained his sanity and memories. Asta, on the other hand, had black wings sprouting from his back, half of his body engulfed in a dark aura. If one had to compare, he looked exactly like a demon. I don't know either. But I really haven't been affected. Yuno looked confused as he stared at the golden glow around himself. Though his power had drastically increased, his mind was still clear. As for Asta. Haha. Impressive, right? This is my trump card. I was saving it to surprise Yuno. Asta laughed proudly. He had sworn to become the Wizard King. How could he just watch his rival soar past him? He might not be able to catch up right away, but he could at least close the gap. His demon form was the key to doing that. Flicking his cigarette, Yami exhaled and said, "Not bad, but this isn't the time to celebrate. Something's definitely happened to Boss Julius. We need to head back to the capital fast." Everyone agreed. Compared to invading the Diamond Kingdom, protecting the Clover Kingdom was far more urgent. After all, what good is winning a war if your home is already destroyed? Wait. Descending rapidly, Ethan landed in front of them just in time. Seeing everyone safe, he finally relaxed a little. The others were stunned by his appearance. His face was covered in grime, his robes torn and ragged. He clearly had a rough time. "Ethan, where've you been? Was that explosion in the Diamond Kingdom you're doing? You look hurt. Are you all right?" Everyone spoke at once. But Ethan didn't answer. He simply raised his head, face grim, and said with heavy seriousness, "The demon is here." Chapter 114, Chapter 114, "The demon has arrived. The demon has arrived, what are you talking about?" Everyone was confused by Ethan's words. He didn't blame them, after all, he had only told them a bit about the elves. He'd barely mentioned anything about the demons. The elf reincarnation magic has already been activated. Patoli and the others have likely know, they've definitely already opened the Shadow Palace. Their original goal was to solidify the reincarnation of the elves, but in truth, they were deceived by the demon. That demon has likely used their hands to descend upon this world. Ethan explained rapidly, his eyes drifting toward Yuno and Asta. Demon form, hey? I guess I really underestimated the power of the word protagonist. He didn't even know what to say anymore. Yuno was fine. His character had always been portrayed as a genius, someone blessed by magic. No matter how strong he became, it wouldn't be surprising. But Asta was different. Even without certain key events and the grind of time, he had still managed to activate his demon form ahead of schedule. Well, it's not a bad thing. At least when we face that word magic demon, he'll be a much stronger help. As Ethan mused to himself, his gaze swept across the area. What is it, Ethan? What are you looking for? Nothing, Ethan shook his head. Everyone, let's head to the capital now. If we let the demon escape, the consequences will be unimaginable. He raised his hand and constructed a spatial tunnel. Maybe things weren't spiraling out of control as badly as he had feared. Even though Julius, their strongest backup, had died, the story was still progressing similarly to how it had in the original. Yuno, Asta. Even Captain Yami and the others were still here, all accounted for. And Nero had disappeared too. That meant that the first Wizard King was about to awaken. With this lineup, they weren't any worse off than the original timeline. As the last Magic Knight stepped through the portal, Ethan followed behind. Though the front lines were far from the capital, spatial magic made it feel like a short walk. However, the capital wasn't doing much better. Smoke and rubble were everywhere. Buildings and streets lay broken and twisted. A scene of chaos and destruction. Look over there! Asta called out. Everyone looked to where the royal palace had once stood. The entire sky above that area had turned pitch black and distorted. It looked like a shadow had swallowed it whole. So that's the Shadow Palace. It looks seriously creepy. They say it's a junction between our world and the other side. Never thought it'd show up in the royal palace. Everyone could feel the ominous presence leaking from it. It sent a chill down their spines. The battle sounds had stopped. The area seemed quiet, probably because everyone had already entered. Let's go. There was no time to hesitate. Ethan launched himself toward the Shadow Palace. The others followed without delay. Deep inside the Shadow Palace, Patoli and the others glared furiously at the pitch-black figure before them, the demon whose very face reeked of malice. They had been tricked. Everything had been a lie. Elf reincarnation, revenge on humans. All of it fake. A scam. Everything they had worked for was just paving the way for the resurrection of this unknown monster. Despicable. Patoli, looks like Julius wasn't lying to us after all, said Veto, his expression bitter. Julius had warned them of this possibility back at the White Dragon Slope. But they hadn't believed it then. They couldn't accept that years of struggle had been nothing more than a mirage. I must admit, that Julius guy surprised me, said the word magic demon, grinning like the victor he believed himself to be. He even figured out my plan. And that boy, Ethan, was it? Having hidden among them for so long, he naturally knew a lot. But so what? He was resurrected now. He was the final winner. Still, I must thank you. Without you taking care of Julius for me, I would have had a real headache dealing with his time magic. Damn you! Light creation magic, judgment sword of light. Fueled by rage, Patoli summoned an array of light swords and sent them hurling at the demon. Anyone would be furious after being so thoroughly used. All those years, all that pain just for this? All thoughts of revenge on humans or resurrecting his people were now cast aside. All he could think of was killing the demon. Very good. Rage more. Hate more. The demon stood still, smiling as the swords came flying toward him. But then return. With a word, his magic took effect. Before everyone's stunned eyes, the light swords reversed direction midair, flying straight back at their creator. Whoosh! Veto dove in, pushing the dazed Patoli out of the way, but the swords pierced him instead. Veto! Patoli's pupils shrank. His heart sank. Everyone trembled at the scene. So, this is a demon. His power is on a whole different level. Catherine. To think we should run. People like Raids were overcome with fear. They weren't elves. They'd only joined the Eye of the Midnight Sun because they had been recognized and wanted to shine. But now their entire cause was a joke. With no purpose left to fight for, why stay? Hat. Where do you think you're going, little bugs? The demon sneered. In the blink of an eye, he appeared before them without even seeming to move. Come closer, all of you. Before they could react, the group found themselves standing right in front of him, confused and helpless. Vacuum wall. Boom. Crushing pressure erupted around them. It felt like they each had 1,000-ton boulder on their shoulders. Their backs bent, their knees buckled. Be crushed. Boom. With a single word, the pressure grew stronger. None of them could stand anymore. Everyone was forced flat against the floor. Be flattened. The ground cracked beneath them. Blood sprayed from Raids and the others. Their faces twisted with agony, barely recognizable. Be annihilated. The demon spoke without emotion. The pressure increased to the absolute limit, like Mount Tai crashing down. Even people like Patoli could barely hold on. But Raids and the others, who had no elven enhancements, were instantly crushed into bloody mist. Hat! What a beautiful fireworks display! Is this the world celebrating my return? Ethan's teeth clenched tightly. Watching them die like that helplessly, meaninglessly, only fueled the fire inside him. The little bugs are gone. Now. The demon's eyes narrowed. It's your turn. But suddenly, his expression changed. He vanished from where he stood. The magic pressure vanished too. Potoli and the others gasped for air and forced themselves up, looking toward where the demon had stood. There, floating in midair, was a glowing blue sphere of time magic. It hovered silently. The attack had missed. A sigh escaped the lips of the blue-haired youth now standing in its place. You son of a... Damn, you run fast. Chapter 115, Chapter 115 The Devil's Advantage. Even though Ethan was swearing under his breath, he had just confirmed a critical piece of information. This word magic demon wasn't terrifying just because of his word becomes law magic. What made him especially dangerous was his instinct for danger, or rather, his reaction speed. Ethan had ambushed him. And not just any ambush, a carefully timed, multi-layered, multi-element attack. Wind magic, lightning magic, light magic, and even time magic. It had been lightning fast and still failed by a narrow margin. Time magic? Julius? No. Ethan. Potoli looked at the newcomer in astonishment. If he remembered correctly, only Julius had ever wielded time magic. We'll settle things between us later. Ethan shot him a brief glance and replied calmly. He was someone who always paid back his grudges. But he wasn't stupid either. Clearly, Potoli and the others had broken ties with the demon. They must have discovered the truth behind everything. The priority now was to take down the demon, not to fight on two fronts and give the demon an opening. Dark magic nameless blade. Mercury magic thousand variations. As magic surged like a storm overhead, Yami and the others dropped in through the windows above. Upon seeing the demon, everyone's expressions turned solemn. What an overwhelming presence! No, rather than mana, it feels like another kind of energy. Be careful, our magic. Before they could finish, all their spells which had been flying toward the demon suddenly reversed course midair. Everyone was stunned. That's his unique word magic, Ethan explained. As long as he says it, it becomes reality. What? He can just speak and make it happen? Yeah, I know it sounds ridiculous, but it's real. That said, it's not all powerful. For example, he can't just say we all die and have it work. The group collectively sighed in relief. Thank goodness he couldn't just kill them with a word, otherwise, how would anyone even fight him? Kahiha, I didn't expect you to know so much. Honestly, I'm curious. Who are you really? How do you know so much about my plan? The word demon narrowed his eyes, his interest clearly piqued. Not only had this stranger seen through his carefully laid plan, he even knew his magic inside and out like they'd known each other for years. You want to know? Trade your head for the answer. Ethan made the first move. Only elite or special forms of magic could actually harm a demon, like Asta's anti-magic, Yami's dark magic, or the overwhelming force of the first Wizard King's light magic. Most regular spells? Practically useless. Even though nearly all of the Magic Knight captains were here, only a few could really contribute. In fact, in an extreme situation, they might not even be able to defend themselves. Dark Magic Twin Wolf Clutch. Yami's twin dark wolves flanked the demon from both sides in a coordinated strike. You're annoying, but the others? Not so much. The demon shifted tactics. His mana morphed into two massive, swift wolves. He had no intention of fighting Ethan Hedon, at least not for now. With a flap of his wings, he took to the sky, changing targets. Blade Storm. The moment he spoke, it became reality. Dark vortexes opened in midair, spewing out countless blades that rained down like a storm. Bang! Clang! Asta swung his demon dweller sword in alarm. Some of these blades weren't made of magic, they were real. That meant his anti-magic wouldn't work on them. TCH. This guy's good. Seeing the others struggle to hold their own made Ethan frown. This demon wasn't dumb, he knew to go after the weakest targets first. Compared to Ethan, people like Asta were much easier to handle. At best, their magic was third tier, and most of them posed no real threat. They were basically training dummies. Earth Creation Magic Wall Array. Boom. 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 3 massive earth walls erupted from the ground, giving the team a moment's breathing room. Seeing this, Yami and the others seized the chance to counterattack, magic charging in their hands. Dark Magic Dimensional Slash. With a single swing, Yami cleaved through space itself. The ongoing blade storm was instantly split in two. As the walls crumbled, a fiery red figure burst forth, flying straight toward the demon. Monozone Scorching Gauntlet Barrage. Her fists engulfed in blazing fire, Mereoleona lunged at the demon like a lioness pouncing on prey. Boom! Bam! Thwack! Her fists became a flurry of blows, a machine gun of flame and fury. Each strike slammed into the demon's body, and fiery shockwaves swept across the battlefield, leaving even the bystanders drenched in sweat. The demon was finally launched like a meteor, crashing to the ground. Yes! Big Sis nailed it. That's the strength of the Crimson Lion King's new captain. Her fire magic is insane. Everyone stood in awe. This was a demon and she just pounded him into the ground like it was nothing? She's strong, no doubt. Ethan stared into the dust-filled crater, unconvinced. He didn't doubt Mereoleona's strength. Even he would think twice before engaging her in melee combat. But if you can't finish a demon in one blow, then no matter how fancy your moves are, they're pointless. Hee, that was impressive. I didn't know humans had such powerful women. You really hurt me. As the smoke cleared, the word demon emerged, tilting his neck disturbingly nearly 180 degrees. His body was scorched in multiple places. Any regular human would have been dead 10 times over. But the demon just smiled. Recover. Everyone froze. Before their eyes, the twisted neck snapped back into place. The burn wounds faded in an instant. In less than a second, injuries that would have killed any human had completely vanished.